Play will be commencing very shortly. If you could begin making your way off the outfield now, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins opening the batting for Hampshire. Opening the bowling for Yorkshire this morning from the Peace Home Park end, George Hill. Opening the bowling for Yorkshire this morning from the Trafalgar Square end, Ben Code.
Welcome back to Scarborough. Apologies for the slight technical gremlins, which has meant that you haven't had commentary for the first 2 and a bit overs here. Hampshire 11 without loss. Nice nerve-settling start for the visitors, who won here in the semi-final of this competition last season. It was into Alior, who's just flicking into the onside. Both teams coming off T20 disappointment. Hampshire runners-up in the Blast on Saturday, losers by 14 runs in the final against Northants after a semi-final victory against Nottinghamshire. Yorkshire, of course, suffered T20 heartbreak last Wednesday at Headingley in the quarter-final against Somerset, where having been in a strong position, an extraordinary knock from Craig Overton dumped the White Rose out. I wanted to say, alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, former England skipper and Yorkshire president, Dr. Jane Powell, on a day with a bit of overheads. That's why Yorkshire have won the toss and chosen to bowl. And speaking of team news I was about to turn to, the man in shot there is one of the big pieces of team news. Will Bennison plays just his second senior competitive game for the White Rose.
Interestingly, I saw him play his first game down in Kent, in Canterbury last year, in the same competition. So it's nice to see him getting another crack at it, so to speak.
Yeah, I hope for a little better than that one, where he got a 5-ball duck. And there is a debut for Isaac Beppy, 25-year-old left-arm seamer, who I'd imagine we might well see come on first change here. Multiple debutants in the Hampshire side too. Another good ball and another good leave from all. Yorkshire line up as follows: Adam Live, Will Luxton, Finley Bean, Sam Whiteman. Applause for a good over from Hill, 11 without loss after 3. George Hill, Harry Duke, Don Bess, Ben Code, Ben Cliff, Will Bennison and Isaac Beppy. There's only 4 players left for Yorkshire from the side that lost that quarter-final last Wednesday, those being Bess, Hill, Live and Luxton. Meanwhile, for Hampshire, they line up as follows: Alior and Nick Gubbins, of course, out there opening the batting. Ashutosh Sharma makes his Hampshire debut, an overseas player who's had success in the IPL with the Delhi Capitals. Ben Coe gets ready for his second over from Trafalgar Square End. Jake Lehman, Fletcher Middleton, Andrew Neil, Ben Brown, Tom Prest, Dom Kelly, Harry Petrie and Ollie Williams. It's a professional debut for Williams. It's just a second ever game at this level, and a List A debut for Harry Petrie, who played a first-class game 4 years ago. Of course, both sides were plenty of absentees due to the 100. Oh, gone! Don't leave those! Ben Code has got Nick Gubbins. An enormous breakthrough, the second highest run scorer in the Metrobank One Day Cup last season. But Gubbins is out here for just 9, 11 for 1.
Amazing ball that. He left that thinking it was outside off stump, and it jagged back and took his leg stump. That's a fantastic return back to playing days from Ben Code, and a great start for Yorkshire.
Yeah, Code's first game for Yorkshire since playing in the Championship. Loss for the White Rose against Hampshire way back in April. And Code back with a bang. That has nipped back and hit the very top of the leg stump.
Yeah, that's one of those, as a batter, you think, what am I doing? What am I doing? I just thought that was going outside off stump. I've covered it, but it's jagged back and it's taken my leg stump. What on earth was I doing leaving that ball?
And of all the players you could get, having won the toss and chosen to bowl, Gubbins would be up there as one of the ones Yorkshire would have wanted most. He scored 707 runs at an average of 101 in this competition last season. Here, today, the 32-year-old is gone for single figures. So Hampshire need to stabilise. Out comes Fletcher Middleton, best in this competition last season of 92 against Gloucestershire. 24-year-old from Winchester, son of former Hampshire opener and batting coach Tony, has got a list A ton. He got that against Middlesex in this comp 3 years ago.
Ben Code now with the right-hander coming over the wicket, so he'll be hoping he picks that right line again.
Easy nudge off his hip by Middleton to get off the mark. Just in terms of absentees, it's of course part and parcel of the way this competition's changed in recent times. Hampshire missing Sonny Baker, Scott Curry, Liam Dawson, Eddie Jack, Manny Lumsden, Ben Mays, Chris Wood and James Vince to the 100. We've also rested James Fuller, Joe Weatherly and Toby Albert for this one, but it's expected that those players will come back into selection contention for Hampshire later this week. Oh, what a shot that is. Flicked off the hip towards the short boundary and goes a long way over it. First 6 of the contest. And timing from Ali Orr. It's a poor ball, but my goodness me, it got dispatched in some style.
Yeah, picked that up extremely well, and Ali Orr's been out there now for the 3 overs, so he feels that this wicket is not doing as much as others have made it look at this moment in time as Ben Code comes in once more.
Better ball.
Yeah, just back with a length there that didn't allow Ali Orr to just pick it up.
Yeah, a few people chatting about Gubbins' leave in the YouTube live comments, where it'd be great to get your contributions. And I think I'm broadly with what a couple have mentioned. I think Gubbins has left that on height because it's only just hit the top of the stump. I don't think he's left it on line. Oh, that is a shot of real authority. One bounce forward down the ground in the slot. And Ali Orr has taken Code for very nearly 2 sixes in the over there.
Yeah, an expensive over, but the key in that over was the wicket. So 11 runs off that over, but 1 wicket, and that of Nick Gubbins. So it's sort of 50-50 for both teams there at the moment, but you'd be glad to put a batter of that capacity back into the changing rooms. And when it comes to what did he leave it on, at the end of the day, the only person who knows would be Nick Gubbins. You know, it's one of those that it's just a poor decision to leave, I think, really.
That is undoubted. Here's Hill. Just turn back into the onside, down the hill, and fast running gets them through for 2. Boundary dimensions are going to be quite important today. The hit out towards the popular bank, John Dodd's head of ground staff here reckons, is in and around 65 metres, whereas going down the hill in the other direction, you're looking at kind of late 50s and the slope as well by Hill. So you've got a very much a shorter side and a side that's running down the hill. So both teams will be quite aware of that in terms of both bowling and batting plans today.
Yeah, it makes the ground look even more of a slope on it because of the shortness of that boundary down to the west terrace, west stand, I think it's called. I think I opened that a few years ago, so I'm sure it's called the west stand. All the important things underneath it, with a disability room, a faith room. It's got all sorts in the bottom of that stand.
And it's got a big old groundsman's shed as well.
It sure has, but then it's John Dodd, so why wouldn't you have a good shed if you're building a stand? And I know there are big plans for this P-Zone Park end of the ground as well.
Bowled again by Hill. Yet for those unfamiliar, the stand at the P-Zone Park end has been deemed unsafe for spectators to be in.
That's where we
our
are.
lives,
Just to
our lives as commentators.
just to reiterate, we're in that stand. So
I'm saying that all tongue in cheek, of course. But there's a few journalists in the press box away to our right, and we're in the commentary box named after the late great Dave Callaghan, one of the voices of my childhood. Again, Hill in all of the right areas. Dave Callaghan, voice of Yorkshire cricket from the BBC radio commentaries until his sad passing in 2017. Had the pleasure of dealing with the great man plenty of times and was a little bit of a mentor for me coming through as well. And I know he absolutely loved this place. So a real honour to be up here once more in Cali 1, as it's named after him. Slightly off the outside edge. Good probing stuff this from Hill, who, ironically, despite having not got the wicket, is probably looked the more consistently threatening of the two opening bowlers so far. 24 for 1 off 5 then. Just coming back to absentees from the 100. I mentioned you Hampshire are without then. Hampshire missing Baker, Curry, Dawson, Jack, Lumsden, Mays, Wood and Vince, and then Fuller, Reveley and Albert have all been rested. The cards have stacked up slightly better for Yorkshire in terms of number of absentees, and it's all players who I think Yorkshire would have expected to be without. It is Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root, as Code starts his new over. He's getting a little bit of extra bounce there. You always know that you will get some extra bounce at Scarborough. Yorkshire without Root, without Bairstow, without Jaffa Chauhan, without Adil Rashid, and Matthew Revis, and Harry Brook. So Yorkshire without those 6, which compared to a lot of other teams who've lost a lot more, the cards stack up quite well for Yorkshire. Depending on where you look, I know that some bookies had these two teams as 2 of the favourites for the competition.
yeah, it's an interesting competition, isn't it? Because you get some of the older experienced players, as in Adam Lyth, Ben Code, and then you get some real young bucks coming in. Some names who people may not have even heard of yet. Isaac Beppe being one of them.
Orr again. Orr is taking on Code and he's winning the battle. That is an outstanding shot. Held the pose as well just for effect.
Yeah, Code's just not got his length right at the moment, and he's just being managed by Ali Orr, who's just, well, that's outside my off stump. I'm just going to pick this one up, and because it's outside off, that's going straight. The one that then just strays to leg is the one he's picked up and dispatched into the West Terrace. And that's a much better length from Code there. Just held it a hard length, really. Just making sure that he can't pick it up.
Hampshire have had a bit of heartbreak in this competition recently. They lost in the final over of the final, both last season and in 2023. In 2023 to Leicestershire. And then last season once more in a tight one. Or fetches that down on one knee towards the short side. And right now, Code has got to rethink this, or Yorkshire have got to change their bowler from that Trafalgar Square end, because Orr is comprehensively winning this battle.
Yeah, and this is why it's good to, although he's being hit, it's good to get Code back into playing as he hasn't played for some time, because you're just not match fit sometimes, or match aware, not match fit. He's obviously fit. He wouldn't be playing if he wasn't match fit. But just to get that ball back in the right areas, and that's a better ball.
Hampshire losing in last season's final to Worcestershire by just 3 wickets in a rain-reduced run chase. Hampshire got 237 4-7. Ali Orr, who we've seen looking in very good touch here, made 110 but lacked support. And Worcestershire made 188 for 7 in a DLS-reduced chase at Trent Bridge. 57 from Ethan Brooks, key in carrying them over the line despite Scott Curry taking a fiver. The popular bank certainly proving very popular today.
Yeah, and people still coming in, which is great. You know, they said they'd sold pre-game 3,500 tickets, and I know there are people walking up as that's driven straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run there.
Yeah, 2 Metrobank One Day Cup games here at Scarborough, which will also, of course, host Leicestershire in the County Championship. Leicestershire winning against Yorkshire in the reverse fixture of that one. And the other Metrobank game is here on Friday, the 7th of August, where Yorkshire face the Derbyshire Falcons. Hill has found his length much, much better than Code here. And has found a better rhythm of bowling.
Yeah, Hill's gone for 4 runs off 3 overs prior to this over, and Code is 28 off 3 overs. So you can see there's quite a considerable difference. You know, the overall 6 overs 32 is not disastrous for Yorkshire at this moment in time, but you look at Hill's performance and it's outstanding at the moment.
Again, Hill in all the right areas. Hill had a little bit of time out. He missed 6 T20 games with a niggle, having played in the tie against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. And then he came straight back in for the quarter-final against Somerset. Not an easy thing to do. He made 19 off 20 with the bat coming in after a bit of a mini collapse. And he took 2 for 12 off his 4 overs. So whilst Yorkshire, of course, were disappointed to lose having been in such a strong position, Hill's bowling was a real positive. So that has managed to escape slightly past the grasp of.
Yeah, I think he got a hand on it, Will Luxton. Just got
slowed it down.
Half a hand on it, and so it was prevented from going for a boundary because the ball is racing. I think all the grounds are the same at the moment. There's been so little rain. I saw on the news this morning 33 days without rain in some areas of the country, which is phenomenal, but it does make life tricky for the ground staff at cricket grounds.
Shackled by Hill than Code. It's very much had a Jekyll and Hyde innings almost here Ali Orr. I'll make it almost every run he's scored has been the bowling of Ben Code. In terms of the format of this competition, because safe to say the T20 Blast men's format this season was plenty confusing. It's a little bit simpler. That's guided to point, and it ends another tight over from Hill. 7 overs gone, 33 for 1. That over went for just 1. So 2 groups of 9. You play everybody once. So unlike the Blast, where you played half the teams, unlike the Blast, I should say, where you have any cross-group games, there's a little bit of shadow batting from Adam Live will be needed later on. 2 groups of 9. You play first change of bowling and the game is coming. And I'm not too surprised Code's come off at this point. Didn't quite, despite taking the wicket, actually find his best rhythm in that opening spell. Ben Cliff is on. Took a 5 for first in his professional career on this ground in this competition against Warwickshire last season. So a good start from Cliff, who had a frustrating spell, sat on the sidelines running drinks in the T20s, but with the likes of AJ Tye, Fahim Ashraf, Logan van Beek around, couldn't grumble too much. Not that he did particularly about not getting his chance. And I'll try and channel that into reminding everyone of his qualities here.
I had a little chat with him as I came into the ground today, and he was just quizzing me on which were my favourite grounds, and then I said, "Which is your favourite ground?" And he said, "This one." So yeah, he loves playing at Scarborough.
He does have a particular fondness for this place, even before that 5 for against Warwickshire. So 8 group games. You play everyone in your group once. You need to make the top 3 of your group of 9 to get through to the knockouts. third plays second from the other group, and second plays third from the other group, in what is effectively a quarter-final. That's an elimination game. If you win your group, you get the very significant advantage of the fact that you host a semi-final. You get straight through that other round. You get home advantage in that eliminator game if you finish second in your group. Which I know one criticism people sometimes make of other formats is, say in T20, if you go into finals day, you don't always in some competition formats get that reward for finishing higher in the league phase. You definitely do in the Metro Bank. By winning the group, you avoid an extra knockout game. If you finish second, you've got to play that extra knockout game, but you're at home. And if you're third, you've got to play that extra knockout game, and you know that you're going to have to win twice away just to get to the final. Little too short from Code, a little too wide. It's a beautiful looking cut shot. Put away with a minimum of fuss by Orr towards that shorter boundary down the hill.
Yeah, anything short and wide is going to be dispatched today, and I think it's a lesson to the bowlers just to keep hitting that hard length.
It's a classic Scarborough shot, really. You think of Scarborough almost globally, not even just in the UK. It's known for that extra bounce. Being able to pull and cut confidently is important. Oh, that's a better ball. Speaking of that bounce from Cliff, that's really lifted. That's the kind that will make Middleton a bit nervous.
Yeah, that one really did take off a little bit, and that was a good first over from Ben Cliff. Just that boundary shot. So just the 4 off the over.
Certainly offering a sense of threat. He'll be keen to prove his point. Spent quite a lot of time out last year with injuries. The tea room, an iconic part of Scarborough. You can just see on the top right
the Johnny Bairstow mural
that sits in that part of the ground. This is the view from the western side of the ground, looking at the Popular Bank as Hill continues. Intrigued to see how many overs Hill gets given here. He's bowling well. He's in rhythm. There is that aforementioned Bairstow mural. I'd heard rumours...
Hot tub, cinema room, sleep 16.
How was that? I'd heard rumours that they were considering doing a route mural as well, but that needed planning permission. And that the Bairstow one may have been a version of ask for forgiveness rather than permission.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Length straight back to Hill. There's of course so many quirks of this ground that make it what it is. The tea room, the Popular Bank, the bookstall is out at the back of the Popular Bank.
Yeah, there's a boarding house that always has people on the roof, just by the side of the offices. So many different things that just make it. Even this media room is characterful. I think I described it earlier as George Hill comes in and that's played out to the covers for no run.
Hill keeping things very, very tight here. He's gone for 5 from 3 overs and 5 balls.
4 overs, I think, and 5 balls.
I beg your pardon, yeah, you're right.
Even bowled a maiden today, so he's bowling it nice and tight yet again.
Well, not really giving much up at all from this Trafalgar Square. It's one of those questions, how many do you give him before what you would think might most likely be the debutant Beppy would come on.
Yeah, he's been stretching a little bit, Beppy, so he may be coming on next.
Yeah, you'd think with these overheads, you're going to want to turn to best last. Your front line.
And don't forget Golden Army. He often has an over a 2 here, doesn't he?
I was just about
Adam
to say,
Lythe, I'm talking about.
Adam Lythe is the 6th bowling option for Yorkshire today.
I think he took a wicket here in the...
He did against Durham last season.
Yes.
Well, that's hit him. That's got extra bounce. Well, Hill's appealing for an LBW. Alior's busy checking on some uncomfortable private areas. I think the fact that it hit him there and was from right arm around was a bit of a sign that from an LBW point of view, it didn't have a lot going for it, but it's a good probing over by Hill. Very much probing in the literal sense of the final ball from it. 37 for 1 after 9.
And that's his second maiden, which is pretty unique in this day and age for white ball cricket to actually get maidens bowled. And he's bowled 2 maidens out of 5 overs and gone for 5 runs.
1 for 28 off 3 for Code, who's gone at more than 9s. And Hill, meanwhile, has gone for a run and over. Cliff on for his second. Sensibly left alone by Alior, product of the Sussex Academy. I beg your pardon, it's Middleton who's facing, and I think Alior's quite pleased that he's not having to face. It's giving him a bit more time to check on the furniture.
Yeah, looks like he's still trying to recover a little bit.
I think he'd be quite happy if Middleton could face all these 6. Middleton, again, not for the first time, flashing outside off, this time down to 3rd, though. So, all to his disappointment, you'd imagine, will be facing up now. Middleton, who plays his club cricket for Fair Oak, he's played at Alton, Havant, and Totton and Ealing as well, in and around the Hampshire area in recent years. Very much one of their own at Hampshire. He's been in the pathway since the under-14s. It was just over 10 years ago in his career now. Now, Orr has looked $1 million with the bat today, particularly against Code. But he's now got to re-find his composure. And he's understandably, as batters often do when they've just been hit like he has, trying to eke out every second.
And you can see that he's just composing himself, just ready to go again as Ben Cliff comes in now.
Nice length and line from Cliff to Orr.
There's a fair crowd in here this morning, which is great, and there's still people coming in, so that's good to see as well. One of the iconic grounds, as we've mentioned a few times, and it's just lovely to see the Popular Bank being popular and people just coming in to watch a good level of cricket. As Cliff comes in once more from the Trafalgar Square end, and that's just work round to fine leg, or just backward square for a single.
It's interesting, of course, the sad passing of Sir Garfield Sobers as a 90-year-old, considered by many to be the greatest all-rounder in the game. And Sobers famously played here at Scarborough. It's one of the more extraordinary stories of the history of this great cricket ground. Straight at mid-on. This was back in 1969. There was a game where Yorkshire won by 68 runs in a semi-final against Nottinghamshire, who were led by Sobers. Yorkshire purposely took the semi-final to Scarborough because they wanted to use their outgrounds more. And it was the first county one-day that was staged here, and Sobers was playing in it. That's another dot. Back then, games were still played at Yorkshire first team competitive level at the likes of Bradford, Harrogate, Hull, Middlesbrough and Sheffield. The attendance here, which would now, due to modern safety regulations, not be possible, was 15,242.
Amazing.
There was £5,200 made on the gate, which back then was an extraordinary amount of money. The gates were locked at lunchtime. There was another 5,000 outside who were unable to get in. Alan Gibson of the Times wrote that the sheer physical pressure caused constant encroachment on the boundaries, and every time the sight screen was moved, it was as if a volcano had been erupted because of how many spectators had to move onto the pitch to allow the sight screen to then move, and then they could get back in position. Sobers won the toss, put Yorkshire in on a damp pitch. Yorkshire were 3 for 2, including Geoffrey Boycott getting out early. Sobers bowled an 8-over spell where he conceded just 2 runs and he bowled 7 maidens. Phil Sharp top scored with 67 for Yorkshire. He made 191. Hill starts his 6th. In reply, Nottinghamshire were 40 without loss and 89 for 3. Sobers made 20. He was caught behind off Chris Old, but the home crowd got what they wanted to see, which is, well, they wanted to see Sobers. Most of the home fans, of course, would have wanted to see Yorkshire win. Notts collapsed to 123 all out, and Yorkshire went on to take the trophy, winners by 69 runs in the final against Derbyshire at Lords, back when this competition, 50-over competition in England and Wales cricket, ended in a final at Lords. Of course, the finals now at Trent Bridge. But yeah, just one of the extraordinary bits of history that this ground has. Don Bradman's played here, Len Hutton's played here, Saliri Constantine has played here.
And the other 90-plus-year-old who's missing, iconic for this ground, is Dickie Bird, of course, you know.
Yeah.
Synonymous with Scarborough Cricket Club.
Well, probing away once more. Yeah, of course, our condolences go to all those surrounding the Sobers family. A really sad day for West Indian and world cricket. Player that even if you weren't fortunate enough to have watched him live in your generation, you could hear about and watch through the archives.
I can remember hearing the 6-6ers down at Glamorgan,
Yeah.
and it was just being
Into the
like,
River Taff.
this is ridiculous. Nobody's ever capable of doing that. Nowadays, we see lots of sixers, but we're talking about an era where there were very few sixers.
Bigger boundaries, and the bats absolutely not the chunks of wood
No.
that they are now.
He wasn't a great big man either. He was just pure class and pure timing.
Worked away for one by Orr, who seemed to re-find his composure. Yeah, one of the giants of the game. I have the pleasure, through my consistent work for Lashings, a touring team of former professional and international cricketers who do fundraising fixtures across the UK. I've known Sir Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh quite well from that, and I know they were both devastated to hear of Sobers' passing. That's respected by Middleton. So Hill's had 6. I'm curious to see how many more Hill gets here. He's bowled an exceptional spell, but Yorkshire, it's at that point where it's on Bess. Obviously, in conversation with his bowler, how much is he willing to gamble? How much is he willing to ask Hill to go? Now, of course, the other thing to say is that Hill has just had 6 games out of the side with a slight niggle, and then came back into the Yorkshire team for that quarter-final. So I wonder whether that comes into the thinking of maybe not wanting to push him too far in that spell, but it slightly depends on what the bowler wants to do. He's conceded just 5 runs in 6 overs, Hill, which is quite extraordinary for modern power play bowling.
Yeah, phenomenal spell as Ben Cliff comes in from the Trafalgar Square end, and Alior just makes him restart his run up there. Wasn't quite ready, and he comes in now.
Oh, almost a catching chance for Cliff. He pushed at it, was early on it, or as it was, we had the perfect view from up here. It wasn't anything that you could quite call an opportunity, but Cliff not far away. It's the kind of ball that gives a fast bowler a sense of hope.
Seeing this replay, it's just went wide of him, actually. I think had it gone straight, then he could have been saying goodbye, but that was just too wide of the bowler, who in his action has to follow through to the target, as that one's played out to a short mid-wicket. There's a strike, and he's hit the stumps, and the crowd go a little bit wild, but the umpire remains unmoved.
Yeah, Neil Pratt says not out. Or with a potential tight escape. Very, very sharp work from Yorkshire in the field. Side on camera will be a little bit more helpful. He's tight. Oh, I think he has just made it. Just made it. From first look at that replay, that's a great decision from Neil Pratt for my 2 cent. Has made that by millimetres.
Yeah, DRS would be replaying that in slow motion, wouldn't it? Frame by frame, frame by frame.
Cliff in all the right spots. Good work in the ring, though. That's, again, the kind of thing that puts adds to a sense of pressure on the batters.
Good filming by the crew as well. Good. It's always good to get those intricate moments on multiple cameras around the ground. So top work to the guys out there doing the hard yards while we sit here and just commentate on what they're doing. And that's played upish, and that's gone all the way for 6.
Well, it's one of the trademark alley-or shots. He holds the pose with the lofted on drive. And Yorkshire have repeatedly made the mistake of bowling into that slot. And it does look majestic.
Yeah, that's the sort of shot that you don't, as a batting team, you just love to see.
Plenty of games going on across the country today as the Metrobank One Day Cup gets going. We're in Group B. The groups are not regionalised. You can probably guess that by the fact that Hampshire are playing Yorkshire. just what Hampshire would have wanted a few days after losing in the Blast final on Saturday night. A long trip down to up to Scarborough yesterday. Little touch shot. Travels fast across this pretty dry outfield.
I'll make the debutant feel good there. Good stop in the deep. And warm applause from the members in front of the pavilion.
Great to see plenty of young'uns in, getting potentially their first experience of senior professional game. And speaking of first experiences, it looks like Isaac Beppe is going to bowl from the Trafalgar Square end. He's been a regular in the Yorkshire Twos across recent times in both red ball and white ball games. 25-year-old, came through the age groups at Kent with his whippy left armers. Will now bowl his first over in senior professional cricket. Exactly the kind of thing that particularly this competition has been about in recent seasons. Giving players like Beppe the chance to come and make his mark in conversation with his skipper, Don Bess.
Yeah, always a big moment for anybody on debut to get the first ball coming out of the hand. Sometimes it just feels it sort of sticks in there because you're so nervous and you just want to bowl well. So we'll see how he goes coming in from the Pizan Park end. Nice fluid action.
It's a nerve-settling start for Beppe, finding a good area. First up to Middleton.
Strong-looking guy. He bowls with a good technique. Sure, there's a number of people looking at this, seeing what's coming through in the Yorkshire Twos, Yorkshire Pathways, and it's good to see him coming into this game today.
Again, a promising start for Beppe, who has been a regular for Yorkshire's Twos in the Second 11 Championship and the T20 comp. Best of 4 for 53 against the Essex second team in that Second 11 Championship. He's also played for Farsley Cricket Club in the Bradford Premier League.
A well-known club in the Bradford League, Farsley. You're right with his whippy action.
Oh, that's flown away, and it shows you how quick the and dry the outfield is. It actually sort of bounced up and over Point's head. Code coming round. It's a pretty easy two. That's a great example of the difference of the boundary dimensions. The other side of the ground, that definitely goes for 4.
Yeah.
It's another
You're right.
10 to 15 metres or so, and it's downhill. So that would have easily beaten Code had he been coming around from deep third.
Well,
In the
Luxton
equivalent.
was unlucky there, though. You're right, it bounced over his head. I think he was right behind it, but just couldn't get his fingertips up high enough.
In terms of those groups for this competition, Group B has got Derbyshire, Durham, Essex, Glamorgan, Hampshire, Middlesex, the defending champions of Worcestershire, and Sussex. Yorkshire head coach Anthony McGrath said, I think we've got a tough group. I think it's a competition where you've got to try and start well. The games come thick and fast. Of course, you've got to get in the top 3 of the 9 to get into the knockout. So realistically, you've probably got to win a minimum of 5 games to have a chance. Probably 6 should guarantee a top 3 spot. And if you get if you win 7, you've probably won the group and got a home semi-final. Powerfully driven. Solid stop by Hill away to his left. It was one of those awkward ones that bounces just in front of you, but it was never a catching chance. Hit low and hard by Middleton.
Yeah, great piece of fielding there by George Hill. It almost looked like he was, I'm not sure, but he got his hand there and he did stop the ball from racing through to the boundary. I think anything that's hit with that power past a fielder today will reach the boundary.
Getting plenty of encouragement from his captain, Beppe. Don Bess is at, well, it's now mid-off, of course, for always mid-on for Middleton. Just in his ear each over, just sure with a few words of wisdom. Bess, who, of course, was out of Yorkshire's T20 team for quite a part of that campaign, but in and captaining 50 over stuff as he did last season. Back of a length from Beppe, who completes a very encouraging first over in professional cricket that will settle any nerves he might have had. Beppe concedes 3, and at the end of the 13th, it's almost exactly 4 and over. 53 for 1 off 13. It's one of those passages of play that I think both sides might be relatively content with it. And I know you might be sat there shouting at your laptop, your phone, your TV, thinking, well, in this modern era, they're scoring it under 4 and over, but there are some niggly overheads here, and Yorkshire would have been smelling early wickets, having won the toss and chosen to bowl, and they have only taken 1. So Hampshire will feel like they're building a bit of a platform from which they can accelerate. Starts his new over with a dot. In terms of scores elsewhere, Warwickshire is 75 for 2 off 12 against Northants in the other group. In this group, Middlesex are 44 for 1 off 10 against Essex at Radler. Derbyshire are 54 for 1 off 12 against Durham in that one. Somerset are 47 for 1 off 13 against Notts. That's pulled, completely mistimed. Well, a little bit lucky there that didn't actually spoon straight up to mid-on. Elsewhere at Sedbergh, a slow start for Lancashire, 30 for 1 off 10 against Surrey.
That really is a slow start, 30 for 1 off 10.
Yeah, the pitch there is known for being one that offers a bit, and if they've got similar overheads to this, I'd imagine it's not easy for batting. Nice flick from Orr, who gets one. There's a youngster playing for Durham to keep a real eye on in this competition this season, called Benjamin Stokes. And he is in action and he's bowling right now for Durham in that game against Derbyshire. Being very sarcastic, of course, for those relatively new to the sport. Maybe you've been living under a rock. England all-rounder with T20 and 50 over World Cup wins, and recently stepped down as Test captain and retired from international cricket, but England's loss is Durham's gain as Cliff thinks he's got a nick. He has got a nick. So 54 for 2. A second breakthrough for Yorkshire. It's the end of Ali Orr, who looked quite good for his 30, but just fends at one outside the off stump. Simple catch for Duke. Cliff has made his mark, having not played for Yorkshire in the T20s. His first appearance for the White Rose in a few months. And he gets an important one in Orr. Yeah,
just a very good ball from, here we see it again, where Ben Cliff comes in, coming in over the wicket to the left-hander. And it just takes the edge. You can see Ali Orr's reaction. The minute it snicks off his back, he's looking at to see whether Duke takes the catch. You can often read whether batsmen have hit the ball or not by their reaction, and that was a very straightforward catch behind for Harry Duke from a good ball off Ben Cliff.
So this opening pair, who were dominant for Hampshire in this competition last season, have both gone now. Sheikh Lehman heads out to the middle. Of course, his dad, Darren, holds Yorkshire's record men's list A score. Scored on this ground, making a 190 back in the early 2000s. And of course, Jake himself had a spell for Yorkshire in the 2016 County Championship. He played 5 games as part of a side that almost made it a three-peat under Jason Gillespie. Scored a century for Yorkshire in defeat against Somerset, and he averaged just over 50 across those 5 matches.
A bit of field placing going on here. There's obviously, we've got a lot of people waving their arms, and poor old Bippy on the boundary is being moved left and right by Adam Lyth and Dom Best, not both pointing in the same direction at the same time as Cliff comes in now. Bowls, and that's work round on down to square leg, and they'll just take the single there.
That record I mentioned for Darren Lehman, making 191 off 103 balls, which back then was extraordinarily fast. This was not an era where people used to regularly score at 2 runs a ball. Made that against Notts here on the 26th of August 2001. Oh, is that another nick? No. No, it's not.
Just a play and a miss there. Just,
well,
but there were a few heads in hands. It did look like it was.
The way Hill sort of confidently peeled away with that Stuart Broad's kind of almost the celeb appeal, with the certainty that he nicked it, made me think that might have taken a little snick on the way through. 55 for 2 then, a successful over for Hill. Successful over for Cliff. Beg your pardon, of course. Trusty box of balls ready to come on. The fixtures come thick and fast in this competition for both of these teams. For Yorkshire, it's a double away day coming up on the 24th. In 3 days' time, they're away against Glamorgan at Neath. 2 days later, they face Sussex at Hove. And then it's a double header at York, Worcestershire on the 29th, and Durham on the 31st. Durham side that we expect will include Ben Stokes. And then a trip to Lords for Yorkshire on August the 2nd when facing Middlesex. And it's Derbyshire here at Scarborough on the 7th of August. And the league campaign rounds off away against Essex at Chelmsford for the White Rose on the 11th. Happy back of a length, and has Lehman just swishing a little bit awkwardly.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of swishing outside off stump in the last 2-3 overs, so whether this old ball is just starting to swing a little bit more in these conditions, it'd be interesting to have a look. But some poor shots outside off stump at the moment, and Yorkshire will be encouraged to see that starting to happen.
Lovely lines and lengths from Beppe. It's almost a carbon copy repeat of the previous ball. Pretty much a game of spot the difference between the two.
It looks like Lehman just wants to get on with it and but he's just not timing it well at the moment, and the ball is beating him for a little bit of pace with this whippy action. Looks good, this young fast bowler.
Promising early signs for Isaac Beppe. And again, 3 in a row. That one got a bit more lift and bounce, but it's a similar ball and a similar result. Pressure just building on 33-year-old Australian.
And what this starts to do is starts to put doubt in the batter's mind, because he's thinking, I feel like I should have hit the last one and the one before and the one before. So that's 3 in a row now where he's just played and missed. If Beppe could bowl a nice little Yorker now on off stump.
Can he bowl to the order of former England skipper alongside me? Well, that will do very nicely from Beppe's point of view.
Encouragement from Adam Lyth at slip.
In terms of fixtures, I mentioned how busy Yorkshire's fixtures are. Hampshire similarly so. They've got their first home game of the Metrobank in 3 days, hosting Middlesex at the Utilita Bowl. And then just 2 days later, they travel to New Road to face Worcestershire this Sunday. Bowled by Beppe, and then Hampshire travel to face Essex at Chelmsford on the 31st of July. Next Sunday, the 2nd of August, they host Durham at the Utilita Bowl. Just 3 days later, they host Glamorgan at the same venue. They then travel to face Sussex at Hove on Sunday, the 9th of August. Then 2 days later, they host Derbyshire on Tuesday, the 11th. And, of course, potential knockout games to follow. And these sides meet in the County Championship. Hampshire host Yorkshire at the Utilita Bowl on the 20th of August. Of course, we're a bit of away from the conclusion of that, but there's an intriguing end to the County Championship season coming, as that's the end of the 15th. 55-2. Leicestershire and Hampshire both sit in the bottom 2 spots on 72 points. Yorkshire are third bottom with 89 points, but it's an incredibly packed table, because Yorkshire, while being third bottom, are actually only 27 points off Nottinghamshire, who are top, which is incredibly tight when you think that that's not far off the maximum number of points you can get for a win where you take all your bonus points. Bumper. It's a good bumper, and it's a swish at it from Middleton. It is wided on height, but I think if you're Cliff, you don't really mind that too much. He's pulled a good threatening delivery, and the nature of the extra bounce is that at Scarborough that can happen.
Yeah, that one absolutely flew, and I think he'll count himself. I don't know. It looked a little bit of a late call, but as he comes in once more. And this time it's driven firmly, but straight to the fielder at the covers. And there's no run there. This wicket is yet again proving that if you put a little bit into it, then you're going to get something out of it. And John Dodds, the groundskeeper, will be very happy with what he's seeing at the moment, where the batters, when they've applied themselves, can hit some good, glorious shots, but the bowlers can get a little bit out of it, not the least of the Bencode wicket in the fourth over when it jagged back. That one is wide. That's down leg side.
Just lost his radar, Cliff. Yeah, he's a wise old sage, John Dodds. He actually called exactly what happened at the coin toss 10 minutes before it did. He said to me, look, I know people will always bat here, but actually, this is one of the very rare days I think I'd bowl, because of the overheads and because of how conditions may change, may get hotter later on. That thick cloud cover will burn off. Nice shot. Will run away down the hill until Bess manages to stop it. Not easy fielding on that slightly undulating slope with the ball running away from you. And it's Bess's fielding that ensures that it's only 1, when otherwise it might well have been 4. I remember him at almost the exact same spot of turf last year, having to field a newspaper. Got onto the outfield and
Big cheers.
he was chasing after different parts of it. Sometimes the headlines write themselves, and Graham Hardcastle came up with a few clever puns off the back of that. Cliff not far off getting another wicket in a very similar way to how he got Orr. The reason getting Orr and Gubbins relatively cheap so important for Yorkshire was those two last year in this competition between them scored 1,300 runs. They were an extraordinarily effective partnership. Both of them got a couple of hundreds. And today they've both gone for a combined score of 39, which I think Yorkshire would have taken every day of the week. Glorious. Beautiful shot from Lehman, who's been really struggling for his timing, in truth, in the first few balls of this innings. But that might be the boundary that he needs to get himself going.
One very happy little boy there, fielding the ball. I love the kids at being at Scarborough. I love the fact that they're so involved in the game. They just love it. There were a couple sitting on the sidelines a moment ago trying to get a signature.
Again, Cliff is finding a really good rhythm to particularly the left-handers here. Yeah, when you're that age, getting an autograph, or these days in a more modern sense, often a selfie, or, as you have with the T20, getting on the pitch as a guard of honour for the players, or, of course, just getting on the pitch at all. And one of the nice things about Scarborough is it's a very accessible ground in that sense. Even, 35 minutes before the game started, you had both teams warming up, but in a couple of corners of the outfield, you had youngsters on playing their own game of cricket.
It's dropped.
Dropped to backward point. It was hit hard, and Luxton going back. It was a catch it or wear it situation, and he just couldn't quite hold on. So that is a life for Lehman. 62 for 2. It's a bit of a wild flash outside the off stump. Lehman is dropped on 5 by Gubbins. By Luxton, I should say.
It flew, but you'd expect Luxton to take that. He's usually very good in the field, and it just flew to him, and I think it just went quicker than even he anticipated. Disappointing there for Cliff and disappointing for Luxton.
And they would punish Yorkshire. Now, on our end, the P-Zone Park end, Beppe will continue. Just neatly drops his bat on that one for a single, does Fletcher Middleton.
It's proving quite a handful, Beppe. You know, it'll be one of those first season scenarios where the batters are not yet familiar with the style of bowling, let alone, they won't know the name, so they'll be unfamiliar with the style of bowling. So this is the time when you can usually just cash in a little bit. So he'll be looking to probe a little bit more outside on that off stump, and just try and take the wicket. That's driven down the ground, and that's going to beat Don Best down here to the long gone boundary.
Yeah, well, they tried to set something of a trap, I guess you could say. I mean, they left mid on absent. It's a bit of a bluff for it being maybe even a short ball with field they've got. Doesn't look like Beppe's going to change it, though.
They've got a forward square leg catching and sort of mid-wicket, mid-on catching as well. But they've left mid-on, straight mid-on open.
The length calmly guided by Lehman, who will get 1. He certainly might be new into this Yorkshire senior team, but he won't be unknown to his teammates. Isaac Beppy's played a lot of club cricket at Farsley with Harry Duke. That is Harry Duke's club. So Duke has kept to Isaac Beppy's bowling many times over the years.
That's always good to have a good partnership with your wicketkeeper when you're a bowler.
Oh, has that got a nick? It has. It's a first wicket in professional cricket on his debut for Isaac Beppy. He deserves it. He's bowled a really lovely spell here and just induces a slight edge from Fletcher Middleton. And it's his Farsley teammate, Harry Duke, who doesn't drop those behind the stumps. 68 for 3. And what a lovely story and a lovely start to life at this level for Isaac Beppy.
Just as we were talking about the partnership between bowler and wicketkeeper, there we see it in action. Left arm over the wicket to the right-hander, takes the ball across, there just nicks the bottom end of the bat, and once again you can see the batter looking round at the wicketkeeper to see whether it's carried through and he's taken it. But that's a good first wicket for the young man.
Well, it's that looking round of guilt that's always something of a giver, a vintage left-armer's dismissal, and certainly already shown today that he's got plenty of natural gifts to offer. Isaac Beppy. 2 relatively quick wickets have fallen then, with Hampshire losing Orr in the 14th over and now in the 17th. Losing another in the form of Middleton. So Tom Prest comes out there to join Lehman. Prest, who scored a ton against Yorkshire in this competition 3 years ago, made 105 in the game at York, which Hampshire went on to win. They dominate the head-to-head with Yorkshire. Hampshire have won the last 4 list day meetings, including winning here at Scarborough last season in the semi-final, and also Hampshire won here in 2022. Beppy right on the money too. New batter. Middleton gone then for a circumspect 16 off 36. Day where the suspicion is that batting will get easier as it goes on.
Yeah, one more ball in the over to go. Beppy.
And he's almost got him. Pressed not far off, turning the ball onto his own stumps. There is such a thing as having hands that are too soft sometimes. So a successful over for Isaac Beppy, and an over he will never forget, and that is why. 68 for 3 then off 17. I said about 5 overs ago that it was one of those starts that both teams would be slightly content with Hampshire rebuilding a platform after losing Gubbins early, but there's no doubt after those 2 wickets it's Yorkshire who are the ones slightly more in control.
Nice moment in front of the pavilion when the bowling coach Mick Lewis came out and gave him a high five.
This new over starts with one that again is exactly where he'd want to be. And there's Beppy also getting some congratulations from Jack White, who, if he was fully fit, you would have had as probably a certainty to play today, but White still just slightly coming back from some shin soreness, and it's probably that is what's given the space in the 11 for Beppy to come in. Confident ball shot out towards that shorter boundary. Neat fielding out there, and it had to be not easy, undulating surface. And downward slope. Your pull and your cut shot so important here at Scarborough. So facing up to Cliff for the first time is Prest. 23-year-old batter from Wimborne. Beautiful part of the Hampshire countryside with a particularly picturesque cricket ground. Went to Camford School, came through the Hampshire pathway. Once scored a treble 100. 303 not out for Hampshire in a twos game against Sussex. That's a nice bumper from Cliff that says welcome to the game. That triple 100 back at the Rose Bowl Nursery Ground in 2021. And to make it even better, that was just a few hours after sitting his A-level geography exam. What do you think of those stories of someone trying to combine sport and exams? That has to be one of the best of them. Straight out of the exam hall and out to the wicket.
Good ball from Cliff, turned him square on that occasion. That's a good thing. When you're a bowler, you're trying to get the batsmen to lose their shape a little bit, and that's a perfect example.
The wildlife, all part of the fun here at Scarborough. I remember in a championship game last season, Imam al-Haq having to pull out of facing a delivery just as the bowler was almost at the release point because a seagull flew past. I also remember Matt Milnes, of course, has moved back to his home county of Kent, having a banana of his stolen down at the deep third boundary by a seagull last season. Of course, those two are the big questions for Yorkshire in this campaign. They've lost 688 runs from the bat of Imam al-Haq last summer, the top run scorer in the competition, and they've lost Milnes' 15 wickets, the top wicket taker. If Yorkshire are to mount a serious challenge, others, including Cliff, have got to step up. Try and fill that void. Well judged quick single gets pressed off the mark and he'll keep strike. Tidy over from Cliff. 70 for 3 then off 17. These two first change bowlers have done a good job in tandem for Yorkshire. Beppe has 1 for 9 off 3 and Cliff has 1 for 26 off 6. I imagine Bess will potentially delay bringing on himself or live the spinners as late as possible. Want to get as much as he can with pace on out of these overheads. Of course, he hasn't got a fifth frontline seam option, so he will have to turn to himself soonish, you'd imagine. Worked neatly for 1.
You got to love Adam live. There was a little bit of an anguish. Oh, you lucky man there, as he played that one quite comfortably down to third man. But obviously, Lythe is trying to encourage the youngsters that are in the team, and that's something that, as a young player, you just love it when the experienced, respected players in the team are giving you that type of encouragement. Seagull flying once more. Not sure where he's going. Who's offering him any food?
I don't know. I'm not sure they need to be offered. I'm not sure they need much invitation.
Who's showing any food?
Yes, exactly. Flicked out into the onside. All part of the fun of the fair at Scarborough.
And Yorkshire will be quite happy at the moment with Hampshire going along, and I think it's just under 4 and over. She says quickly doing her maths.
Yes, spot on.
Struck out to the deep cover where there'll be a single. It's very much a single or a boundary. It looks like there are a couple of pockets where you could potentially run 2s. I'd be very surprised if we see a 3.
I think it depends on the side of the ground. So going towards that western side, you're spot on, because it's shorter, it's down below 60 metres and it's downhill. Slightly uphill, around 70 metres towards that popular bank, there is that possibility to scamper back for 2. Sending it out wide, Beppy, keeping those 2 slips very much interested.
Yeah, I mean, the wide Yorker is always a run-saving ball, and I think that's what he was trying to do there. It's probably a little bit wide, in so much as had Prescott a bat on that would have flew probably between point and third man. So he'll be looking to bring that one in a little bit straighter. And
this one's
almost too straight because he's worked that run round to leg side for 4 runs down fine leg.
Well, that's the classic. The left-hander, left armour, I should say, loses their line. It becomes a very easy tuck away. It's given us leg byes, though, so it won't count for press tally. We see a bit more of wildlife. There's certainly plenty of it in this part of the world. Went for a big cycle yesterday to Bridlington, and on my way, I went and had a good old look at the RSPB Bempton Cliffs, which if you're ever near Scarborough are well worth a visit. Too full, too wide. Prest's first boundary.
Oh, the young man needs to get down a little bit more there. Was a little bit fearful and it evaded him on the boundary.
Yeah, we needed to see a long barrier, really, but one of the most aesthetically pleasing shots of the day. That will give Prest some real confidence. Square drive for 4. You can see a bit of all sorts at the Bempton Cliffs. Saw some puffins, saw some gannets, saw some razorbills, hundreds and hundreds of birds. Absolutely stunning nature. So if you're ever near Scarborough, well worth getting yourself across there to have a look. Of course, that's going down towards Bridlington, but if you go up, you end up going to Whitby, which is well worth a day trip as well. Of course, Adam Live, one of Yorkshire's most favoured sons from that part of the world. Whitby native. Well, spin is going to have to finally come into it for Yorkshire. They've been reluctant to do so because of the conditions. 80 for 3 off 19, then that last over going for 10. And Don Bess, Yorkshire's One Day Cup captain, into the action from the Trafalgar Square end.
Little bit over pitch there from Don Bess.
Yeah, he's got away with that. That's the classic, I'm going to have a look at one from the new bowler. Was that a bit more flight? And was there a nick on it? I'm not quite so sure there was. There doesn't seem to be much head in hands or frustration. Turn straight to short fine leg.
The other thing with spin on is you can rattle through these overs quite quickly. And Hampshire just need to be mindful of that. As Don Bess just alters the field slightly. Fields that one off his own bowling to prevent a run.
Bess back in the side as captain, but had a spell out of the team in the T20s. Oh, Duke thinks he's got him here, as does Bess. Umpire completely unmoved, but it's taken a flick off maybe a trouser or a pad on the way through because it hasn't been wided. Bess said in the build-up to this competition, we've got a great group, not missing too many in the 100. I still think there should be a lot more of us playing in the 100, but that's their loss and Yorkshire's gain. This time, Lehman will get one, and as for his personal absence, said that it was about trying to fight its way back into the team and prove his worth. He missed 5 games in a row in the T20 comp from the away loss against Leicestershire. He didn't come back in until the final group game, the home win against Nottinghamshire. And then he played in the quarter-final, but he didn't bowl. One of the interesting things about that quarter-final was Yorkshire had Moeen Ali, Jafar Chauhan and Dom Bess, but they didn't bowl a ball of spin in the run chase.
Interesting, just looking at the match summary there, the name missing off the list is George Hill, who's actually bowled 6 overs for 6 runs, but he hasn't taken a wicket. So he's not on that bowlers list, that match summary there, because he hasn't taken the wicket.
And yet, in many ways, across his spell, you'd say he's been Yorkshire's best bowler.
Yes, very much so. I think that was what I was trying to make the point of, but not so succinctly.
Change of ends for Code, 1 for 28 off 3. He got struck about a bit earlier on by Ali Orr, but he did get the wicket of Nick Gubbins. Code playing his first game for Yorkshire since playing against Hampshire in the championship game that Hampshire won by 214 runs back in April. He's been excellent in the One Day Cup across recent seasons. He got injured in the 3rd game of last season's One Day Cup against Durham.
That's just run down to 3rd man for a single. That's a fairly easy, straightforward. Most of us will be very used to seeing that with the shot that Joe Root plays often to get off the mark and keep rotating the strike.
It's a shot that I think when you think of a men's player, your mind pretty quickly gravitates to Root or Kane Williamson, a trademark for both of them. Okay, nice length from Code. Not entirely dissimilar to the previous ball. 30 overs left from here. On a ball would get Hampshire to 260. They do bat quite deep though. And they know that Scarborough tends to be a high scoring ground, so I would imagine they'd be wanting a bit more than that.
Yeah, I would be thinking 300 minimum is what teams should be looking for at Scarborough. Ideally, you'd be looking at 350. Slight alteration in the field. George Hill coming across to a sort of gully catching position. There's still a 3rd man down there. As that's played out to point.
Yeah, got to be very disciplined here. 6-3 field. Deep backward square leg on the 45, deep square leg just in front of the umpire, and then mid on the only 3 in the onside. And looks like Bess and Code are discussing pretty much exactly that now. Back to Code. He's got a really curious, fascinating pre-ball, inter-ball sync situation, Lehman. I've been keeping a really detailed eye on it, and it's certainly one of the funkier ones around. Batting, of course, doing about what works well for you as an individual. Straight drive. And one of the best we've seen all day. All perfectly in sync there from Lehman. And Code just guilty of over-pitching, but wasn't it put away nicely. You see here that front foot very out and open, and then the back foot comes across, but ultimately it all ends up looking absolutely picture perfect. So 87 for 3 then, off 21. A few people in the YouTube live comments asking why Yorkshire have gone to spin, wondering why Bess is on. Well, Dom Bess has to be on because Yorkshire have only got 4 frontline non-spinning options. Bess on to bowl his second. Press just works this away for a single. So Bess and Lyde between them have got to bowl 10 overs. Yorkshire don't have an option not to. That's straight back to Yorkshire's skipper. It's born Devonian, but honorary Yorkshireman by now. He's been here so long. Feels like a long time ago that made the move from one end of the country to the other. Good crowd in, of course. Our stand, for safety reasons, has got nobody in it, but all the others are pretty packed. Bess again, keeping pressed nice and tied up with this 5-foot onside defensive field. Can't afford to offer Prest too much with. The question is if Prest fancies going inside out to get to the short boundary, which Bess wants to protect. But instead, with the scoreboard as it is, unsurprisingly, Prest content to play somewhat conservatively for now. Prest going back game. That's the end of another Bess over. Very white ball spinner stuff, really. Racing through the over in blink of an eye. Just 2 singles off it. 89 for 3, then off 22. Yorkshire hunting a first List A win against Hampshire since 2014, when Yorkshire won by 6 wickets with 21 overs to spare. Jimmy Adams, now the Hampshire coach, made 91 not out that day. Adil Rashid took 5 for 33. Jack Brooks took 3 for 30. And Alex Lees, now of Durham, hit 61. Johnny Bairstow hit 45 not out. But to give you a sense of how long ago that was, 12 years back, the only 2 players left who play for either club now, in fact it's 3 who were involved that day: Liam Dawson, Adam Live and Johnny Bairstow. The likes of a young Kane Williamson was Yorkshire's overseas, Tim Bresnan, Danny Briggs was playing for Hampshire, Michael Carberry. Through extra cover. Just keep an eye on Lehman in the pre-delivery there.
He's got two triggers, hasn't he?
The front foot's pointing down the pitch, the back foot.
And the bat is angled out as if it's going to come through to mid-wicket. You know, it's probably not the sort of role model you want young players to look at when you're wanting them to bring a bat through straight, pick the bat up straight, keep sideways. He gets square, his bat goes out, but it's very effective for him.
Yeah, the dictionary definition of batting being about doing what works for you. And he's, of course, effectively sacrificed his Australian international dream with this Hampshire contract, because he signed as a local player on a British passport for 2026 and 2027. He hit 2 tons in the Sheffield Shield last winter. I have to say, though, without a doubt, though, one of the coolest parts of Jake Lehman's career is the fact that he's done something that every young cricketer will be one of their kind of ultimate dreams when you put your head on the pillow at night, which is in a big bash game. On debut, he faced the final ball of the match, which he hit for 6 to win the game for the Adelaide Strikers against the Hobart Hurricanes.
Amazing.
Doesn't get much better than that as a way to...
No, that is the stuff of dreams for sure. I think you've just summed that up very nicely as Code comes in once more.
Code just starting to find a slightly better line and length. They brought a short mid-wicket in for Lehman here and taken the slip out.
I sometimes wonder if it's more difficult to control coming down the hill slightly. It feels like you're coming down the hill from Trafalgar Square rather than slightly up the hill from P-Zone Park. And I think with that, you've got more control as your body doesn't run away from you. That's work round to square leg. They've run the first one fast, but there's no second run there.
Yeah, even to that longer boundary, if the fielding's quicker, second is relatively improbable. 90 for 3, then off 23. So a good squeeze is being applied by Yorkshire here. The last 10 overs have brought just 37 runs for the loss of a couple of wickets. It's a little bit of a rebuilding job needed as Best continues, trying to keep things tight. It's only gone for 3 off 2 so far. Certainly a game and a fixture that has plenty of history, this one. At least in that semi-final last season where Hampshire won by 18 runs. It's got past the short mid-wicket fielder, but the 2 sweepers, because it's that longer boundary, will be able to get round and cut it off. In the old John Player League, these sides met for the first time in this format in 1970. Barry Richards hit 155 not out as Hampshire piled up 215 for 2 in a 40-over game, which is sort of the equivalent of getting about 500 these days. To give you an idea of just how tough it was and just how magisterial Barry Richards was that day, Yorkshire managed 74 for 9 in reply. Oof. It was a Yorkshire side that included quite a lot of pretty famous names. Little guide. It has got past short third. It's a quick outfield. Beppe will get there comfortably, though, to keep it to 2. Back then, you're looking at the likes of Geoffrey Boycott, Doug Padgett, David Bairstow, Johnny Bairstow's dad, Chris Old, Tony Nicholson, Trevor Jesty was in action for Hampshire alongside Richards. Plenty of air on that one from Bess. First time we've seen the sweep from Lehman. Targeting that shorter side to Whiteman. One thing I have picked up, Sam Whiteman has been a bit of a vice-captain out there to Don Bess. He's been in his ear a lot, which is not surprising. Whiteman's going to be key in this Metro Bank campaign for Yorkshire. On the track, trying to get it straight and wide of mid-off, but didn't really get hold of it cleanly. It's just one more, so I'm just struggling to find the boundary here, and Yorkshire really putting the pressure on. 96 for 3. 24. Run rate is exactly 4 and over. Just by the way he pulled up there, I'm a little bit concerned about Code. Seemed to sign that, yeah, he just went to kind of rub his back. It looked like he maybe landed on what is a very hard outfield a little bit awkwardly.
I think the ball bounced on him at the last minute and he had to get into an awkward position to stop it. But he's coming into bowl now and he's looking fairly smooth as that's run down to third man for a single. Slight misfield, but recovered quickly. Just the one off that. Yeah, I think there's a few players that you're always a bit nervous when they go down or when they do something slightly different because of their injury record or fragility. And Ben Code would be one of them. He's one of those players that Yorkshire members love seeing, but he spends a lot of time injured in a season.
Oh, that is absolutely thumped. Stand and deliver. Well, again, Code just risking falling into the slot. Thumped down the hill for 4 by Lehman.
Yeah, a little bit wide, and Lehman played that one on the up, but played it with his head over the ball, and it just raced.
A response from Code.
The interesting one for Bess will be, when do I bowl certain bowlers, and when do I've got to bowl each of these bowlers for 10 overs, so I've got to try and get the best out of them at various times depending on what they consider the matchups to be. That's a better ball.
Yeah, it's one thing that's quite noticeable as these sides recomposition themselves, but for Yorkshire, of course, a very, very different T20 team, but having the likes of AJ Tai, Hassan Ali, Fahim Ashraf, Moeen Ali, the side had 7, if not sometimes even 8 frontline bowling options, and it's not quite the same story for Yorkshire today. It's a frontline 5, and then a little bit of Adam Lyth.
Yeah, and you need bowlers to get into their stride quite quickly. One who consistently gets into their stride quickly is George Hill, of course, who didn't play in a couple of the Vitality Blast games and then came back for the quarter-final and bowled superbly.
Yeah, Hill's had 6. Code will have had 6 after this. Cliff has had 6. Beppy 1 for 15 off 4. Came off to make way for Cliff. And then Bess himself has had just 3. Just slightly squared up. Facing that one pressed. Penny for the thoughts of Luxton, of course, as he picks that one up. It was Luxton who couldn't hold on. Lehman dropped when he was on 5 by Luxton off Cliff. It was hit hard, but straight at him at backward point. Couldn't quite get his hands in front of his chest in time. The score was 62 for 2 at the time. And
we're halfway.
Lehman doing his best to rub salt in the wounds. 103 for 3 then, after 25.
So at the halfway mark, Hampshire are 103 for 3 wickets, and Drinks has just concluded the 12th and 13th for each team are coming off. James Wharton having a lovely chat with the umpires. Not selected today, still got a slight niggle in his finger. We see the overs of the Yorkshire bowlers, and Hill just phenomenal. Runs per over 1. So he's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens for 6 runs. And we're going to continue with Dom Bess from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
So runnable from here gets Hampshire 253, but they want a lot more than that. 8 and over would get them 303. Based on the history of Scarborough, as a high-scoring ground, they'd be looking more in that direction. Oh, quicker and flatter. Nice variation from Bess.
Yeah, both the wicketkeeper and the bowler were interested in that one. A little bit of reaction, but no edge from Prest. Full toss.
Yeah, that's horrid from Bess, and it gets what it deserves. Sent down the hill. Owen Smith on 12ing for Yorkshire. Can't get round to it.
Hospitality looking full today. Looking like they're having a good time over in the marquee.
Ground is packed. Really lovely to see that the outgrounds and kind of festival feel one of the big parts of this Metrobank One Day Cup in recent seasons. We're in our sort of enclosed. Best again racing through the overhead. We're in our enclosed stand, which spectators aren't allowed in for health and safety reasons. There's just us on commentary, the production team, and a few journalists. Every other part of the ground, we're sort of enclosed in with fencing. Every other part of the ground is absolutely full, which is really good to see. I know even without this stand being operational, they were saying they can fit 6,500 in. I don't think we're quite at 6,500, but the crowd's definitely slowly built through that first half of the innings. I think that's a little bit of lunch being brought up towards the media area. That fencing you can see is what we've been alluding to, keeping us very much penned in here, but every other part of the ground is pretty full. Well, Benison is on with his leg breaks, and his first ball is short and not really timed, but it will go for 4.
Yeah, that wasn't that far away from a potential wicket. It was a rank long hop, short hop really, but he didn't quite get hold of it. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes for the rest of this over and how the batters deal with him.
It's a better ball from Benison. He has bowled a fair bit in Yorkshire's twos games with his leggies, but it definitely is a show of faith in from Bess in him to bring him on here.
Duke just making sure that the angles are correct.
It's again more encouraging delivery for Benison. Banana Brooks on YouTube saying journalists protected by fencing. Well, we're just following the health and safety regulations, but yeah, that's where we are up here in Cali 1. Will of course be interesting to see what happens with the restructure of this part of the ground. I understand Scarborough Cricket Club are looking at different options related to companies that can essentially come and potentially demolish this stand or see if there's a way of restructuring this stand to make it safe again.
It's a much better ball there from Will Benison, better length. His line's been okay. It's just been a bit short in the first few, which is often a little bit of nerves as much as anything else. Comes in now, and another good length, and he's fielding off his own bowling.
A name probably unfamiliar to a fair chunk of our audience. Just his second game for Yorkshire, and that was his first ever bowl in a competitive senior men's game for Yorkshire. Ends up conceding 8, having gone for 4 off the first. Signed on a 2-year rookie contract, and this is the second of those 2 years. Came through at Sheriff Hutton Bridge. As you see, that's the press box there, and we're away to...
You can't even see us there. We're in the corner.
David Bumble Lloyd has been very complimentary of him. His best continues. He's watched a lot, David Lloyd, of Benison, because he lives near Sheriff Hutton Bridge. Said he's a proper player, thrilled for him, been watching him for quite some time. He's the real deal, which is high praise. He scored a ton for England against the India under-19s. That's the closest thing a spinner gets to a Yorker, and it's dug out.
Yeah, just squeeze that one out. Almost, it's sort of half volleyed out towards the cover boundary. Lehman's trying to slow it down a bit.
Just a little dab shot from Lehman in some vacant space for 2. Hampshire looking for a period of consolidation before seeking a big finish and a launch, kind of like they did in this game last season in the semi-final, where in the latter part of the innings, suddenly Dawson and Curry went ballistic. And these sides met. Hampshire ended up posting 304 for 6. Dawson with 142, Curry with 61 not out. Yorkshire were 146 for 1 off 27, well placed in the run chase, but lost 4 for 25 and ended up falling 18 runs short on DLS. Ancient accumulation, the order of the day right now for Lehman and Preston. Now they're both in and settled. You would imagine with time that a slightly higher degree of intent will come.
Building this partnership really nicely, without taking too many risks.
Good, sensible stuff from this pair. Do let us know in the YouTube live chat where you're watching from. Always great to hear where you are across the world. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. Brought to you proudly by Vertu, whose kind sponsorship enables us to bring you live free cricket exclusively for all Yorkshire women's, men's and home games, whatever you're watching across the globe. To continue. First over went for 8. I just wonder whether Code not quite looking at his best is a bit of a factor as to why Yorkshire are bringing Benison on here and trying him. Oh, was there a nick on that? It wasn't far away at all. Code, for context, has gone for 7 and over. He's gone for 42 of his 6.
Benison comes in once more, and that's driven down to a wide long on for just the single.
Someone who a lot of people are very excited about in the Yorkshire setup. He got a ton for the Yorkshire 2s against Surrey at York in a big run chase last season.
Just having a look in somebody's lunchbox, what they got there.
Yeah, I guess we are starting to move towards that time of the day.
Quite a queue at the old fish and chip van and the other concessions around the ground.
Just a nudged single.
And just by rotating the rotating the strike. Hampshire are doing a great job here with the left and the right hander on, because at some stage there may be one that where the bowler doesn't adjust their line and they get a free hit. A bit like that one there, which was just over pitch, but it's still only a single. But 6 runs and over, as you've already said, will keep accumulating the score and take the score up to a position where they can really go for that springboard platform.
Yeah, chose not to take the extra on offer there, Prest. Maybe thinking that he could bisect the sweepers for a boundary. It's a better second over than his first from Benison. 127 for 3 then off 29. Only 4 from his second over.
Scorecards for sale by the Scarborough Cricket Club volunteers around the ground.
All part of the strange quirks of our sport. Of course, plenty of people will come to the cricket and will score it ball by ball. There's few things more aesthetically pleasing than a colour-coded, coloured pen manual scorebook. It really is a thing of beauty.
I did that for a test match.
Oh, nice.
So when we were playing tests in India, whoever wasn't playing had to score.
I think that single-handedly tells you quite how far
Yes.
women's cricket has come.
I took great delight in colour coding it and being able to put coloured pens, dot balls for certain bowlers, you know, it was, yeah, gave me something to do.
And this would have been, because I know you got your
Oh,
test
that was
time against
81,
India at Blackpool.
1981, that was a
gonna
long
say,
time ago.
I would have guessed it was towards the early part of your career, sort of fighting your way into the team.
Yeah.
This will be one more for Lehman, who just going about his business with a minimum of fuss. For those unfamiliar with my co-commentator's career, captained England in a World Cup final in 1998, England losing to Australia at the MCG. Fired in by Bess, who's persisting with this 5-4 leg side field. He just wants to protect that short boundary on the offside, which is also hitting down the hill for Prest. Bess is sticking very diligently to that middle and leg stump line.
Yeah, good over there, just 2 runs off it. So that, some might say it's negative spin bowling, but it's like horses for courses. You know, you're in a situation where you want to keep the runs down. You do want to take wickets because that's the best way of taking of keeping the runs down. But at the same time, it's a good over from a spinner.
Lovely to see so many of you getting in touch on the Vertu YouTube live chat to let us know where you're watching from. Rex in Wakefield, Econ in Athens, Greece, HXNT in Bali.
Wow.
Paul Jeffels from Holan in Vietnam. James from Delaware, USA. Angus Terode from Paris. It's nice to hear all the different parts of the world watching the Metrobank One Day Cup as Beppe is flicked around the corner. There is a shy. And the reactions, I think Yorkshire think it might have been tight. I wasn't in line, but I thought Lehman would have been okay here. Lehman didn't even feel the need to pull out the dive.
It was a good bit of fielding, though. It was a quick pick-up, a turn and throw, so didn't give himself chance to sight the stumps, but just natural reactions. George Hill turns and throws. We might see it better on this replay, so he picks it up, turns and throws. I think Lehman would have been miles out.
I tell you what, yeah, I take it all back. I take it all back. I need to get myself to the opticians, despite having had laser eye surgery a few years ago. That was out by a yard. Superb work from Nathan Robson, our VMix producer, Nate the Great, as I call him, and our hard-working camera team behind the scenes, Miles and Rob Halls on 2 man cameras today, and there's 4 fixed cameras around Scarborough as well. Wanted to go a little bit squarer than he did there. There's a hint of the outside edge about it.
Yeah, that was a bit of outside edge down to third man there. So just in the last few overs, you can see that Hampshire are wanting to try and get on with it a little bit, taking runs that could be considered to be a little bit risky, taking shots and taking edges. But this is the stage of the game where they really do need to just start putting the foot on the accelerator a little bit. Not full, but just starting to get moving.
It's from Beppe, 1 for 15 or 4 from his first spell. This partnership has just ticked past being worth 50. Paul is watching in South Shore, Nova Scotia. Simon in Houston, Texas. Good to have you all with us on this live stream, powered by Vertu. As the One Day Cup kicks into gear today. Blowing square drive, and even with it being a longer boundary, that will go through backward point. Nicely timed by Lehman. In fact, it's pressed, I beg your pardon, just a little too wide, and that gives the full, and that gives the freedom for Press to throw his hands at it.
Yeah, once again, the youngsters fielding the ball over the boundary.
Partnership was put on by these two in 64 balls, and they've gone quite a bit past that now as well. It's looking a little bit ominous for Yorkshire here. 69 added by this pair, albeit they haven't necessarily added it quickly. They are just starting to speed up. 137 for 3 then off 31. Still going to be more of Bess. We've seen just the 2 in that spell, of course, from Benison before he's come off. Benison bowling 2 does mean that one of Yorkshire's frontline 5 could afford to be a couple short.
Yeah, I guess at this stage, Ben Code is probably the one who will miss out. I think Cliff and Hill are both quite tidy at the moment.
Well, then if it's those 2 at the death, then you've got to get to 42 without them. I had to bet, I think Bess will bowl himself almost all the way through. He often tends to do that, as long as he's bowling well in those middle overs. Dedication to get down and dive from Beppe.
Yeah, and that's the shot where Lehman has got a couple on both occasions in the last 2 overs. So by cutting it down to a single, he's done a good job there, bringing the right-hander onto strike now.
Best settling into a nice rhythm here for a spinner in a white ball game. Going a tickle under 4 and over is very solid. Oh, first shot of real intent we've seen in a long while. Comes down the track, fancy footwork, and boshes it for 6. This is a nice bit of dancing from Preston. Nice bit of hitting after the fancy footwork to turn it into a half volley. Maybe just a sign of Preston saying, I've had enough of knocking it about now.
Does feel like the clouds are lifting a bit now, though.
Straight back to Bess that time.
It was quite hazy first thing this morning, and now it's getting somewhat clearer.
Straight back to Bess, who fields well off his own bowling. So end of the over. Just wonder whether that 6 from Prest is a bit of a sign of what might be to come here. 145 for 3 then. Nice comment here. Nick watching in Twickenham, exceptionally proud godfather of Isaac Beppe, who's taken his first wicket on debut at this level, getting Fletcher Middleton out caught behind. Andhra Pradesh in India is where Reaper's tuning in from. Primula in Stuttgart. Also got Fernando in Australia. The new over starts with again sort of following the pattern of what we've seen. Just a little turn away for one.
And they come back for 2 with a misfield. So
yeah, there shouldn't have been two there.
These are the things that really start to make it count, you know, when you don't pick up the ball cleanly. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy because very little rain around makes outgrounds, makes outfields very bumpy.
Lehmann moves too short of his half century with a fine cut shot. Short and wide, help yourself down the hill, really.
Yeah, a good shot. Head still, hits through the ball. He's got a few quirks before he actually hits the ball, but on the moment of impact, his head is perfectly still.
And that's what it's ultimately all about. As long as you can get yourself into good positions to make nice contact, to keep that head still at the point of contact. And again, that cut and that pull, arguably often your 2 most important shots at Scarborough, and he's just played them in a row, Lehmann. He goes 1 short of his 50.
There's the difference in the outfield as well. A clean pickup restricts them to a single. When there's a fumble, then they can come through for 2. So good piece of fielding there from Benison out in that. Well, he was on the mid-wicket boundary. He's now on the cover boundary because obviously he was left-handed. Now it's right-handed facing.
Length, just nudge 2 best. He fancies a shy, but Prest was always making it home that time. So Prest has 42, and it's just 1 off the milestone here, Lehmann. From 49 off 62.
Yeah, he's batted well. Batted very well. He's had a couple of chances.
Yeah, Lehmann dropped by 5. Dropped on 5 by Luxton off cliff with the score 62 for 2. Now we'll be kept waiting on the milestone. A wayward bumper from Beppe.
Yeah, you got to love the youth and exuberance, you know, where he wants 1 for his 50 and he's like, I'm not going to give it to him easy. I'm going to make him count, make this count. And unfortunately drops it a little bit too short and it ends up being a wide.
Flicked neatly by Lehmann, who will get to the milestone with very little fuss, and that sums up what this innings has been. Fuss-free, efficient cricket from Darren Lehmann, surname of course so synonymous. I should say, beg your pardon, of course, Jake Lehmann. I said Darren Lehmann, I'm sure I'm not the first person to make the statement. The point I was going to make is against a county so synonymous with, because Jake himself has played for Yorkshire 10 years ago. He's overseas, and his dad Darren is one of Yorkshire's most famous adopted sons from his time here in the early 2000s. 50 off 63 balls with 5 fours. Yorker just turned away for 1 more. Prest now 7 short of the milestone himself. So 156 for 3 then, off 33. just sense that we're seeing a little bit of an upping of the ante here from these two. We know that they're going to want ballpark 300, and to get that from here, it's got to be 8 and over or so. Fantastic to see the wagon wheel from Lehman. 2 fours down the ground, and then a lot of worked singles. That's been the big theme of the innings. And some nice pulls and cuts.
Yeah, good to see those graphics, and you'll see some great shots from Lehman.
Rest facing up. Change of bowling. Bess is off. Code is back from the Trafalgar Square end. And he's belted down the ground. First ball again falls into that slot. It's been an unfortunate theme of Code today. Press takes full advantage and is 1 boundary away from his half century.
Yeah, Ben Code has struggled for the right length today, and he keeps putting the ball in what most batters would call their slot. You know, this is where I want the ball because this is the shot I like. And he'll need to just pull it back into that good hard length. And that one's now down leg side, and that's a wide ball.
Yeah, he has been Yorkshire's, in terms of how he's looked as a bowler, least effective bowler today. That being said,
and yet he bowled the ball of the day, really.
Yeah, exactly. He got the prized fish of Nick Gubbins out early doors.
Tapping Bishop's Tour 11.
I would think going down leg. Hope they're having a good tour. I think of all the places to come for a cricket tour, you can't really beat Scarborough. Rich Alsop watching from Kingscliff, New South Wales, Australia, originally from Hull. It's 10 p.m. unfortunately here, so won't be watching Yorkshire's run chase. Just down the pitch and then we'll get one. So Prest moving ever closer to his milestone. Of course, no shortage of Australian connections up there today. Sam Whiteman, best known for his very successful time with Perth Scorchers. And a fair few other, Jake Lehman, of course, and then a fair few other players that have wintered in Australia as an overseas pro.
Yep.
It's the Yapping
Bishops.
Bishops.
My apologies. I was trying to read it. The Yapping Bishops.
So they're of the faith. They like a chat and they like the cricket. So this time we'll concede another single. I was a little bit surprised to see Code come back here and now. So he's going to try and see if he can find that room. 1 for 28 off 3 in his first spell from this end. None for 14 off 3, bowling at our end of the ground, the Peace Home Park end. Duke is going to stand up. Now this is because quite a few batters have been walking at Code just to try and trap them in their crease. It's becoming an increasingly important part of modern wicket keeping. We saw Tom Blundell do it fantastically for New Zealand in the Test series against England. Alex Carey over the winter. And of course, you think of as a glove man, probably the best currently in England in Ben Folkes, and it's something that he's done regularly to very good effect.
Yeah, very good wicket-keeping skill to have. The only downside is if it does take an edge that would be fairly straightforward. Sometimes they're quite difficult when you're standing up, but certainly makes the batter think. And that's a better ball from Ben Code as well. And that concludes the over. 163 for 3 at the end of the 34th.
So we are definitely seeing a slight increase in aggression. The last 4 overs have conceded 34 runs at 8.5 and over. So there's no doubt that having got themselves back in after drinks, these two have now decided that it's time to push on. There's quite a lot of people who, as George Hill is coming back from the Peasholm Park end, who I would think might, some of them be Delhi Capitals fans, who are asking eagerly about Ashutosh Sharma, who's making his Hampshire debut. Of course, the Delhi Capitals are co-owned by the Hampshire owners GMR, which is probably part of the reason why Sharma's ended up over here. Well, I would imagine that Sharma will be in next. That would be my guess. But for now, Hampshire will be quite happy with these two, just starting to very naturally go through the gears. But that's a great asset for them to have in the hutch. From his first spell, Hill was excellent. None for 6 from 6 overs, including a couple of maidens. That's his second spell in a good spot. Well judged quick single. Brings Preston to strike on 48.
And George Hill has still got 4 overs, including this one, to bowl. So Don Best will be juggling around his bowlers when and where to bowl them.
Well, I'm curious to see what Best does at the death here. Of course, he was captain for all this competition this season, but he's starting the new season with a very different attack to what he left behind. Jack White isn't quite there. He's hoping to play in some of the games later this week with a shin issue. Matthew Milnes, top wicket taker in the competition, moved back to Kent at the end of last season. Don't forget as well that Yorkshire had, for the first half of this competition last season, until he got 100 gig as a replacement player, Matthew Revis as another bowling option. So it's a slightly different looking Yorkshire attack. There's a debutant of Beppe. Code has had 7. If Hill goes on to bowl out in this spell, that's possibly Yorkshire's most effective bowler of the day, but is bowled out. Bess himself has had 7. These two are looking increasingly confident, and Prest will go to his 50, and what a good 50 it has been. He goes to 50 off 55 balls, 5 fours and a 6. But really, the mark of this partnership between Prest and Lehman has been the minimalisation of dot balls.
Yeah, and they're taking full use of the left-hand, right-hand combination. And it's so annoying as a fielder when you have to keep changing.
Good change up from Hill with the bumper. And also, it's not just their lefty and righty. They hit the ball in very different areas. Press tends to hit the ball a little bit straighter more often. And I wonder how much of it owes to his slightly unorthodox technique, but Lehman scores a little bit more square of the wicket too. Although he's starting his second spell as he finished his first, which is keeping things very tight. Yorkshire look for a win against an opponent who've definitely got the rub of the green on them in recent times. Hampshire have not lost in their last 10 games against Yorkshire, which is quite the run across all competitions. 8 losses and a couple of draws. 4 losses for Yorkshire in the County Championship, 2 draws. And then there was a tight T20 game between these sides not too long ago, which Hampshire came out the right side of. Winners by 2 wickets with just 1 ball to spare at the utility bowl. Joe Weatherly not playing today, hit 63 in that one. Rhodes starts his 8th over. Weatherly is one player who I think Hampshire fans will be a bit gutted to not see on the team sheet today, and Yorkshire fans will be quite pleased. He was the top run scorer in the entire Vitality Men's Blast. He hit 2 50s on finals day, the first player to ever do so, but quite understandably has been just given a rest. Same can be said if you're maybe just tuning in late and wondering where the likes of Toby Albert and James Fuller are.
Yeah, I feel quite sorry for county teams really when they lose their county players to the 100, which is great for the individual, but the individual knows that they're not going to go and play at the 100. They're just going to be the 12th, 13th or 14th, and that's quite a tough one because especially if you're in form and you've warranted being selected, but then to not get a gig is quite hard. That's better from Ben Code.
Yeah, this will be Code's 8th, so I wonder if he does end up bowling out in this spell. Hill's already had 7. I wonder if it's the debutant Beppy who's trusted at the death.
Or Cliff.
Yep, Cliff and Beppy have had 6 each. Just makes a bit of room, and we'll get one more pressed.
Beppy does give that point of difference with him being left arm. Hill, Code, Cliff, Bess, Benison, all right arm bowlers, albeit leg spin, off spin, and seamers.
They are going to have to bowl a bit more spin at some point because Bess and Benison have had 9 between them.
I'm sure Bess will bowl out. He'll have his 10 overs.
Yeah, I wonder if Bess trusts himself at the death. Elsewhere, Warwickshire 190 for 3 in the 34th over against Northants. Middlesex 159 for 3 off 32 against Essex at Radlett. Derbyshire 181 for 3 against Durham after 36 overs. Somerset 168 for 3 off 36 against Notts. Again, making room. It's been a theme of this over pressed and cuts away and gets it to that short boundary down the hill for 4. So Press showing signs there that he wants to get inside out of the ball, try and get towards getting that shorter boundary down the hill, and does that very nicely there. So that over has gone for 12. And that again presents Captain Bess with a dilemma as to whether he keeps Code going. Run rate has really climbed. Run rate is up to...
Yeah, I think it only went for
5-11.
8. Let's not do him a disservice.
Oh, beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry, you are right. I'm an over behind. The last 7 overs have gone for 48 at 7 and over, and there'll be more runs here, and there'll be 4 of them. Leg stump half volley. A very, very rare poor ball from Hill.
Yeah, I think Hampshire have just got their foot on the gas now. I think they've got that nice platform that they can go from. They're only 3 wickets down. They've got 14 overs left, 13.5 overs left. And there's no reason why the 2 batters who have set themselves with 50 runs each can't just hit out a little bit more now. They've got the judgment of the pace of the wicket, the pace of the bowlers, and this is the time when they're just going to start really accelerating.
And the concerning thing for Yorkshire will be that they'll feel like they're watching a version of the movie from last year in the semi-final.
Yeah.
When it was Dawson and Curry. Might get all of that. And Hand came off the bat. I think he sensed he was a bit early on it. It was last year in that semi-final, Hampshire lost a few early wickets. Dawson consolidated. And then Dawson and Curry at the end went ballistic. Dawson ended up with 142 off 116. Curry with 61 not out of 40. That took Hampshire to 304 for 6. And despite 100 from Imam al-Haq, making 105, Yorkshire fell 18 short. Bouncer top-edged, but it's not really near deep backward square, who's nowhere near that fine. So it flies away for 4 more. George Hill, who's been incredibly tight today, having comfortably his most expensive over of the innings so far. Signs for Yorkshire here.
Yeah, very much so. The only thing that would change it would be a wicket at this stage, and that's what they'll be pushing for. Hampshire will be very content to just keep going as they are doing. They're doing a great job for the team.
so much to enjoy about this partnership, and these two have really earned the right to go and be more expansive now. I missed a couple of those ago. The partnership has gone past the 100 mark as well. In a very even partnership between Prest and Lehman. They've steadily accelerated. The first 50 took 64 balls. The second 50 came much quicker. Down the track. Very, very high and very, very long over the sight screen. So Hampshire continue to be on the charge. And Hill is suddenly proving very, very expensive. One of the shots of the day. The over finishes with a 6. The over goes for 17. 192 for 3. So where does Best look now? He's just seen Code go for 8. And then Hill go for 17.
Yeah, and that was a great over for Hampshire there with some extremely good shots straight down the ground there. That last one was particularly good, straight over the sight screen, straight as a die, and a 6. Ben Clift is coming back on now from the Trafalgar Square end, and Don Bess is just trying to find that magic moment where they can break this partnership, because if not, then they're going to be looking at 350 plus, I would think.
27 off 6 so far for Cliff. He starts his second spell with a short ball, belly button height, not short enough to really threaten an in and set Lehman at all, particularly going to that 55-metre boundary down the hill. He has smoked that for 4.
And this is where, you know, that drop chance is proving to be really, really costly now.
Yep, Lehman given a life on just 5.
I think he'll move through pretty quickly to 100 at this rate.
Another bumper, and that time he chopped it into his home pad. Field is changing. Short fine leg is coming up to short fine leg, and it's now a deep mid wicket out. So there's a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket protecting the shortest parts of that leg side boundary. Nice ball from Cliff. That's the kind of ball that got Ali Orr nicking off what feels like a long, long time ago.
Part of me can't help but think that the deep square and the deep mid wicket are there for a poorly hit ball, because if Darren Lehman gets hold of it, then it's going well over them and going straight into the stand over there. Cliff comes in once more, and that's slashed down to third man where it's picked up, and there's just a single there.
From here, 8 and over needed for 300. A score that Hampshire will feel increasingly confident of reaching. Makes room, wants to get it over that short boundary and has done. Fantastic shot from Prest. Well, this is what he's going to keep doing when facing bowling from that end. Backs away to leg, backs himself.
I think it's so short that it doesn't matter where the fielders are there. If the batters get hold of the ball, the left-handed to the leg side and the right-handed to the offside, it's just flying. We'd need more than a David Willey on the boundary, that's for sure.
Bumper from Cliff.
That'll be a wide.
And he's got a double teapot on in disappointment. It's such a fine line for a bowler bowling an intentional bouncer at Scarborough, because
I think it
the
was
extra bounce,
too short, that one. That
Yeah.
one did take it.
Yeah.
You know, it just needed to be a bit more, put your back into it and a little bit fuller, albeit short, to just lift at the right time. But if you and I can go, that's a wide straight away, then it's fairly obvious. And that one's short, and that's pulled round. There should only be a one here. Finley Bean picks that up at the square leg, and he's kept that down to a single. That's the end of the over. 205 for 3 at the end of the 38th.
12 overs to go. If they could go at 10 and over from here, perfectly possible, particularly with Ashutosh Sharma in next, that would lift Hampshire up to 325, which I think even with that short boundary on one side would be undoubtedly above par.
And he's going back to Beppe. He's really trying to find the magic formula, isn't he, Don Bess? He's really mixing up the bowlers now and just trying to, let's just find a quiet over almost, or a wicket taking over, which is more to the point.
1 for 34 off 6 for Beppe so far. Really juggling and searching a little bit here, Yorkshire, in the way that teams will do when they've gone so long without taking a wicket. Let me chat with the experienced liver about his field. It's only got a deep cover out on the offside, 3 out on the onside, protecting this boundary, which is in certain pockets below 60 meters and runs downhill. Stepping across. Rest this time looking to get inside the line of the ball and target that shorter boundary. They've pretty much matched each other stroke for stroke here, Preston Lehman.
Yeah, you'd almost be saying to the young bowler now, what's your best wicket? How are you thinking you'll get a wicket? Because then you very much gear the field to how the bowler feels that they will pick up a wicket. At the moment, I'm not sure what ball he's trying to bowl, because he's got a very spread out field, to say the least.
That's not over the effective short ball. It's tough in these situations as a fielding team, but it's trying to not fall into the pattern of just hoping that the batter will make a mistake.
Yeah.
Of not waiting for them to do so. Lehman and Press both.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to contain either of these batters at this moment. So you can't bowl a containing over in the hopes that will pick up a field. It's a wicket. You've almost got to say, what is your wicket-taking ball, and we'll back you.
Yorkshire looking for a first win against Hampshire in any format since 2019, which is quite a long time. Slow ball. Change-up works well enough. It does feel like a long time ago. That was pre-COVID. 2019 April in the County Championship at Southampton. Yorkshire won by an innings in 44 runs. Joe Weatherly, Liam Dawson, Adam Lyth, Ben Code and Harry Brook, the only players playing in that game 7 years ago that are still at either club. That's how long ago it was. See the food van doing
nearly as long as the queue for fish and chips.
Almost perfectly between the two fielders. It means Benison had to cover a decent amount of ground. Keeps it to 1. Also have some good memories of playing Yorkshire Prest. Got a ton against Yorkshire at York 2023 in this competition, made 105, had a big partnership with Joe Eklund. Hit 72 that day. Still quite a few Yorkshire players in this lineup today who are in that team will be all too aware of that memory of Prest's destruction that he wreaked. Just trying to help it on its way, pretty much anything on that. And he'd have got 4 Prest. He's re-rehearsing the movement. He's really showing here our player can adjust their game to boundary dimension. So his trigger movement facing from our end of the ground, the Peasholm Park end, is to immediately get across and inside the line of the ball. He's looking to hit towards that onside. And when facing from the Trafalgar Square end, his trigger movement has been backing away to try and access that shorter offside boundary. Just drops his hands on that one. Fast backing up from Lehman means there was no real prospect of a run out. The likes of Bean, Duke, Hill, Bess and Code playing today all played in that game 3 years ago when Hampshire went on to win by 177 runs at York. As there's that balcony, Dr. Jane Prowler alongside me mentioned on commentary earlier, the perfect view of cricket. There's a few of these around the country if you're in the right place. I remember seeing a gentleman on a balcony at Bristol during the T20 Blast take a catch up there.
You actually commentate from those flats at Bristol. I've been in those flats before now and done a commentary stint.
So the partnership is now almost worth 150. And as you'd expect with a stand like that, it's steadily building. Speaking of steadily building, without meaning to question the work going on there, I think it looks like it's still more at the 68 for 3 stage of things rather than the 210 for 3 stage. Cliff on for his 8. This is missed time. This should be out. Oh, it's dropped. It's dropped on the juggle to the horror of the home fans. Prest gets a life on 73. Ben Code can't believe he's dropped it. The Yorkshire supporters can't believe he's dropped it. And I'm sure Tom Prest can't believe he's dropped it either.
Oh, my goodness. That is one of those that you just want the ground to open up and swallow you at this moment in time. That was probably the easiest catch that anybody would ever have to take on a cricket field at this level. And poor old Ben Code is just mortified.
So it's a life for Prest on 73, and both of these batters have been dropped now. Even this time didn't really get hold of it. And particularly if Prest can accelerate and continue to, and you can see, Code, we've all been there at some level of cricket, just replaying the moment over and over and over again in his mind. Sport's a cruel place, a tough place. That's a
great fielding.
Flashing square drive and 3 runs saved. It would have been a certain 4 otherwise, but for the intervention of Luxton.
Good backing up at the other side as well by Sam Whiteman. Otherwise, that could have been a few overthrows there as the sun starts trying to break through here at Scarborough.
And Code's got to refine his focus because he may well be needed to bowl in the closing overs here. Slow ball goes for 1. Code's got 2 overs left. After this one, Cliff will have 2 overs left. Hill's got 2 overs left. Beppy and Bess have got 3 each, and Yorkshire, after this over, will have to find 10 from somewhere. So it's going to be a little bit of a mix and match job for the White Rose. Well, it's always useful to have some extra fielders out there. he go inside out to the short boundary? Looking to. Buxton sprightly in the field once more. Pressed, desperate to rub salt in the wounds.
Yeah, 215 for 3, just coming to the end of the 40th over with 10 overs to go. You've got to be thinking, we'll just go at 10 and over as we go through, as that one always played, and was there a chance there? And he's given him out.
Well, Lehman seems in no rush to leave, but Cliff has got a second nicked off for the day. 215 for 4. The partnership is finally broken. 147 added by the 4th wicket. It's a great hand from Jake Lehman. 75 from 84 balls.
As he shakes his head walking off.
I think his body language is letting you know that he doesn't think that he nicked it, but ultimately it's the opinion of umpire Milnes that's the most important. But Lehman against the county, who he played 5 games for back a decade ago, has to depart.
We'll see the replay here. Good line.
Always only tell so much. That's the slow-mo replay.
It did go straight. I mean, Ben Cliff did go straight up, and so did the umpire. So they obviously heard something. And there's all that matters from a Yorkshire perspective is the wicket is given. You feel that Ben Cliff deserved that after bowling the first one where the drop catch was at the start of that over. I've just had a message from a guy who looks after coaches Yorkshire Disability team, and he's doing a charity walk for Yorkshire Disability Cricket, walking from Headingley Stadium to Scarborough Cricket Club for the county championship game v Leicestershire at the end of August, and he's visiting lots of grounds en route. If anybody feels that they can support Mark Sugden, then it's on the Yorkshire, I'm sure it's advertised on the Yorkshire Cricket Foundation website, and there's a Just Giving page, and it's a great thing to do, is support the disability cricketers in Yorkshire.
Yeah, that's a good old walk as well. Yorkshire's an enormous county.
He's trying to raise £2,500 to support Yorkshire Disability County Cricket Club.
Pressed facing up because the wicket came from the final ball of the over. Ashutosh Sharma is at the non-strikers. That shot will bring on to strike Sharma to face his first ball in Hampshire. 27-year-old. He's played in the IPL for Delhi Capitals. He's also played for the Punjab Kings previously too. There's a strike rate in the last 2 seasons in the IPL of 170 per 100 balls. 350 runs and an average of more than 30, albeit pitches have generally favoured batters. Those are still very impressive numbers. There could be fireworks here. He might well be coming in at just the perfect time with licence to frill. Very first ball he's faced is made out with impressive assurance, but there wasn't quite 2 there, thanks to Benison getting around. So Ashutosh Sharma off and running.
So when you come in sort of in the later stages, do you get a more golden coloured yellow pad? Because the pads are definitely different colours out there.
Yeah, you're right.
It's definitely a bright yellow and a golden yellow.
We need to get a shot of them side by side just to, because our viewers right now are not quite seeing both of them side by side in the way that we can from up here. Leans back and cuts. Might just have seen it there as Beppe was in his delivery stride. But if you look there, if you really take a close look, even with the tint of the camera, I think even from home you can tell there's definitely some different shades on the colour chart. undoubtedly. One is sort of more of a yellow with quite a hint of orange about it, and one is absolutely bright yellow,
Yeah.
kind of canary yellow.
Beppe comes in once more. And that's driven out to the cover boundary. He's got some nice, good technique, Sharma. Just the way he just strikes that ball out there to the deep cover boundary.
Yeah, there's something of authority about just hitting the sweeper hard in the way that Sharma did there. As a way of settling into your innings. So ball just drops his bat on it for one. Trying to keep Yorkshire honest, this pair looking for the possibility of twos to that longer boundary, but even to that longer boundary, it's still relatively unlikely if the ball is attacked hard. Won't get one this time. Brings to an end the 41st. 220 for 4, as is so often the case. Taking a wicket just slightly slows the scoring, as Sharma has to have a look. And meanwhile, Prest reassesses things. There we go. So you just look at those two shades, you can see Prest is very much on a bright yellow, and Sharma's on a much duller tint of yellow.
A golden yellow, I'd say.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. Yeah. Trying to find the right word.
And anything under one a ball now from a Yorkshire perspective is good. So 5 off that last over. That was a good over from Beppe. Bess is coming back on now from the Trafalgar Square end. He'll be hoping to just fire it through, really.
Flicked away by Prest for single out to that deep set onside field. So does Sharma look to go inside out and access that shorter boundary? Bess is going to go with his kind of almost default field. He tends to see him with a 5-4 onside field.
Yeah, and Sharma will be used to spin bowling, so he'll know how he best plays against that, and just works that one round, first ball. Plays it to that short mid-wicket fin bean in there. Good ball from Bess.
Spear that one in. You just sense it's only a matter of time until we see a
saw him
short
coming,
Sharma.
so he just dropped it in a little bit. What's he going to bowl now?
We'll get a trotted, warped single to long on. Hampshire desperate to avoid more heartbreak in this competition. Runners up in 2019.
Double Nelson, feet off the ground, eh?
For those who are suspicious. Not quite the full 2-2-2 for 2.
Superstitious, not suspicious.
Yes. Prest's turn to get 1. They want 2, but again, just haven't quite hit the gap well enough. Hampshire runners up in this comp in 2019 to Somerset, 2023 when losing to Leicestershire by just 2 runs and then losing to Worcestershire in another close one last season. Sharma again, just having a look here. You sense imminently will be launching, but for now, Bess has done a good job of delaying that. He's gone for just 4, so 8 overs left. They do need 10 and over here to get past 300 Hampshire.
Yeah, 2 good overs, the last 2 overs. 1 went for 5 and 1 went for 4, and that probably sounds Well, it's okay 9, but actually at this stage, with only 4 wickets down, Hampshire would probably be expecting to go at that 10 and over at least.
Beppy's got 2 overs left. Yorkshire have got 8 overs to find. All of their seam bowlers have got 2 overs left, so I wonder whether it will be a bit of all 4 to finish things. Oh, there we go. Ashutosh Sharma launching, as promised, inside out. Massive 6 through the covers. That's a way to get your first boundary for your new club.
That's a lost ball. That went over the fish and chip van and into the garden, I think. I think that one went over the white wall and into the garden. So they'll need another ball now. Let's hope they've got a case full, because I suspect they might need a fair few.
Yeah, I suspect Ashutosh Sharma maybe doing this a few times in the last few overs. We said it was a mere matter of time. His first 7 balls, he just kind of tried to guide into gaps for singles. Now,
in fact, one of the guys off the roof, you could get down and go and get it because it's in your garden. Can we have our ball back, please, sir?
They've gone to the box of balls.
Meanwhile, ice cream is the order of the day.
Yeah, I'm not sure it reminds me of our Yorkshire Cricket TV colleague, not here today, Maruf Khan, who loves an ice cream at Scarborough, but I'm not quite sure it's really truly ice cream conditions.
The sun's starting to come out. There's a little tiny bit of blue sky starting to show.
Yeah. But it's still a day where everyone's got a jumper on.
Yeah.
Which I think tells you a bit.
Yeah, not everyone, but
not everyone, yeah.
Those of us up here have definitely got jumpers on.
We have got a replacement ball, which clearly everyone broadly agrees is 42 overs old. Will it be a similar result? Sharma is going up into 5th gear here. I sense he'll launch again. He will, and he hasn't quite got enough of that. And is it a relay catch? I think it is. That is a magnificent piece of fielding out there. Flicked in by Finley Bean. Sam Whiteman does the rest. And Ashutosh Sharma is gone. The ball after hitting it for 6. It's a 2nd wicket on debut for the youngster, Isaac Beppy. And what a wicket to get. Ashutosh Sharma, the Delhi Capital star, on Hampshire debut, is out. A magnificent piece of work on that boundary with the slope as well to contend with. Bean flicks it in for Whiteman, 230 for 5.
Yeah, that's one of the... This is what I love about white ball cricket. We'll see the replay here, is the 100% commitment in the field. You see it in county championship, but you don't see the immediate effects of white ball cricket. It's taken that and just thrown it in, and it's just taken quite easily by Sam Whiteman.
Well, that's sensational. That truly is sensational. Finley Bean rightly drinking in the moment. It's the closest a cricketer gets to almost victory lap of honour after scoring a big goal in a game of football. Bean here is so aware of his surroundings, so aware that he immediately needs to get it out of the breadbasket. Whiteman is there assisting. It's the kind of catch that has almost become slightly routine in the modern era, because they do happen so often now in a way that just over a decade ago they were almost unheard of.
Well,
but it doesn't make it any less impressive.
Change games, because the catch that David Willey and Zabe took for Northants on Saturday in the Vitality Blast semi-finals meant that Northants went on to win the whole thing. And had they not taken that, then I think it would have been Craig Overton's year.
So now Hampshire have to readjust. Ben Brown out there.
Oh,
and Brown might be gone as well. Just short of point. Just short of point. Luxton was in there sniffing a chance.
I thought it was going to lithe, but it just didn't go in the right angle, did it? It just fell away. And what a difference a wicket can make, or 2 wickets can make, because now, it's looking a little bit more tricky out there.
Yeah, and it also makes Prest just have to slightly adjust how he plays. Brown will this time just about get off the mark. They want 2, but Brown is sent back, rightly sent back. Wasn't quite 2 there. Sent back by Prest. Ben Brown, one of the most experienced campaigners of county cricket, 37 years old. Came through the Sussex pathway after going to Ardingly College in that part of the world. Was at Sussex since being under 11s and was club captain there in 2017, taking over from Luke Wright. Joined Hampshire in 2022. Brown watching from the non-strikers now as Prest won't get one, trying to flick into the onside. Prest is 20 short of another list 8 ton. Both these teams impressive in this competition last season. Yorkshire 7 wins from 8 in the group stage. Anthony McGrath described the semi-final defeat as particularly disappointing because on form he felt his side were the most consistent team in the competition. Slower ball brings 1. The onus is on Prest here. Brown's just got out there. Prest is the one that's got to take this on and try and power Hampshire up towards 300. As we see again that extraordinary bit of relay work. Finley Bean with the flick. There is Whiteman on hand to do the rest. To a delighted, jubilant roar from the home fans here at Scarborough.
And these are the sort of things they practice week on, week out. You know, they make sure that they practice these relay catches, and they become quite a fun part of fielding practice. As Bess comes in now from the Trafalgar Square end, and that's worked down. They're looking for 2. George Hill misfield slightly, and they come through for 2.
So Beppy's got just 1 over left. I suspect Bess will bowl himself out. So then Yorkshire is still needing to find 4 overs between Hill, Code and Cliff. I'd bet that it will be Hill and Cliff to bowl out, but we'll see. Okay. 1-2. I think this is what... I was going to say, I thought this was well judged enough in the gap, but Luxton covered that ground ever so quickly.
Yeah, I think it's slightly different now, having lost those 2 wickets. If it was still Lehman and Press, then it would be different, bringing back on those seam bowlers. But you'd hope that the seamers have got a little bit more nous against Brown, who's not been long at the crease as he plays for the reverse, but mishits that.
Partnership for the 4th wicket, by the way. They added 147, Preston Lehman.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent partnership by the 2 of them. Worked their way through well.
This could be 4. It's towards the longer boundary, but it's a quick outfield. Just a neat little flick. Best, even with the 5-4 onside field, straying too far into the pads, although it's smart batting from Brown. It's Brown's movement just backing away that slightly helps him open up the angle. There's 147 added by the pair off 200 balls for that 2nd wicket. Might well prove a match-defining partnership. Smited down the ground, almost like something off a baseball field. A cross-batted swat from Ben Brown. His first boundary. And it was full and wide from Bess.
Yeah, that was a baseball shot, wasn't it? Straight down the ground.
Bess got in reply. Bess goes with his round arm variation. Hampshire looking for a 14th limited overs trophy in their history. Most memorably, they did the T20 and CB40 double in 2012. They've, of course, been T20 winners in 2010 and 2022 as well. They won the old Sunday League in 1975, 78 and 86. And a couple of Benton and Hedges Cups in 1988 and 1992. And they've won the List A trophy, which has had various names and iterations, 5 times in 1991, 2005, 2009, 2012 and 2018 when Riley Rousseau got 125 in the final. Just the 2 county championships for Hampshire in 61 and 73, but they've spent most of the last 20 years or so in Division 1. Hill back from our end, the P-Zone Park end, but he strayed down leg. Direct hit will be gone, or, well, maybe has made it. I thought a direct hit would have had Prest stranded, 2 wides to the score.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised why you've not bowled Beppe out here, but maybe you're just hanging on to him for one more over later on. And George Hill just straying down leg side with that last ball.
Yeah, 1 for 19 off his 3 overs for Beppe. And he did, of course, get that wicket of Sharma as well. 2 for 52 off his 9 overall for the left armour. Hill's gone for 27 off his 8. 17 of those came off his last over. Straight at short third.
Yeah, difficult one to feel, that one. And he smothered it well because they're never easy, those ones. So Benko did a good job there.
Of course, by contrast to Hampshire's 13 limited overs trophies, just 5 major limited overs trophies for the White Rose. Many, many more county championships. Swept and has found the gap to perfection. Smart from Brown. Just almost placing the bat there and letting the ball hit it. Elegantly guided down the hill for 4. Smart innovation from Brown. He was Hampshire's top run scorer in this comp a couple of seasons back.
Yeah, struggling to find a good length for these final overs is George Hill. That one was a little bit full. The previous one, the line was not quite accurate. He'll be hoping, and that's a much closer affair there.
Yeah, I think Duke briefly fancied a run out of the bowler's end, but realised because of the deep set leg side field, there was nobody around to back up the throw. Still need to go some from here to get to 200, Hampshire. It would need to be
300.
300, I beg your pardon. It would need to be ballpark 2 a ball from here. Nice adjustment from Hill. Of course, you finish top of your group, you get a home semi-final. That's on the 16th of August. Date to ring for your diaries. Sunday, the 16th of August. And second in one group hosts third from the other, and vice versa on Friday, the 14th of August. Just trying to hang it a little bit too far outside, and
that's a bit harsh, I think, because the batter had come right across to the wide, the little blue line that we all look at as a wide. The batter was standing almost on that, so for that to be given as a wide, I think is a bit harsh. You've got nowhere to go as a bowler. Where do you bowl it? You know, because he's wanting you to bowl it on leg side almost, coming across.
Across again, looking to access that shorter leg side boundary down the hill. And that man who shot there, Finley Bean, who's part of the relay catch, he did that magnificently in hitting that 52 ball List A ton, Yorkshire's record fastest ever in the innings against Durham last year. And a key part of this run chase, much like this first innings, will be how both sides manage that shorter boundary towards the western stand. Round down the ground, it's one of his favourite areas, and he manages to go a little inside out to get it through mid-off, and it means that long on's not in play. So Brown starting to settle into a nice little pinch hitter's innings at the end of things. Lost his balance after contact, but he'd held his shape well enough beforehand. Very comfortable and confident getting down low on one knee against the quick bowlers. Mention those 5 major limited overs trophies for Yorkshire. The last in 2002, the old C&G trophy. Richard Blakey, the skipper, as Yorkshire won by 6 wickets with 2 balls to spare against Somerset. Yorkshire's current head coach, Anthony McGrath, made 46 not out in the chase. Matthew Elliott, Yorkshire's overseas, 128 not out. That was the era of the likes of Craig White, Michael Vaughan, Chris Silverwood, Ryan Sidebottom. Anthony McGrath actually brought his medal into the Yorkshire team last season to let them know that this was what they were playing for. Moments like this, silverware like this, that's the kind of history Yorkshire are chasing. First limited overs trophy in 24 years it would be. And of course it was Hampshire who stopped them at the semi-final stage last season. Yorkshire coming off the back of quarter-final T20 defeat last Wednesday. Well, it is going to be Code. Now this is fascinating. Code dropped Prest on 73 with a score 210 for 3 and was visibly gutted about dropping a relatively easy chance. And now he's got a 2 at the death here and 2 key overs at the death, but starts with a dot ball. Straight at Cliff, 1 for 57 off his 8. Code playing what is his first game for Yorkshire since the championship defeat for Yorkshire against these very same opponents back in early April. Of course, has played a fair bit of 2s cricket in that time.
On the first quickly, looking for 2, but fielded and only 1 possible.
Has got a 2s 5 for in that time. Took 5 for 29 in the second 11 championship against Essex.
Guessing Hospitality are now having lunch because they've all disappeared.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Just a few outside the marquee.
What time are we on? 2
Just
o'clock.
Just gone 2 p.m. Steps a long way across Brown and then it's up going sort of inside out on it because Code hangs it so far outside off.
Yeah, good ball actually from Ben Code because he wasn't going to allow him to dictate where he was going to hit it. So he just adapted what he was going to bowl and just followed him a little bit but took the pace off it as well.
Does have some good memories of Hampshire. His first county championship 5 that came in 2017 opener against Hampshire. Game dug out for 1. This has been a good over from Code, and also when you consider the mental challenge of dropping that catch and then coming back to bowl the death, you would imagine that he'll also get the 48th over. That leaves Yorkshire with 3 overs to find from the P-Zone Park end. I wonder if Cliff will bowl 2 of them and Hill will bowl the other. We shall see.
I'd be tempted to bowl Beppy.
Oh, that's in the half volley slot, but it's down towards deep backward square, and I don't think hands were actually laid on it coming forward by Benison. Goes away for 4.
That's where you missed James Wharton. That's where you definitely missed James Wharton. He would have been flying towards that one. He's taken some sensational catches out here for Yorkshire, and the young Benison there just didn't quite react early enough to that one.
Brown straight back to Code, who will count himself a little bit unlucky there. That's a pretty good over all told, particularly when you add in the time of the innings at which he's bowling it. But Hampshire are getting up quite the head of steam towards the end of this innings. 265 for 5. Last 3 overs have gone for 12 and then 14. And that one from Code just slightly slowed things down by only going for 7. But Hampshire should be confident of going past 300 from here. They need almost 9 and over to do so.
Ben Cliff coming back on from the Pizon Park end, coming up the hill.
First time he's bowled from this end today. Dug out for what will be 1. 2 for 45 off 8 for Cliff.
There's various parts of this ground where when the ball goes in that area, you've no idea if there's a fielder there or not, because we literally can't see from the vantage point that we're in, and it's like you just have to gauge it on the reaction of the fielders out there. So it's interesting to see what happens when you can't see what's happening almost.
Cliff this time falls into, well, he's in danger of being, and it's the slot, but it's great work running 15 yards around to their left out there.
Thinly been yet again.
Yeah, and because of the quick pick up and throw, it means there's no possibility of a second. Slow ball picked up. That'll be 6. Big 6. Thumps into the marquee.
Yeah, there's no stop it. If you get hold of it from that position in the batting, there's no chance. Doesn't matter where the fielders are, because the boundary is only just over the late 50s, 50 metres. It's soaring over there.
Pressed on 95.
Yeah, good little knock, eh?
He's 5 off a 3rd career list A ton. Does have 4 red ball tons as well. Rest will move 4 off the milestone now. Of course, has already got a ton against Yorkshire in this competition 3 years ago at York. So again, it's long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg out. Cliff trying to protect that shorter leg side boundary. That's a full toss. Well, Cliff is appealing. Brown thinks it's 4 off the bat. I must say, I broadly agreed. So it's 4 more runs to Yorkshire's disappointment. He's playing quite the cameo here, Brown. He's on to 29 of 14.
Yeah, Yorkshire looking a bit disappointed with that one, but umpire saw it as coming off the bat. So that's credited to Brown.
Yeah, I must say that was my first instinct too. It was a full toss just tickled away. Brown has now hit 24 of his 29 in boundaries, and the field is changing. Well, it's an all up on the offside, all back on the onside. Our deep cover. Miscued by Brown. He's on to 30 off 15, going at exactly 2 a ball. And Brown feels like he's been on the county circuit almost forever. Proper veteran at 37. So 279 for 5. They could end up with almost exactly what they got here in the semi-final last season, Hampshire, when they posted 304.
Yeah, I think, you know, at one stage they'd be thinking we're on for 350 here. So I think Yorkshire have pulled it back quite well. But there's 3 overs left and they've still got a chance to, with the size of the boundaries and the wicket being, the pitch being as good as it is, they've got every chance of taking this well over 300. but young Beppe is coming back on from the Trafalgar Square end for his last over. He's taken 2 for 52 at the moment.
Very creditable debut. He's going to have a bit of an all-up, all-out field. 4 out on the onside, 4 up with deep point on the offside. Brown's, I suspect, going to look to target that shorter offside boundary down the hill. Brown will try and do exactly that. Instead, he nicks one just past Duke for 4. Well, you have to feel for the debutant Isaac Beppe. That's a little bit of rude luck, but Brown chancing his arm. Continues on his merry way. He's got 34 off 16. Gem of an innings, this.
Yeah, he's got nothing to lose, has he? You know, he can come in and he can play his shots, and he's played them very well. But at the end of the day, he hasn't got anything to lose and everything to gain, and he's gaining a lot for Hampshire at this moment in time with this little cameo that he's playing.
Benefiting a lot from the hard work of Lehman and Prest earlier on. Needs catching, running back from Bean. And he's taken it, swelled a little in the wind. That was awkward. And Brown's fantastic cameo has to come to an end for 34 off 17 at exactly 2 a ball. And it's a 3rd wicket of the day for the debutant Isaac Beppe.
Yeah, and Bean slowly but surely making himself fielder of the day today with that catch. And a stop on the outfield in the previous over, and then that catch with Whiteman in the previous one. So he's having a really consistent day out in the field.
Again, Brown wanting to make room, access that shorter side, but got very, very underneath it. Spooned it up.
Little understated celebration by Beppe, you know, just a very quiet punch of the fist. And that was swirling a bit.
Yeah, Bean running back. It was always his catch. It was never going to be deep points catch, but not a simple one at all from Finley Bean. Having been the supporting act for Whiteman's take that got rid of Ashutosh Sharma. Now does all the work himself as Prest gives Tom Kelly a bit of a briefing. Kelly, predominantly a bowler, but can be handy with the bat tool as well.
There seems to be more and more left-handed batters coming through in various teams.
Well, one thing I do know is it's modern coaching to, if somebody is a naturally right-handed thrower, naturally right-handed bowler, to make them be a left-hander, because then your strong hand is your top hand. Makes it easier to instill coaching fundamentals. It's a lot of the left-handers that you know. Stokes is a good example. Ashwin is another. A sort of inverted lefties as such. Kelly off the mark in style. Down the pitch. Just caressing it for 4. One of the best shots we've seen all day. It's, I guess, partially the freedom that a situation like this gives you, but still a bit of work.
Yeah, lovely shot. He just stepped into it and just stroked it through the covers. Beppe will be wanting to change the length against him, so he can't just lean into it like that. Better.
So Beppe's going to bowl out here, and that leaves Yorkshire with 2 overs to find. I would imagine Code will bowl one of them. It's also Cliff, Hill and Bess as other frontline options. Again, we'll be eyeing up that shorter leg side boundary, you'd imagine, Kelly. 55 metres in parts. Lofted, Doesn't really get all of it. Big chase for Best going back. He will just about flick it in. He'll do all the hard work himself. Good hard running presents
A rare 3.
3. Yeah, I was just thinking I saw them scampering that much. I was like, I think they've got 3 there. First 3 of the day, I'm pretty sure. Know where it had gone for a second, but we'll get one pressed who has still got time to get to his 100, and he has kept the strike and moved on to 97, but he's taken a little bit more time over getting there than at one point might have seemed certain. There's 12 runs and a wicket come off that over. It's got just 2 overs left to find the final 3 runs. He's lost a few partners, and he's lost a little bit of the striker points. Of course, Brown played that fine cameo, 34 off 17.
And George Hill coming back on from the Peasump Park end.
Great debut for Isaac Beppe. Finishes with figures of 3 for 64 from his 10. Prest could be going to his 100 here. He will go to his 100 here. A third list A ton for Tom Prest. Did it against Yorkshire 3 years ago at York, and he's done it against the White Rose once more here. 101, scored well above a runner ball, and it's he who has lifted Hampshire after losing early wickets towards a score that will surely be well in excess of 300 now. What a knock.
Yeah, very easy full toss that he put that away, but he's obviously delighted with that knock, and his well-deserved 100 from the way he's battered. He's worked his way into it. He's persevered at the start when it wasn't quite as easy for him, and now he's just hitting out with gay abandon, and that's another 1 bounce 4 straight down the ground.
He's crunched that down the ground. So back-to-back boundaries for Prest. When he went to his 100 a ball ago, it was 101 off 89 balls with 6 fours and 4 sixes. Always something that has a bit of an aesthetic about it for those who like a bit of symmetry.
George Hill really needs to have a think about what he's going to bowl here now. He's but 1 full toss that's gone for 4, and then 1 in the slot that Press was able to just stroke down the ground, and that's a much better ball, but it's evaded everybody and it's gone for 4 byes.
Yep, confirmed as byes by umpire Pratt, so runs really starting to come thick and fast for Hampshire.
That's the 300 up, 303 up for Hampshire with 9 balls left.
1 off what they scored in this fixture last season when these sides met in the semi-final here. There they were powered by Dawson and Curry, but today the Rose and Crown have been launched forward by Lehman, Prest, and don't forget Brown with that quick 34. Completely mistimes that. Hill was running in as cricketers love to do it in moments like this, in channel they're in a footballer and often kick the ball onto the stumps. Prest making 105 for Hampshire against Yorkshire in a big win for the Rose and Crown 3 years ago when these sides met in this competition. It does have 4 red ball tons as well. You could see what it meant to him. Sometimes players are understated in their celebration. It's a big sally. Tries to scoop and does scoop. And that will run down the hill and will be 4 more. So getting funky now, stepping across, and Hill just struggling to find an answer here, and having been incredibly economical at the start of his spell, the end of his spell is proving very expensive. He went for 6 off his first 6 overs, but in the 3.5 overs since then, he's gone at comfortably more than 2 a ball. Been a real spell of 2 halves. Up and under, should be caught. And it is caught. Well, even to the short boundary, that was plinked so much that didn't make it over the rope for 6. So it brings to an end what has been a fine innings from Tom Prest. 307 for 7. It's a first wicket of the day for George Hill. Deserves it really for his opening spell. And Prest is out for 105 off 93. It's exactly the same score that he made against Yorkshire in this competition at York 3 years ago.
Yeah, good innings, and it's being warmly acknowledged by the crowd as he comes off the field. One thing you do like about the Yorkshire crowd is that they appreciate good cricket, and that's a good innings from the man.
Yeah, the spirit of the game is something that's nice to see in full force. Prest once again in this competition, giving Yorkshire a tough day in the field. It's going to mean that it will be a tough chase, even with a shorter boundary on one side. Kelly's on strike because wicket fell from the final ball. And Kelly is somewhat fortunately getting one through third off the bottom edge, sort of toe end of the bat.
I think Ben Code must be thinking it's not been his day today. You know, it's one of those days that as a bowler, as a cricketer, you just think, oh, I didn't have my best day.
This will be more runs. They'll want 2 realistically. It would have only been a pretty certain run out. It's a little bit messy from Code, but ultimately does prevent the second. Andrew Neil out there, 26-year-old from Hillingdon.
He looks very tall.
Yeah. He's got some long levers when he gets it right. Started at Chorleywood. He's also played at Harpenden. Was a seam bowler, and like all good stories that end in you bowling spin, changed to spin 4 years ago after a spate of injuries. But he is a bit familiar with this part of the world. He played first-class cricket for Leeds and Bradford MCCU in 2019, went to uni up here. This one he gets is a sighted down leg. He's trying to flick it through short fine. He's really had to work hard for his chance, Andrew Neil. He's someone who is owing to a real sense of if you don't succeed, try again. He's played 2s cricket for Essex, for Northants, for Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire without getting a pro deal, and national county cricket as well for Hertfordshire before trialling for Hampshire and breaking into the firsts last season. Front foot, no ball, and it's a run out as well. So it's all happening out there. Well, that's a little bit unlucky for Kelly, and Ben Code might feel in some ways he hasn't had his day, but Ben Code's got himself a run out there. 314 for 8. There are bowlers that claim that they meant it. I don't think Code for a second is even trying to claim that here. The end of Kelly for 11. 11 off 6 in the situation. A handy cameo. Brings to the wicket Ollie Williams on his professional debut, having come through the Hampshire pathway, signed on a short-term Metro Bank contract, having been in the academy since last season. So confirm it from side on, not that it was a run out many were in doubt of. No doubt
Yeah,
that Code got his hand hit, and not
this-
even in the frame. As
I
they say.
reckon these are the most. This is the most unlucky way of being out. In fact, it's the only unlucky way of being out. I think everything else is either poor technique or a good catch or good bowling.
Yeah.
But the run out at the non-striker's end when it's just rebounded off a bowler's follow-through is just unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you were to be very harsh about it, you'd say you can stay in your ground. But at this stage of the innings, you shouldn't be. At this stage in the innings, you should be backing up, because if you lose a wicket like that, it happens, as we see Miles, our hard-working camera up in shot there, part of the team bringing you free cricket live to watch here, powered by Vertu. That's swept away, and it will bounce over the field as well. We've spoken about how hard and dry this outfield is from being baked in the summer sun. That proves it. Nothing Hill and Bennison can do about this. They're both there. The ball just bounces over them. Not really one of those that you can chalk up as being anyone's fault. Code proving expensive. Just one, and Code happy to accept it as such. And that will be that. So Hampshire Post, 320 for 8, an excellent batting effort powered by 105 from Tom Prest, the exact same score, in fact 109, I beg your pardon, of 94 from Tom Prest, and 75 from Jake Bowman, as well as a handy cameo 34 from Ben Brown. Down the order, the pick of the bowlers on debut, Isaac Beppe, with 3 for 64. Looking to make it 5 consecutive wins in this format against Yorkshire. Will feel confident at mid-innings, albeit on a ground that's always a high-scoring one in Scarborough. And there is a short boundary with a downward slope on one side. It'll be a tough chase for Yorkshire. We'll be back in half an hour or so with that run chase. Hampshire posting 320 for 8. Yorkshire will need 321 to win. Welcome back to Scarborough. 321 to win for Yorkshire against Durham. A score that potentially is just a tickle over par, thanks to 109 from Tom Prest, 75 from Jake Lehman, and a quick 534 from Ben Brown. All set for the run chase. A rematch of last season's semi-final to start off both teams' 2026 campaign. Yorkshire chasing white ball silverware for the first time since 2002, which was so long ago that it actually wasn't played with a white ball, and it was just limited overs. Hampshire, meanwhile, runners-up in this competition last season and a couple of seasons back, and in 2019, since they last won it 8 years ago. So they'll be desperate to start their campaign well. And two of the pre-tournament favourites doing battle here. The spectators have had quite the interval. Don't normally invite you at the Santiago Bernabeu or the Azteca or Old Trafford or Anfield or Ellen Road onto the pitch at half-time to have a game. But one of the great joys of Scarborough is that that's inherently part of it. The Hampshire players were having to dodge and duck through the spectators' games to get on and do some of their bowling and keeping warm-ups in preparation for the run chase, with a few kids kind of looking around as if to say, why are you getting in our way?
Yeah.
Which is all part of the joy of it. We're all ready for the first over of the reply. And Ollie Williams, on his professional debut, is to bowl the very first of his career at this level. He's bowling to Adam Live, who's in excellent form at the moment after, even by his high standards, a stellar T20 blast where he rediscovered his form. Will Luxton at the non-striker's end. And the sun is just starting to poke through. And this is what Yorkshire hoped when winning the toss and bowling, which is something you very rarely see at Scarborough, which has one of the biggest results biases towards batting first, which is that the pitch would get baked, the sun would come out and batting would become easier. Again, happy to have a look at one from Williams, who will be excited by the chance on debut to bowl on a surface that gets a bit of extra bounce. The slope, it's a bit of a meme online, the amount at which the slope is talked about at Lord's, but I think at Scarborough it's actually probably not talked about often enough. People talk about the bounce, but there is a slope of around 2 inches going across the square. So Williams is trying to drag Live's head away across to the offside here, down that slope. That's onto the pads, losing his radar.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, the sight that greets you in between innings with everybody on the field of play is just one of those spectacular moments that you don't see often enough anymore at cricket grounds. And it reminded me, I've been fortunate enough to go to Mumbai and the Maidens there, where they have multiple games going on at once. And it's very similar as Williams comes in once more.
Yeah, I would assume you're referring specifically to Azad Madan, which is absolute carnage. They have around, I'm not actually sure off the top of my head of the number of pitches, but I'm going to say 20 pitches where anywhere else in the world that was a little bit less in favour of crossover boundaries, should we call it that, would have about 5 or 6.
Yeah, I don't remember that many when I was there, but I can remember a lot of games going on and square leg. The square leg fielder standing back to back with the point fielder from the other team, you know, and it's one of those, wow, you know, you just...
Somehow everyone knows and keeps track of what's going on.
And I said, doesn't anybody ever get injured? And they go, no. An umpire got injured once, but, you know, we play on. And you're like, okay. It was fantastic. Lovely to see. And then you come back to health and safety of UK, and it's like just not the same at times. Williams once more, and that's a good ball, forcing Live just to drop it down.
Yeah, it's quite a sight to behold. It's just googled it to confirm because my guess was 20. It turns out I was in fact exactly right. It is 20 pitches at Azad Madan, and pretty much every single pitch has got at least one, if not two, boundary lines that very much Venn diagram sort of intersect with the next one.
Absolutely, yes.
long extra cover drive to get Yorkshire's run chase off and running where it comes to just runs off the bat are concerned. And so Live will keep the strike. 3 without loss after the first over. Almost 6.5 and over to win this one, Yorkshire. Harry Petrie. So it will be the 2 newbies at Hampshire opening the bowling together. So much like Williams, product of the Hampshire Pathways, joined for the seniors on a short-term Metrobank One Day Cup contract. But Petrie's story is one that owes to persistence. He was released at the end of 2023, but rejoins after playing well in the twos this season. He was the leading wicket taker in the twos comp with 12 wickets. He's earned his chance. This is just his second game at the professional level. And that's a very nice start. He made 1 first-class appearance against a Sri Lankan 11 development side in a 2022 game. He took 3 for 48 in a draw. So I know after that sort of 4-year arc, it will mean a heck of a lot to Harry Petrie to be bowling here from Trafalgar Square End. As you always get at Scarborough with a new ball as well, bit of lift. Just using the pace, settling into 50 over mode, having been in destructive T20 mode recently. Live, he was the 9th highest run scorer across the group stages. He hit just his second career T20 ton, 131 not out against Leicestershire. And that came a few weeks after 97 against Gloucestershire at Headingley. Only 3 players hit more sixes than Live across the group stages of the Vitality Blast. I'll give you an over as a quiz question, see if you can guess who those 3 are. They're all pretty high-profile names. He just nudges Petrie away. He wants to. They will scurry back 4-2.
Yeah, and the advantage Hampshire have got here, they've got 2 slips in because of the target being quite a steep one. So they want to keep pressure on the Yorkshire batters, and they want to do that from ball 1. So they've got the 2 slips in for the right-handed batter, and they had the 2 slips for the left-handed batter as well, with I presume a 3rd man, though I can't see down there. So I'm going to guess there's a 3rd man down on the boundary with a deep backward square. That's just caressed really out to that shorter boundary, to the cover boundary by Will Luxton. He just, one of the things people say is that he's got such great timing, and you'll see from that shot there that he just met that superbly, and it raced away despite the despairing dive of the point fielder.
This is a front foot no ball. A leg by as well. Moeen Ali, of course, as of this season, a T20 teammate of Luxton, described him as a free-spirited, natural timer. Just one of those players who can make it look easy. And I thought that quote summed it up well. Johnny Bairstow, of course, had that big partnership with Luxton in the Roses T20 last year. Said, special talent, isn't he? He strikes the ball so clean and free and fearless. There's a difference between a lot of other players, a gift. There's been hints of this coming over a period of time. If he keeps learning and developing, he can take that next step. And Bairstow in that answer was referring to the possibility of one day playing for England.
So we got our first free hit of the game. I don't think we had any no balls in the first innings. So this will be a free hit for Adam Lyth because they ran through for that leg by. So the field can change because the batter has changed. So the field are spread as far as they can in the power play. 2 fielders, cover and backward point.
Down the ground from Live. He's a man in form. That was authoritative.
Oh, like that came off the toe of the bat, really. Didn't sort of ping off the middle, but he did get hold of it, and it ran over for a one bounce, a few bounces, and a 4.
Live is in supremely good form. Yorkshire fans will be hoping that he can turn his T20 form into the 50 over format.
Well, that's the beauty of a shot. Absolute beauty.
Boy, just sat on it, leant on it. And that is one of the best shots we've seen all game. So back-to-back boundaries, Live immediately starting to put pressure on. And I know it's something he's worked with batting coach John Sadler about in the winter. Opening up the offside of his game when he lost his form in T20 cricket, and indeed he got dropped from Yorkshire's T20 side for a run of last season. Felt like he'd fallen into scoring too much just on the onside.
"17 coming off that second over, so that was a good over from a Yorkshire view. And now Williams once again.
Yeah, 2 near enough debutants here opening the bowling for Hampshire. Just Petrie's second ever game at this level.
And sometimes when you've got debutants in the team, if you've got the luxury of having a decent total on the board, it's often the best time to bowl them is right at the start, so that they can relax and there's no real pressure on them at the start.
Wolf found the kind of outside half of Luxton's bat there.
Yeah, a little bit uppish.
Slightly fortuitous too through the covers.
And Luxton will be thinking, oh, good 2 runs, and Hampshire will be thinking, oh, that was close. That was a half a chance, or it's coming. You know, sometimes in the field you sense that something's going to happen. And you've seen somebody play an uppish shot and you start to think that catches are possible.
Much better shot from Luxton. Wow, there we go.
But not this time.
Well, that is what Luxton can do when he's at his finest. But it must be said, there's got to be a little bit of adjustment of length there. It's just gone searching on that occasion.
Yeah, you've got to hope that that was Will Luxton thinking, I wasn't quite there on my first shot, so this second one, if it's in the same area, I'm going to make sure that I just lean onto it a little bit more.
Much better length from Ollie Williams.
The thing I've seen over the years, you're too young to know this, but the bowlers seem to be getting stronger and taller. You know, the actual levers that they have, you know, it's no wonder that the game is more powerful now.
Well, that's definitely the generation of sort of strength and conditioning being a big part of being an athlete.
But I think they're taller as well, which is genetically what's happening. I mean, you only have to look at Adam Lyth, bless him, to see that these young bowlers are tall. You know,
well, it's also an element that academies look for a specific type of bowler as well.
Yeah, because not only do you have the speed and the power, but you get the lift of the ball, which is probably the most dangerous weapon. That ball that is on a length and just lifts a little bit.
Just opening the face and running it down. Luxton gets 1. Of course, John Dodds' Scarborough pitch has a bit to account for in that lift as well, in terms of the kind of surface that he prepares. It's a track here that always, with the new ball in particular, will offer a bit of lift. It's seen that the best end to bowl from with the new ball is the Trafalgar Square end, but both ends certainly give you something. Of course, for Yorkshire, the question is, can they replace the 688 runs that Amar Mulhaq, the Pakistani overseas, scored for them last season? Live was actually very quiet in this competition, so Yorkshire would hope that some might come from their Whitby left-hander. Luxton will get 4 here. Just too short and too wide from Petrie, particularly in the power play. It's an unforgiving place to bowl.
Yeah, for me, just looking at the batting order, then the top 4 have got to cash in at some stage if Yorkshire are going to put themselves in a position to win this game. But lovely shot there from Will Luxton, and he just stroked that one through point for 4 runs.
Just to pay a little bit more respect to what is a decent ball. Talked a lot about live finding form in the T20s. Luxton had a reasonable blast, a blast full of starts, scores of 5, 5 and 1 at the beginning, but then found form 20, 34, 38, 37, 46, 6, 2 and 11, and 38 in the final group game against Notts, and 17 in the quarter-final against Somerset. So I guess the frustration will be for Luxton that he often got in and couldn't quite go on. Hampshire have brought one across, so 6-3 offside field. That's into the thigh pad. So signposting quite clearly that he's going to look to hang this outside the off peg, Petrie. Shorter boundary on the offside. Runs away down that hill pretty quick too.
Yeah, good young bowlers, these two.
Just lost his radar there, Petrie.
And a little bit like the Hampshire opening pairs, etc. Then Yorkshire have got this left-hand, right-hand combination in as well. So they'll be, these young bowlers, it's a good learning experience to be in this pressure environment, facing both a left-handed and a right-handed, as that one's just flicked into the leg side, just 2 bounce to the fielder, and there's an easy single there.
Yeah, knew that there's plenty of space for Luxton to find. Relatively new opening partnership, these two. They have batted together plenty of times, of course, but haven't necessarily opened together all that much.
Bird hopping down the steps.
Live just guides it wider slip, and it runs away so fast on this rapid outfield and over the scaffolding towards what is it, a few yards above that, our commentary box. So 4 more for Live, who looks to be carrying on his T20 form into this format. And the scoreboard is absolutely racing along here.
Well, if the cameramen are anything to go by, the weather's improved. We're now in T-shirts out there, being the film, the cameraman.
Good leave from Live. Balls that you leave are just as important, if not more so, than the ones that you choose to play. End of the 4th over then. 10 comes from it. 36 without loss. A fast start for Yorkshire here.
Yeah, at the same stage, and comparisons are difficult at this stage, but Hampshire were 24 for 1 at this stage after the 22 for 1 after the 4th over. So Yorkshire have started strongly, but the key thing is 321 is a long way away, so you've got to keep that going throughout the vast majority of these overs.
Leg stump half volley from Williams. That's not the ball to Luxton, particularly with a short boundary in that area. A player of his quality just isn't going to miss out on that.
Yeah, he looks completely unfazed, doesn't he? He looks like this is very calm and very cool, and wherever the ball is, that's where I'm going to just swing my bat through and just make sure I connect. And when you've only got 2 fielders out, then you've got a little bit more space to be able to exploit.
batter from Williams, who's under a bit of pressure on debut.
Yeah, Williams has started strongly here. He's doing a little bit of a George Hill coming up the hill. He's pretty economical at the moment and just keeping the pressure on the two batters.
Yeah, I think we might see Petrie changed from the Trafalgar Square end. He's gone for 26 off 2. Williams has been a bit more disciplined. Extra lift there for Williams, but Buxton rode the bounce nicely and is ticking along here.
Yeah, with the spaces left in the field, you know as a batter where it's safe to just push it into that area without worrying about if it's on the floor or in the air, and that was one of those, and it'll be the same for Lythe if he keeps it just forward of square. He runs that down to third man and they come through for an easy single.
Yeah, classic Lythe shot. Anthony Lythe himself saying that he sat down in the winter work mostly on his T20 batting, but his white ball game, how to free up the offside more rather than playing one side the wicket. And become too one-dimensional. I'd probably gone away from one of my strengths in the last few years, which was going over that offside. Definitely seen Lythe's game be more balanced in white ball this season as a result. Oh. Overpitched again from Williams. And once more, Luxton just not missing out with that delightful looking flick shot. Possibly should have been stopped though.
Yeah, Sharma will be disappointed with that. It went straight through him, and you would have expected a player of his quality to stop that ball, but new environment, different grass. You know, you can play in India all your life. You come to England and it's completely different. You know, the grass is different. Everything about it is just different.
So Yorkshire sitting pretty here, and the last 2 overs have gone for 20. 46 without loss. So there is a bit of a question here for Nick Gubbins about what he wants to do. It's a better ball. Got a couple of people asking about Manny Lumsden, a breakthrough talent, quick bowler for Hampshire. It was one of the discoveries of this competition last season. He's playing in the 100. It's not available as Hampshire without quite a number due to that competition, like Sonny Baker, Scott Curry, Liam Dawson, Eddie Jack, Ben Mays, Chris Wood and James Vince. And similar ball, similar shot. James Fuller, Joe Weatherly and Toby Albert are all rested. So they will come back in, you'd imagine, for Hampshire later on this week, potentially. Depends on quite how long they would want to be rested, but they'll come back into contention for sure as this competition goes on.
I always feel quite sorry for the seamers, you know, the genuine seamers, not the out-and-out fast bowlers, as that one is played to gully. You know, you can't argue with the speed of Sonny Baker, etc. So it strikes me that you've got to be a spinner or a fast bowler these days to get a gig in the 100, and the seamers who do something with the ball don't always get the recognition that they deserve anymore.
It definitely seems like when it comes to auction processes, you're right, those skills particularly stand out. Timing it sweetly, but straight or at backward point, he looked very good for his 30 earlier on. And the weather is doing exactly what Yorkshire wanted it to do when doing a rare thing here at Scarborough in terms of winning the toss and choosing to bowl. They were hoping that those muggy variable overheads from earlier in the day would be gone, and they are indeed gone now. As the sun pokes out, it's another front foot no ball from Petrie. Free hit to follow.
Yeah, I think that could be the problem that I mentioned earlier with Ben Code. I think you don't always realise that you're coming slightly downhill from that Trafalgar Square end. And
particularly if you've never played it.
if you're a youngster who's not played here before, you're overstretching almost because you're wanting to try a little bit harder, and as a result, then you just overstep at that top end.
Free hit then. Take advantage. That's a wide.
So have another chance.
It's one of the signalled by umpire Milnes. People do often forget in situations like this. As Petrie goes slow ball again, does he go pace off? Live, I'd imagine, surely he's going to look to the shorter leg side boundary.
He went straight last time, didn't he, for a one bounce four? So it'd be interesting to see what his choice of shot is now.
Bumper and Live helps it over the keeper's head for four. Just ticks it on its way. The 50 comes up for Yorkshire in just the 6th over. The White Rose are absolutely flying here. It's the Rose and Crown. You've got to find an answer to it.
Seen a little boy, and his ball went on the ground, and he ran up to the rope and stopped. It's almost like it was a brick wall because he's obviously been told he's not allowed on the pitch.
5-1, and it is a well-judged single. That is the end of the 6th over. 7 off it, 53 without loss. Yeah, it reminds me of the mid-innings interval when you see youngsters where obviously the square is sort of roped off with a few stewards out there despite the general carnage on the outfield, and a youngster hits the ball that goes on the square
And they stop.
And it's sort of, they really do react like the kind of FBI and the police are in there. They're absolutely petrified, and then have to sort of ask an adult, can we get our ball back? And not obviously the stewards oblige, or in the case of the interval, it was actually John Dodds, head of grounds at Scarborough, who was going across his own wicket to repeatedly pick up balls from kids and send them back. First bowling change, and to be honest, with the scoreboard as it is, I know it's two players, one of whom in Williams is a debut, Petrie the other playing just his second ever game, but I'm surprised it's taken so long to see change in bowling, but it's not an ideal start from Dom Kelly either. Kelly, the 20-year-old seamer from Winchester, he had a breakthrough Metrobank One Day Cup last season. He signed his first professional deal. Loves to mix up his seam position. Watch out for the wobble seam and the cross seam especially. So I wonder whether he does that with the new ball or whether he tries to give it a chance to swing. Calmly worked away for one by Live. Live and Luxton don't really need to do a lot wrong, a lot different at the moment. They've got Hampshire exactly where they want them. Not a bad ball from Kelly, but it's a great shot by Luxton, and it's timed so well. This might go. It will go, to the delight of the home fans. Square drive.
That's one of those shots where, as a fielder, you think, I can get this,
Yeah.
and you're thinking it all the way till it rolls over the boundary, and you still think, I thought I'd get that, because it just seemed to pick up speed. And that's the outfields that we've got in the country at the moment, is they just don't hold the ball, they just dispatch the ball almost.
Oh, there we go. Well, almost an identical shot, but just timed even better from Luxton.
Yeah, the fielder gave that one away a little bit earlier than the last one. I think he realised that that's gone and I'm not catching that, but a lovely shot. 2 in a row, just played in a similar area. As the sun bakes down now, the clouds are dispersing and we're back to Scarborough.
Yep, it's the weather that Yorkshire would have been dreaming of, winning the toss and saying, we'll have a bowl. This is flicked away. This will go for 4 as well. Short boundary down the hill. Well, Luxton is in some touch here. Even by his high standards, this is a little bit of a clinic he's putting on. You would say that there have been bad balls offered up. Too often Hampshire have been guilty of...
Very simplistic. Look at that. Just waited, kept his head still, and then just used good footwork at the end just to manoeuvre that ball. Out his body getting in the way.
Stands taller on that one, which is a good delivery from Kelly, but the over's already gone for 14. It's an extraordinary start, this. Even accounting for the fact that we felt like the pitch, the outfield were well set for run scoring. They're going at almost 10s live in Luxton. They are very much still in T20 mode. But it hasn't been reckless either. Oh, well.
That was the most reckless.
First bit of luck for Will Luxton and for Yorkshire. Flashes away through a very vacant offside. All the catches have gone because of the quick start. So 71 without loss after 7. Kelly has come on and has gone for 18. So I wonder whether we're going to see Kelly again in the meantime.
Yeah, that's not the start the captain would have wanted from him.
Yeah, Williams has conceded 19. Petrie's gone for 33 off 3. Might even see a bit of spin in the power play through Neil just to slow things down. Looks to me, though, like it is going to be Petrie again. Hampshire have just got to find a way to turn the tap off. Easier said than done, though, when you've got Live and Luxton in this kind of form. Live getting a single easily enough. So for the right-handed Luxton, it's a 5-4 with a deep square leg and a deep point, which it's interesting. Noah Kelly said this, the young Yorkshire batter on commentary before. He's not necessarily a fan of this field. It's very in vogue, but he sort of thinks with your 2 sweepers out like that in these positions, it doesn't really give you a clear side the wicket to bowl on as a bowler. Luxton won't get one. There, he's picked out cover point. It's a field that you see very often. It's a classic opening bowler's field, a 5-4 with a deep square leg and a deep cover point. Oh, short, and Luxton has thumped that. It's a pull shot that has gone through wide mid-on. That's how early he was on it. And Luxton, he's absolutely flying here. He's 1 boundary from a 50.
Yeah, and the mark of how soon batters see the ball is whether it goes in front of square or behind square. And the further in front it goes, they see it nice and early. And that shot was a shot of real distinction because of the area that he's just hit it into.
Didn't get anything there. It's a good shot for naught from Luxton, who is not quite in contention for Yorkshire's fastest half-century in a list day game, but it's been pretty rapid. Luxton is on 47 off 26 with 10 boundaries. Will Frayne hit a 19 ball 50 against Derbyshire at Chesterfield for Yorkshire in August 2019. Stands tall on this again. It's a good shot for naught. That was in a 10 wicket win. So Frayne was batting somewhat with the freedom of knowing Yorkshire were only chasing 109 to win, which means you can kind of go after it in the knowledge that if you get out, there should be others behind you that will do the job. For the third time in a row, nice shot for naught to finish the over, which goes for 5. So 76 without loss after 8. Yorkshire going at 9.5 and over.
Yeah, and you can almost sort of say, oh, that was a bit of a quiet over, but to be going at 5 and over in the first 10 overs is okay, and yet that seemed like a very quiet over because of the actual rapid pace that they've gone through in the previous 7 overs. The previous 7 overs, they went at 10 and over. So plenty of time as Hampshire try to do something to break the partnership here, and they're bringing on the spinner, which is 17. Sorry, I read it as 71. Neil. Andrew Neil. Sorry.
Andrew Neil,
my apologies.
the Hampshire bowler, not the political commentator.
Yes.
It's Neal for those curious. For Hampshire's twirler, left arm spinner from Hillingdon. Very tall for a spinner. He's going to get a lot of bounce here at Scarborough, and that will make Neil a threat. That's flicked straight to short fine leg. Converted to bowling spin 4 years ago after a spate of injuries when he used to bowl seam. Had a bit of a breakthrough. 2025 One-Day Cup. 9th highest wicket taker in the group stage. 13 wickets, including a best of 3 for 33, coming against Surrey. Tall for a spinner, does get a lot of extra bounce. He got the attention of Hampshire in the senior sense because for their twos in the T20 comp was a important player as they got to final stay at Wormsley last season. That was what made Hampshire at this level think of giving him a chance in the One-Day Cup, which so often these days tends to be players' first emergence into the professional sphere.
Yeah, I love it. I love the One-Day Cup.
Length from Neil presents it a different threat.
And it's also, you know, we don't see much one-day cricket anymore. We don't see 50-over cricket other than in this competition.
Yeah, and of course there's a conversation about how that develops future 50-over cricketers, which particularly in the run of poor form that England's one-day international team had, that they'll hope more recently they've shown signs of getting out of, becomes an even bigger conversation.
Yeah, and, you know, because this competition is played in parallel with the 100, then a lot of the regarded better players in the country don't play it.
Move of bringing on Neil in the power play has worked well. He's only gone for a single, 77 without loss after 9. Yeah, and it's curious you say that because, so this season, because of the men wanting slightly fewer fixtures, the men's blast was reduced from 14 to 12. And for a sense of wanting to keep uniformity, the women's blast was reduced from 14 to 12, with a sense that they must be the same. But the men's Metro Bank is 8 group stage games, and then an eliminator, a semi-final and final. But the women's Metro Bank is a double round robin with 16 games. So the two greatly diverge when it comes to 50 over cricket. If you're a women's cricketer in the UK, more than half your games are 50 over matches.
Yes.
Petrie starts a new over. He's being persisted with here, despite being a touch expensive. His skipper Gubbins wanting to show faith in him.
Yeah, and I don't know why the women's games were cut down to the number other than to say, well, it's the same as the men, but the women don't play county championship. So, yeah, there's some interesting arguments when people want things to do what they want to do in a way. So,
Luxton just works this wide of it on. It's tumbling sort of half stop from Ashutosh Sharma, who was taking in the scene whilst warming up. The run chase does bowl some handy bits and pieces. He's better known for his batting. I would imagine, this of course is his Hampshire debut, that he's never been to somewhere quite like Scarborough.
no, I would probably verify that.
I know some of his Hampshire teammates were gently kind of joking with him about it, and could see him coming out for the warm-up and just slightly taking in the fact that there was
People all
at
over.
least 500, if not probably about, I would say, 1,000 people on the outfield. And there was a moment where he sort of looked at his
Where do
teammates,
I
kind of
warm
made a
up?
joke, and sort of went, well, where do we? And they were like, well, we go on a practice pitch on the square, and someone stands behind you with a, stands behind that pitch with a mitt, and you'll be all right. Everywhere else is for the spectators. Luxton doesn't really time that straight at cover. Yeah, when you've got crowds of sort of 50,000 people, the logistical procedure of letting everybody onto the outfield in a mid-innings interval, trying to get them all off again, is a little bit more. I would imagine if Delhi Capitals did that, it would be a bit more of a it'd be a bit more of a situation to manage.
Yeah, it'd be problematic.
Just the sheer size of the crowd. Luxton thrashes this away. It was a good stop. It wasn't a catching chance for Fletcher Middleton.
That's his 50.
And Luxton has slightly slowed in the 40s, but regardless, this has been an incredible assault from one of Yorkshire's finest youngsters. 50 off 35 balls with 10 fours. But he so often in the past has got in and not gone on. He'll be desperately determined to make this a big one. No real reason why he shouldn't be able to. He does have a list A ton previously, 105 not out in this competition 2 years ago against Warwickshire.
That was over at rugby school, if I remember rightly.
Last season, Luxton in this format with a best of 77 against Lancashire at York. So that's the end of the power play. Despite the last 2 overs going for just 5, it's still Yorkshire's power play, no doubt. 81 without loss after 10.
Yeah, and going back to the crowd or the being on the field of play in between the changeovers, it's quite incredible that having done that, the announcer, Howard, would just say, ladies and gentlemen, you've got 5 minutes, please can you come off? And without any ado,
I know. I was just
the
about
whole
to mention
field
it.
just clears.
It's honestly,
It's phenomenal.
It always makes me smile. And there's a moment where you, as a commentator at Scarborough, have to be, if you know that you're going to be on straight after the innings break, you always have to be very wary because you can get lulled into feeling like you've got loads of time, and suddenly, in the blink of an eye, everybody disappears and the players are back out, and seemingly seconds later, the first ball of the run chase happens.
Yeah, it's quite phenomenal.
A length from Neil, who is settling into a good rhythm here. Just on the note of formats and women's cricket, something really caught my eye in the build-up to, well, it's after the Women's World Cup, but something to talk to you about on commentary, which was some quotes from Charlotte Edwards. Come to after this ball. We're speaking after the recent Women's Test match. Won't get one there live. Charlotte Edwards, it's a regular discussion, Women's Test, playing more Test cricket. But she said something about Tier 1 cricket and formats that was quite a bold thing for an England head coach to come out and say, because, as an England head coach, you're a very influential voice in terms of the domestic structure. It's the reverse live. It's a smart shot, because had he got it past that one fielder, it was definitely 4, so it was on. We've enjoyed Test cricket, but you have to have it constantly. You can't have it every 18 months. I'm a huge advocate for it. There's so much you can learn from it. I think there's so much that can be learned from 3 and 4 day cricket. Simple single for Luxton, but then was very specific in what she said, Charlotte Edwards. It only helps other aspects of the game. I think we need to see it in Tier 1 women's cricket, even if it's 2 to 3 games a summer. Getting that exposure for younger players, older players, is so important if we're going to play Test cricket.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think at the moment in domestic cricket, we're setting up our England team to fail. They never play with a red ball. They never play anything but overs cricket. And then we're expecting them to play.
Big shout, Given took his time, but the finger of doom goes up from Pratt. And it's 84 for 1. So Live has to go for 25. He's played the supporting act to Luxton. That's a big loss for Yorkshire, the star of their T20 campaign. But it is Andrew Neil who gets the Whitby native. 84 for 1.
Yeah, I'm always surprised why we're playing so well and then we go to play a reverse shot when just hang around a bit longer. You can't score anything in the pavilion, and yet you've just almost given your wicket away there.
Well, Adam Live will be mightily disappointed. Got a start, he got set. Repeated shake of the head. I don't think it's at the decision, really. Just judging by the body language, I think it's disappointment at getting out, but one person's disappointment is another person's opportunity, and just a second game in Yorkshire colours.
I think he felt it hit his glove. I think that's why he's disappointed. He was looking at his glove as he came off, so I think he felt not that it wasn't going to hit the stumps, but he hit it before it had the chance. If he'd been given out off the glove, he'd have been given out caught, so you can't have it both ways. And I think that's why he's disappointed, because I think he felt he got it with the glove.
So here's Will Benison. Made a 5-ball duck on his Yorkshire debut against Kent last season. 19 years old, turns 20 in September. There'll be a lot of very proud people watching the man on the right.
So we'll have 3 different helmets today then for Yorkshire. So we've got the academy or the junior sort of almost one. Then we've got the non-cap player helmet.
Yes.
That Luxton's wearing, and then we've got the capped helmet. So we have 3 different helmets being worn today by Yorkshire batters.
Those may be new to the game or not quite understanding what my co-commentators referred to there. You might be thinking, we always get people watching are new to cricket thinking, what do they mean? The players wear caps to field in. So you get presented with a particularly special cap at Yorkshire with your number. Plenty of other counties do this as well, of course. And you earn that particular capped honour of being a capped player through performances across a period of time. Hampshire debut for Ashutosh Sharma, the 27-year-old all-rounder, best known for his time at the Delhi Capitals in the IPL. And he's on from Trafalgar Square end. His first ball for Hampshire is a dot, just worked straight to Jake Lehman. Made 10 off 9 earlier on with the bat, hit one enormous 6 through cover, and then got out to that fantastic relay catch between Bean and Benison.
Is it Bean and Whiteman?
Bean and Whiteman, thank you. Yep, no, you got on.
It's Benison who's out there batting with Luxton.
Exactly. That's why Benison, forgive me. Commentators, just like the players, make the odd mistake. Grateful to have Dr. James
The
Powell
difference is that
we're
on the pitch for 100 overs today.
This is true.
We have to try and concentrate for 100 overs, so it's quite hard work. That's driven, but for no run. Seems to have put a lot of effort in, Sharma, and then it comes out at, I guess you'd call it medium pace.
Yeah, he hasn't got a big history of bowling, really. He's bowled 63 balls in his career in T20 cricket, picking up 4 wickets. He's bowled 22 overs for Railways in List A domestic cricket in India. Luxton almost chops on there. In those 22 overs that he's bowled, he's picked up a couple of wickets at an economy rate of 6.2, albeit Indian List A domestic cricket tends to be quite high scoring.
Yeah.
And he's bowled 20 overs in first-class cricket and not picked up a wicket. So in his entire career, he's only picked up 6 wickets. And he has played across all 3 formats, 92 games. Straight back at the stump. Sharma thinks he's got a flick on it. He has. It's run out. Oh, you have to feel for Will Benison. That is the cruelest of ways to go. He got a duck on debut at Kent last year. And here he goes for naught, run out by Ashutosh Sharma without facing a ball. So it's ducks in back-to-back games to start his Yorkshire career for Benison, but he can count himself thoroughly unlucky there. Sharma jubilant. He's got a wicket on his first over for Hampshire in the most unlikely of ways.
That's very disappointing for Benison. Very unlucky indeed.
It must have been the tiniest of touches. Clearly was there. There's no hesitation from umpire Milnes. Certainly no sense of complaint from Benison. Great slow-mo replay. This might well pick it up. Yeah, just there on its way through. In the blink of an eye, how a game can change. So all of a sudden, Yorkshire have lost 2 quickly, both with the score on 84. 84 for none to 84 for 2. The dictionary definition of the old Geoffrey boycottism of add 2 wickets to the score. So out comes Sam Whiteman. Whiteman with incredible pedigree and experience from all his time in Australia.
And of course, he's not coming out to face because he's at the non-striker's end. Let's hope he's learnt from that and doesn't wander too far. Although you can't penalise Benison. You know, he was doing what he needs to do, which is backing up slightly.
Luxton just drops his baton. Now the responsibility on Luxton grows all the more with those 2 wickets falling. So Luxton's the senior, well, of course, in terms of career experience, Whiteman's the senior partner, but Luxton's the senior partner in terms of being out there for longer. That run rate has dropped to 7 and over, but also within that, the last 5 overs, I beg your pardon, have brought 13 runs and 2 wickets. So the last 5 overs have actually gone at 2.5 and over.
Yeah, and how a game can change in just very quickly as Neil comes in, and that's tried to be worked down leg, but there's nothing coming from that one.
At this stage, Hampshire were 50 for 1 by contrast. A Straight at short mid-wicket from Whiteman, I should say. Interesting psychological test today for Whiteman, in particular. So Sam Whiteman in his first season over here playing with Yorkshire, but his last innings for Yorkshire came in the Friday night T20 game against Durham, where he became the first player in Yorkshire history to be retired out. Now, he was retired out because in the run chase he couldn't quite get hold of it. He got 12 off 17. And after that, having played in the previous 3 T20s for Yorkshire, he didn't play again. So that's paddled. Half appeals from Neil.
Yeah, I feel quite sorry for him because he got that incredible 100.
Yeah, in the county championship.
And
so
then
that's
got
what I mean.
injured.
And then he got injured at the wrong time. And then he got back in the 4th game of the Blast. He got 3 sort of middling innings, is how I'd describe it.
But he squirts that one out for a single.
He got 24 of 21 against Hampshire, away, against these very opponents. 15 off 13 at Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Then got the 12 off 17, where in a run chase with around 12 and over needed, he just couldn't get going. He got retired out in favour of Fahim Ashraf. Hasn't picked up a bat in senior competitive cricket since. Didn't play in the last 6 games, despite being fit. Didn't play in the quarter-final. And now he steps into a different format. Yeah. He's back in the team, and actually he's in a slightly younger, less experienced team. He's one of the key players that everybody's looking at, thinking Yorkshire need runs. So it's an interesting kind of... The game is played as much in the mind as out on the grass.
Yeah, definitely. And he'll need to just play himself in. He's got plenty of time. And the problem there, we see a little bit of quality there as he just plays that one backward of point for 4 runs. And that was a lovely shot. And the problem was that he came back into the T20 and was expected to score at a high run rate and wasn't quite timing it. And therefore, he just backed himself into a corner almost and didn't quite manage to get off to the start that he wanted to get off to. But he's got a little bit more time now, and he just needs to build a partnership with Luxton.
That's a similar ball. Well, Sharma's gone from over the wickets around, but he's bowled pretty much the same delivery.
That got the little boy on the head.
Oh, dear.
Have we got a medic around? Somebody go and check he's okay. It just hit the rope, just there. Oh, that's not nice.
It's the danger of what can happen. Can Sharma adjust? He can. He bowled 2 in a row that were short and wide outside the off stump.
Oh, lad.
That popular bank, particularly today, where the boundary rope is put all the way out, means that the spectators are very, very close to the ball out there.
Yeah, it just kicked just as he went for it, poor lad. Meanwhile, Sam Whiteman just plays that out onto the onside, and Luxton comes through for a quick single.
So that T20 that Whiteman was retired out in was the 3rd of July. So that's 18 days ago. Because of how quickly the calendar moves, it feels sort of like 18 years ago.
The physio's gone over to check on the little boy. I love that about cricket. Absolutely love it.
Boys, I think he meant this, Luxton. He just sort of dropped his bat on it.
It was a bottom edge, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. It didn't quite look right. Second thoughts. I think Luxton was trying to go more for a kind of backward point. So Luxton on to 56. He's slowed quite a bit outside the power play, but that doesn't really matter. Yorkshire just need him to stay there and bat long and take responsibility. Simple, respectfully played. He got 68 on his List A debut here on this ground in July 2021 against Northants, but it's then taken him a little while to fully break through at first team level. And this ground's got a lot of good memories for Luxton because he got 167 here this season, his first red ball ton. in the drawn match against Warwickshire. Still looking to add another good memory to that back
I love the
catalogue.
family affair of cricket. You've now got one of the Hampshire players walking around with an ice pack, going to the young lad that got hit on the head. You know, and it doesn't matter whether Yorkshire or Hampshire, there's a young lad got hit, we all go and help him out.
Continues. That's too close to short fine leg to get one. Yeah, you can't see this on the live stream, but it's the youngster that got hit by that ball that bounced up off the boundary rope around minutes or so ago. He's getting plenty of help and assistance as Whiteman goes deep in his crease. We'll get one. Should suit Whiteman at least here in the sense that there's next to no, by modern standards, pressure on the required run rate. He can actually just take his time and work his way into his innings.
Yeah, and he's also got that ability to just be flexible with where he's hitting it. So he'll just manoeuvre it away from the fielders like he did on that last single.
At time, Luxton. One thing that you'll see with any good player of spin, they either play the ball, Joe Root's a great example of this, I've played really, really deep, almost knocking it out of the keeper's gloves, or they come down the track and meet it on the half volley. That's a good example going back from Luxton. He brings up Yorkshire's 100 in the 15th over. They're either playing it off the back foot very deep in their crease, or they're coming forward with dancing feet to meet it on the half volley, or they're looking to defend and kind of guide with a big stride in front of their body, just as he's done so there, Whiteman.
Yeah, it's a good quick single that. He knew he was hitting it straight to Sharma, but he also knew that because he made the decision early that he could get there and take the single.
Straight at point.
There are times when you think they're batting to their field, aren't they? You know, we always say bowl to your field, but there are times when the batters bat to the field as well, where they seem to, the fielders attract the ball. And what you've got to try and do as a batter is try and look, don't look at the fielders, look at the spaces, look at the gaps, and then try and hit the ball into those gaps. The more you focus on the fielders, the more likely you are to hit it straight towards the fielder.
Yeah, it was something that Brian Lara used to talk a lot about, and something he said he learned from watching the late, great, recently sadly passed Sir Garfield Sobers. There's a change here for Hampshire. The 12th is on. I think it's just to allow for comfort break and nothing more.
Ollie Williams is coming back on from the...
Yeah, none for 19 from his opening 3 from that end.
Is it Sharma that's gone off?
You might be right. Whiteman will get at least one. One is all he will get.
Sharma went down to make that fielding. So whether he just caught himself, I don't know. Let's hope it's just a comfort break. So Williams is coming back on for his 4th over. Second ball of that 4th over coming up.
Buxton just holding back the gears a little bit more than what we saw in the power play. But actually, particularly if you're watching this as a Yorkshire fan, that's what you want to see. Batting is about adapting to situations, and the situation after those 2 quick wickets being lost and the power play done has changed significantly. Ollie can get his teeth into that one a bit, Luxton, but he's only able to hit deep point. And run rate, nothing for Yorkshire to be too concerned about. It's hovering in and around 6.3, which when you think of a short boundary on one side and with a slope that runs down that, and a pitch that looks good for batting being baked in the sun, isn't too concerning.
And these two can just keep rotating the strike for the best part of the next 15 overs, and 6 and over will be great. It'll keep them well in contention. Williams comes in now. And that's just punched down the ground, but straight to the mid-on, and there's no run there.
Period of consolidation needed, but Yorkshire will be pleased at how calmly Whiteman's accumulated his way to 14. This is someone with a serious pedigree in the game, consistently mounted up runs over the years in the Sheffield Shield. Flashing stop, way to his left by Middleton on the bounce. That's a proper +4 in the book from the Hampshire point of view. Just helps to keep a sense of pressure on. 104 for 2 off 16. Whiteman's got an average in the mid-30s in his first-class career, but that doesn't really do him justice because almost all of that career has been in the Sheffield Shield, which is broadly agreed to be probably the best first-class red ball competition in the world. This is a competition where, because of the limited number of states, often games are played between two 11s where pretty much everyone in the 11 is either a current Australian international, has previously been an Australian international, or is very soon about to become an Australian international. Neil just loses his radar.
Yeah, and there's a lot of talk. I often think it's one of the tougher leagues because with 18 counties, the pressure is not on quite so much. You want to win county matches, but if you've got 18 teams as compared to, is it 6 teams? 8 teams?
Yeah, 6.
6 teams, that makes a big difference.
When you think all that cricketing culture of Australia feeding into 6 teams, albeit it does remind me of something Jason Gillespie said a lot when he was Yorkshire head coach 10 years ago and trying to explain to Aussies back home about how big Yorkshire is, which is there's the same number of cricket clubs in Yorkshire as there is in all of Australia, which is quite extraordinary.
There's probably more in Yorkshire now than there is in Australia. 800 and something clubs in Yorkshire is a vast number.
For those unfamiliar, you've got New South Wales, Queensland Bulls, South Australia, Tassie Tigers, Victoria and WA, where Whiteman, of course, has made his name. Born in Doncaster, so playing for Yorkshire as a local player. So a route Yorkshire have done with a few players, including AJ Tye is also in that bracket. Tye, of course, only plays the T20s. Wipe and a miss. Nice bit of extra flight from Neil.
Neil's into his 5th over, so interesting to see.
He's quietly been the best bowler for me.
Yes.
I mean, everything you want a spinner to do. A little bit of extra bounce, a little bit of turn, nice control of line and length. Getting through his overs quickly. That one's gone for just 3. And the way he's bowling, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually ended up bowling all 10 straight through here. There's no real reason why he shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, at some stage, Kelly's going to have to come back on, and he went for 18 in his first over.
Yeah, that's a head scratcher.
Sharma bowled a very good first over, but then went for 13 in his second over, and I think he's off the field of play at the moment.
Yeah, he still is.
And then you've got the 2 youngsters, Williams and Petrie. So Neil is by far the best bowler at the moment.
At this stage, Hampshire was 70 for 3, so Yorkshire ahead of the game right now. There's no real reason for Luxton to be rushed. He might be feeling just a touch frustrated, Luxton, because he's been somewhat becalmed recently, but
I don't think he's faced much of the ball either. I think that sometimes we can think, they haven't got many runs for a while, but then they haven't had as many balls to face as their partner. That's why I like to think of partnerships rather than individual scores very much, because as long as somebody's scoring, it doesn't matter really. And that one was well fielded out in mid-on.
You're spot on. So since the end of the 12th over to the start of this one, the start of this over, there was 30 balls bowled and Luxton only faced 10 of them.
Wow.
So he did lose a bit of strike. Got a few people in the YouTube live chat who've asked about the quiz question, which I must admit I posed to the audience an hour ago and I forgot what the quiz question was. So only 3 players hit more sixes than Adam Live in the T20 Blast group stage. That was the question. I have seen a few guesses in the comments, and some people have got 1 or 2 of the players, but not all 3.
For Yorkshire?
For any team.
For any team.
Any team across the whole 18 counties. That's a flashing square drive, good-looking square drive from
We certainly
Whiteman.
saw Overton hit a few in the...
Well, no, this was the group stages. Because
Okay,
you've got to
then.
be fair, you've got to give all teams
Okay.
the same number of
All right,
games, because
then.
after that, some teams play more, some teams play less. So I'll give you a few more balls in the... to have any names come to mind. They're all names I don't think would surprise you. There's nobody there that I think you're hearing if you follow the blast and thinking, oh, I didn't see that coming. Luxton has managed to get this to the right, the sweeper. Welcome boundary for Luxton, who's lacked a little bit of strike in recent times, but it's just too short, too full, too wide. Thrash his hands at it. It races away so fast down that hill, and it's undulating. I don't really envy being a boundary fielder down there. Albeit sometimes it's handy to have some extra fielders out there.
He's looking like he's playing right wing to me.
Short Luxton helps it round the corner. He could be gone. He is gone. Well, that's a soft dismissal. Luxton out for 64. He's flicked it straight down the throat of Dom Kelly. Hampshire cannot believe their luck. 113 for 3. And it is a wicket on his professional debut for Ollie Williams. And Luxton had looked superb for runs he'd made. But his innings is done. 113 for 3 of 64.
Yeah, disappointed end there to Will Luxton's innings as he is caught out at deep one leg, and as he comes off, one little lad wants his autograph, and I don't think he was very interested. It's like, it's all about timing, my boy, and that's not good timing.
Yes. There's plenty of occasions where that will happen, but this isn't quite that occasion. So out comes George Hill. Made 19 of 20 in the Blast quarter-final against Somerset, but that's the only innings he's played for quite a long while, because before that, he'd missed 9 of the previous 10 T20 games with a niggle, and the only one he played, he didn't bat. So
Can only think that Yorkshire want to keep a right-hand, left-handed here, because otherwise Finley Bean I would have expected to come in.
Yeah.
But Sam Whiteman's left-handed.
Found a lot in the T20s. Hill, 2-ball duck at home against Derbyshire, and that quarter-final innings were the only 2 knocks he's played. So he hasn't had a lot of batting recently at senior competitive level. Now, having taken a wicket, Hampshire choose that this is the time to bring Dom Kelly back. And I understand that logic. He'd gone for 18 from his first over. He's got to come back at some point. And you get him into the game now against a new batter, and in Whiteman, still a relatively new batter. Luxton gone for 64 off 59, featuring 12 fours. First ball with the keeper up now from Kelly, isn't it? A better area, just gets out of it with a dot. That will settle his nerves a bit when you've had a first over that's been a bit of a nightmare.
Be interesting if Sharma's off the pitch for much long. Oh no, is he back?
I'm not totally sure.
I wonder who they will bowl as well.
One get off the mark. In fact, beg your pardon, from Whiteman to bring Hill onto strike. Hill, of course, an eminently capable batter and was very important with a few innings in this competition last season. A best of 41 at home against Somerset, but he also got 31 not out of 21 to finish off a run chase away at Sussex.
Yeah, I mean, he's got all the talent to be a very, very good all-rounder as George Hill. We haven't seen much of him with the bat this year, but you almost think, well, he's capable of it, so there's no great problem, really.
Yeah, he's one thing I would say about Hill, he's still defining his role in this Yorkshire team across all formats. He is a capped player, going back to our discussion from a few overs ago, which is very much an earned honour. And Johnny Bairstow actually alluded to that at his cap presentation. He said, you've done this cap proud over a period of time with the bat and ball, always running uphill into the wind, not necessarily batting where you wanted to become a cap player is something we all dream of as kids, and now you've joined that illustrious club. Lack of a length, and Hill can just get himself off the dreaded duck. So Yorkshire, if you take it since the 7th over, when they were 71 without loss, in the 11 overs since, they've scored at 4 and over and lost 3 wickets. Really has been a bit of a almost in the power play, out of the power play kind of innings. In the power play, Live and particularly Luxton got really firing, but Hampshire found their way and fought their way back in, as you'd expect. It's one of the best white ball sides in the country. I think it says a lot about their mentality that, I believe it was Joe Weatherly, obviously lost the Blast final on Saturday night, but got asked a question that was along the lines, but how good was it to be back at finals day again?
Yeah.
And the answer was along the lines of, and I think James Vince basically said the same thing, it was great, it's always great to be here at something like this, but we're Hampshire, we expect to be at finals days. And they are so often in white ball competitions, there or thereabouts. I mean, I was looking through the history of this competition, so the last 7 Metrobank one-day cups, they've reached at least the quarter-final stroke eliminator phase 6 times. They're always in and around it. As for the quiz question, the 3 players that hit more blast sixes than Adam Live in the T20 group stage this season: Liam Livingston of Lancashire, Chris Lynn of Northants, and Anuryn Donald of Derbyshire.
Very good.
Change of bowling. Tom Prest, it looks like. Spin worked quite well with Neil, so this is a move that makes sense to me. On with his offies, and he'll feel like it's his day. When you're an all-rounder and you've done well in one facet, it often transfers on. You kind of feel like you're floating.
Yeah, you're not under any pressure, because if your bowling doesn't come off, it's okay, because my batting's come off, and that's very much how a lot of players excel.
He's trying to do something similar to what Best did earlier on here. He's trying to kind of fire it in at the pads of Hill, make Hill hit to the long boundary with a 5-4 onside field. Hill just takes one. The question is, I think Hill's done the right thing there, because this gives the chance for Whiteman as the left-hander to access and hit towards that short boundary. Does Whiteman decide that the matchup suits him better? Or big appeals, possibly going down and possibly height for me, are potential issues. Ben Brown seemed to give a a look to Ashutosh Sharma, who is back on the field, just come back on, as if to say, no, that wasn't out. I might be misreading, but it looked like one of those when Sharma was firing it in.
They didn't look too upset.
Brown turned as if to give a signal that said, yeah, it was, as a keeper, you tend to know. Whiteman goes back and plays comfortably. Of course, while Whiteman is hitting towards the shorter boundary there, the other reason it works quite well from a Hampshire point of view is you fancy the left-hander to the off-spinner match-up in one sense, and you fancy bowling to Hill in the other because Hill has to hit towards the longer side. So there's a lot of little tactical thinkings like that at play with who you bowl and when here.
Yeah, I mean, the shorter side, we're talking about aerially, because if you hit it past the field, it's going to race the longer side of the ground just as quickly as it is the shorter side. But if you're going aerially, it's better to target the shorter side. And Sam Whiteman's just missing the line of the ball at the moment. It's going down leg side, so there's no danger there, but he'll want to try and feel the ball on the middle of his bat very shortly.
Not the line or length. He's got away with that a little bit, Kelly. Pulled out to long leg. It's never a bad thing when in history you're following the footsteps of Malcolm Marshall. And that is exactly what Dom Kelly did with career best figures a couple of years ago in this competition. He took 5 for 19, but he became the first Hampshire player to take a List A hat-trick since the great Malcolm Marshall against Surrey in 1981. Short, flies away off the outside edge. Bit of fortune for Hill. Have to feel for Kelly. And Hill gets himself his first boundary.
Yeah, and there's no danger of any wicket there outside. Just to the right of the wicketkeeper, the third man is quite wide, so there's always going to be runs scored there with thick outside edges. Kelly comes in once more, and this time it's driven down the ground, and that's evaded the fielder. I don't think there'll be any... Oh, he did stop it in the corner, and they come back for 3 runs there. Good fielding.
Yeah, you're not going to see too many threes towards that shorter side in particular, but Gubbins just holding his right shoulder. One would hope that's...
Sometimes you have to equate what the cost is of an extra run, don't you?
Yeah.
Or one of your best batters potentially injured.
Wanted one there, Whiteman, but then just realised it was a little bit too close to...
I don't think it's an easy outfield to field on.
No.
I think it's quite bouncy. You know, the fact we've had no rain has really made a difference.
It's always little bit undulating, particularly towards that western side where the ball's picking up pace as it comes towards you. Not the ball from right arm around. Not for the first time in this over. Just lost his radar a bit. Kelly, who's having a tough day with the ball. Skipper's tried to go back to him as we see Miles, a hard-working Camop, who is, for reasons I can't even say I truly understand, doing the 6-7. If you're wondering why Miles looked like he was sort of quarantined there, we can assure you there's nothing wrong with Miles. If you're just sort of catching up and you may be new to local news here in Scarborough, the stand that we are in, the P-Zone Park end of the ground, has been condemned due to health and safety reasons, apart from for the odd camera operator, a few journalists in the press box and us here in the commentary box. So there's no spectators near, and we're surrounded by some very fetching scaffolding. As Prest is on for his second over. He's going to bowl very straight on leg stump here to Hill. Try and make Hill, if he wants to hit big, hit towards that longer boundary, the 5-4 leg side field, and Plenty of protection out. Does Hill feel the need to do something different? Does he decide, is he of a mind to come down the pitch? Is he of a mind to go inside out?
Yeah, I don't think there's any panic at this moment in time. You know, we're going along quite nicely. They can't afford to lose quick wickets at this stage, having lost the 3 that they lost quite quickly.
Anne Pickering says no jumping up and down in the press box then. Just turned a Rafe at 1 by Hill, who moves into double figures.
We've got the great minds down in front of us. We've got Coach Anthony McGrath, Mick Lewis and John Dodds all having a chat together.
Yeah, there were some quotes from Anthony McGrath after Yorkshire's quarter-final exit that definitely were worth attention. That's the end of the 21st, 133 for 3. McGrath said that mentality, in terms of wanting to come back, has got to be there for when we meet up and train on Monday. My job is to, I guess, reiterate what we've done really well in the white ball this year and what we did well in the 50 over comp last year, and make sure we start well with that mentality, because we've seen throughout when we have the right mentality and belief, we've got the makings of a good team. We're obviously not quite there yet. We're not quite getting over the line, but I think everyone can see how we've played this summer. We've just got to keep building on that. You can either sulk about these things or use it as fuel, and we've got to learn from it. That coming after, of course, Somerset with just 2 wickets in hand, chased 66 off the last 4 to win last Wednesday in the T20 Blast quarter-final at Headingley. Nick Gubbins is on with his part-time leggies. His first ball, it's safe to say, is quite part-time, and he's got away with it a bit.
Yeah, Sam Whiteman will be disappointed with that. But he does have a fine leg, a backward square, a mid-wicket, and a short mid-wicket as well. And that's wide, and that might run away for 4 wides. And
5.
It does. 5 wide, sorry. I meant it was running, it was a wide and it was running away for 4. It's just had to do the addition. 5 wides.
I know I'm going to sound like I'm just saying this after the 5 wides, but I'm not totally sure about this experiment, if I'm honest. I understand that some of Hampshire's more established options haven't worked. I know Kelly's gone for 33
From
off
3.
3.
Yeah.
But I'm not totally sure at this stage of the innings they needed to turn to Gubbins as a 7th bowling option. Watch him take a wicket now. There's no personal disrespect. Swept. Full and on the pads. It's an easy sweep round the corners, only short fine. Not really bowling to his field, so this over is already in danger of becoming oh so expensive.
Yeah, and you'd have thought that, you know, a leggy bowling at a left armour cannot pitch it on or outside leg stump. A is going to give wides, or B is going to get smashed. So he's got to try and put this outside off stump.
It's a better ball in that sense. The length was very drivable. Whiteman gets 1. He's not bowled a lot in his career, Gubbins. Well, just 5 T20 overs in his career. He has 13 list A wickets at an average of 46 and an economy rate of 5.9. First class has 8 wickets at 44. Very much an occasional bowler. He's gone for 10, so I'm curious to see if we get more of that experiment. 143 for 3 off 22. Hampshire were 89 for 3 at this stage, so they're 54 ahead of where Hampshire were, but they have, of course, Hampshire had an innings where they really accelerated later on.
Yeah, and Hampshire trying to slow it down almost pace-wise, and put the emphasis back on the batter to put the power on the ball, taking the pace off the ball with the spin, and that's just played up the ground for a single. Prester's having a good game so far, you could say.
First time we've seen Hill use his feet to good effect against Prest.
Yeah, nice footwork. Made it look very simple and straightforward, didn't he?
Now, this is the matchup in theory I think Yorkshire would prefer. Whiteman hitting towards the shorter boundary, but Prest will get a bit of extra bounce and turn it away from the lefty. Wasn't too far from escaping that one through, but Whiteman did play it with relative assuredness.
Hospitality look like they're enjoying the day.
Great day for it as well, with the sun out now. Temperature into the 20s. Hill wasn't far off jabbing that on. Now there we go. That's the first sign of what I predicted we would start to see. Hill has seen that shorter offside boundary. He's seen there's only deep point out, and he wants to get Pressed through the offside. Sweeps more conventionally. Sweeps magnificently. Well, that's the best he's timed a ball all day, George Hill. And 150 up for Yorkshire.
I did notice the young lad didn't go for that one this time. But he's okay. He's sitting and watching. And that was a good sweep shot by George Hill. George Hill plays that one back, and he's angry with himself and smashes his hand on the bat as that brings up the end of the 23rd over, and it's 150 up. It's the end of the 24th over, apologies, and that's 150 for 3.
No doubt Yorkshire will be the happier of the two right now, particularly the longer this partnership develops and progresses. Scoring pretty much exactly at the required run rate. Straight at short mid-wicket.
Well, it's quite unusual if you're close to half score at halfway, because you usually tend to accelerate towards the end. So they'll be pretty happy that they're very close to it, and that one's just hit over the top of the short mid-wicket for a single. Didn't quite middle it again. It's sounding a bit planky, that bat, rather than the middle where it shoots off the middle. I probably sound like a real twit there, but if you play cricket, you know what I mean, where I say it sounds a bit planky.
Well, that is a full toss, and it's got away with that a bit. So only concede 2 from it. You bowl a ball like that in the professional game, you normally do expect it to disappear. There's plenty of runs elsewhere as well. Seems like a day where there's some flat pitches across the country. Digs that one out. Warwickshire set Northants 313 to win. Northants are 114 for 2 after 20. Middlesex set Essex 295 to win. Essex 121 for 4 after 20. Meanwhile, Durham are 99 for 3 at the halfway stage. They're a bit behind the 8 ball, chasing 257 to win against the Derbyshire Falcons. Ben Stokes is 30 not out though. Just working it around these two. That's all Yorkshire need them to do at this point. Nottinghamshire at the halfway stage, 140 for 2, chasing 259 to win. And Surrey 115 without loss, sitting pretty against Lancashire, chasing 281 to win. We'll take a quick break for drinks. 115 for 3 after 25. And right now, this game marginally tilted in Yorkshire's favour.
Welcome back. Drinks are concluded and we're ready for the second half of the Yorkshire innings. Yorkshire are 155 for 3 after 25 overs, and Hampshire, the target is 321 for victory. So everything to play for. It could be a very interesting finish as we look to see how this game progresses. And Whiteman on strike. That's driven straight up the ground, and there's definitely a single there. So that's first ball back, one off the over from Preston. Earlier in the day, Prest batted extremely well for his 100 and put Hampshire in a very strong position. George Hill ready to face.
Yeah, I like this plan from Prest to Hill. Mentioned it before. Wants to get Hill hitting towards that long boundary, giving him no width. On the whole, it's worked pretty well. Well, that's better from Hill. I said that Hill was going to have to come down the pitch at some point to Prest. Try and go inside out towards that short boundary. He's done that, so that now puts the onus back on the bowler. Kind of a flat-batted, bottom-handed swipe. And I don't mean that as any disrespect. It's not by any sense a traditional off-drive. But it's a good shot from Hill. It's a strong shot. And because of that, he then gets a bad ball that's a low full toss because of the pressure he's put on from the previous ball. And that almost went for 4 down the hill too.
Yeah, but very well fielded out there. Not easy fielding out there, so to run round the boundary and be able to pick that up and throw it all in one is a very good piece of fielding.
You often make it look very easy out there, and we can assure you it's not. Rocks back Whiteman. So an example of what I meant in terms of good players looking like they got time against spin, being comfortable rocking onto that back foot. Whiteman's gone to 37 with a distinct lack of fuss, batted almost quite similarly to the way Lehman did earlier on and Pressed in the early part of his innings. Not really trying to force the issue at all, but still scoring at a strike rate in and around that 80 per 100 balls kind of rate. $162 for 3. Neil comes back. Bowled a great first spell. Probably the best spell we've seen from a Hampshire bowler today. 1 for 11 off 5. He came on when Live and Luxton was smashing it everywhere. He got Live out and he slowed things right down. He's going to swap ends. His first spell was from the P-Zone Park, Trafalgar Square end. He's now coming on from our end, the P-Zone Park end.
Yeah, it'd be key for Hampshire when they use up his 10 overs, really, because he's been the best bowler for Hampshire. So Yorkshire will be aware that he is bowling well, and they'll also know that they can hit some of the others quite easily at the moment, as that's worked out into the onside, and there's a single there.
Again, Rocks back has been a team of this partnership just content to rotate, take the singles.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go for the time being, is especially against the better bowlers, is just to try and keep rotating the strike and picking up the singles. The bad ball will come, and that's the one you have to put away. But 6 and over would be very acceptable at this stage in the game.
It would be wrong to think that with this being the first game of a group stage, there's not quite the level of jeopardy that you get later in a competition with a knockout game. It's quite a ruthless format, this Metrobank One Day Cup. You've almost certainly got to win 6 games out of 8 to get in the knockouts. This is flicked to the right of Long On, who hasn't managed to keep it alive. Jake Lehman around to his right-hand side. It is a 55-metre boundary down there, and there's a slope as well. Not easy part of this ground to field in. They're respecting a better ball from Neil. So if you lose your opening game, it is quite a run you've got to go on to end up in the knockouts at all. Never mind if you like to ideally have a home semi-final or at least a home quarter-final. Slightly deceived Hill in the flight there, because you lose your opening game. So that's the end of the over 27 gone. 7 off that, 169 for 3. Partnership has gone past 50 in that over as well. 50 partnership coming up in just under 10 overs, which Yorkshire would be just under 9 overs actually, which would be Yorkshire would be very content with, not far off a run a ball. So you lose this opening game. Realistically, to make the knockouts, you need 6 wins from 7. If you want a home quarter-final or a home semi-final, you most likely need to win 7 from 7. So if you're serious about wanting to go and win the competition, it's already leaving you climbing uphill.
Yeah, I think you've got to play to win every game. So there is a bit of jeopardy in it because you don't want to get the momentum going the wrong way. So you want to keep that momentum going in the right direction. And Ashutosh Sharma is coming back on from the Trafalgar Square end.
None for 13 from his opening 2. Places Prest. Prest, who went for 19 off his 4. But I just wonder, with that shot that Hill played down the ground inside out for 4 through mid off the previous over, there was a concern from Hampshire that Hill and Whiteman were starting to get a little too comfortable against Tom Prest. Yeah,
and at the moment, Sharma's bowled 2 completely different overs.
Flashes away. Pass backward point. 4 more for Hill. Chances his arm. Hands on head for Sharma. Feels like it was a quarter of a chance, a sliver of a chance.
Yeah, and he's bowled 2 very different overs up till this over, where he bowled a maiden the first over with a run out. If you remember, it flicked his finger, and then the next over went for 13 when Sam Whiteman cut him for 4 3 times, I think. So it'd be interesting to see how he comes back in this over.
Just using the pace that time, Hill. A little guide. Sharma, who started his career at Madhya Pradesh. He's played almost 100 games across his career. All of them for Railways in the Indian domestic comp. Beautiful looking on drive from Whiteman. Nice effort in the field from Dom Kelly to get the parry in. That meant it went for 2 rather than 4.
Madhya Pradesh, I always think to myself, Madhya, so Uttar Pradesh is the upper one, Andhra Pradesh is the lower one, and Madhya Pradesh is the middle one in India. Those who are listening from India can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I usually remember it, of the Pradeshas.
Fielded off his own bowling. Yeah, played for Punjab Kings in the IPL before joining Delhi ahead of last season. And Delhi Capitals co-owned by Hampshire owners GMR. So that's kind of the link up that has helped to get Sharma over here. Should be, in theory, a real competitive advantage for Hampshire. Not a lot of teams have got overseas players in this competition. Yorkshire had Imam al-Haq in this competition last season, but Anthony McGrath confirmed to me speaking recently that they won't have an overseas player in this competition. Was saying it's difficult enough at the moment, and a lot of counties are finding this, to get overseas players for the county championship. The way the global cricket calendar has gone. So Neil's set to continue. He's looked Hampshire's best threat today, Andrew Neil.
Yes, the field just ambles into position.
Yeah, it's an ambling sort of day. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
ready for the 29th over. Just a few adjustments as Sam Whiteman plays that one. Then Andrew Neil's just shifting people around slightly.
Will deceive them in the flight. Will enjoy bowling here, Neil, on this surface. With his height in particular, will extract bounce. One, Neil, who is from Hillingdon, which is a long way for both Hampshire and Yorkshire, of course. Started at Chorleywood, also played for Harpenden at club level. Really fought his way into the professional game. Played at twos level for Essex, Northants, Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. He's shown what he can do now, having burst into the Hampshire team in this competition last season after playing well for the Hampshire twos. Straight to the short mid-wicket.
It looks like Yorkshire are happy just to play him out, really. They're just playing each ball on its merits at this stage. And that's driven nicely down the ground, but just a single there with the fielder down there to pick it up quite easily.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he doesn't bowl out in this spell. 1 for 19 off his 7 so far. Yorkshire right now hold the cards. There's no doubt about that. Hampshire need a wicket or two just to try and test and put some pressure on that Yorkshire middle and in turn lower order.
Looks like they're consulting about who's bowled what with the umpire, just having a look at the little bit of paper, handing it back.
Yeah, sometimes easy, particularly in Nick Govins' position, to lose track of it. You can see the Peasholm Park stand might be out of commission, but plenty sitting and standing in front of us at the Peasholm Park end. Bill just keeps that one out from Ashutosh Sharma on Hampshire debut. This season in the Championship has a home 50 against Sussex.
It's not quite Delhi, is it, for the young man? Quintessentially English.
Although reliably told that you're sort of in and around monsoon season there, so at the moment actually this weather's definitely a bit of an improvement.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the ambience.
Yes,
you know,
yes, yes, exactly.
There's no noise. You know, it's quite pleasant. We're ambling around. It's a English afternoon.
Seaside resort town.
Yes,
it's a different energy to the hustle and bustle. As here we'll get one.
Yeah, what Yorkshire have got to be careful of is that they don't sink into this, well, we'll just take the odd one, because they'll start to put pressure on themselves if they don't keep the score there or thereabouts.
Oh, this has gone a long way up. And taken. That was tough. Sharma gets his first wicket in a Hampshire shirt. A horrible, swirling, spiralling take. And Tom Prest makes sure 181 for 4. George Hill, who was just starting to get going, will need a new partner because Sam Whiteman is gone. Well, we just wondered whether a bit of pressure might lead to something a bit more aggressive. It did. And Whiteman's out.
That was an unusual shot from Sam Whiteman. That's not the sort of shot we get used to him playing. And I would anticipate that Finn Bean will replace him. So a left-hander for a left-hander. And that was a shame because Whiteman and Hill were building a nice partnership there. But you can see as soon as he hit it, he knew that was going to be out. But interestingly, we saw a much easier catch than that drop today, but not this time. And Prest hung on to it extremely well. It wasn't an easy catch by any shadow of means.
So Whiteman gone on his List A debut for Yorkshire, 44 off 56. That was a decent hand from Sam Whiteman, particularly when you think of the fact that he'd been retired out in that game against Durham 3 weeks ago, and that was his last bat for Yorkshire in a senior competitive game until then. But he'll be disappointed about ending in that fashion. Finley Bean faces up. Bean got Yorkshire's fastest ever List A ton here last season. He's got a fair few good memories at first team level playing for Yorkshire here at Scarborough. 103 off 57, a 53 ball ton in that game I mentioned. He's immediately off the mark as a left-hander, particularly when facing from this end at Trafalgar Square, and he'll fancy that shorter leg side boundary, albeit that was, of course, the undoing of Whiteman.
Yeah, I think that was probably in mind that he was just going to hit him over the boundary and didn't middle it at all. Just manoeuvring a few people. Bringing up third man and pushing out mid-wicket, which gives them an easy single.
Well, they seem to have decided, particularly from that Trafalgar Square end, as a successful over for Sharma is concluded. 30 gone, 1-8, 1 for 4. But they're going to make Hill hit towards that longer boundary. They're going to have most of the sweepers out at that longer leg side.
183 for 4. Sorry. We're sort of looking at this. We don't have the score on our score sheet, so we're waiting for the scoreboard to tick over, and that was a little bit slower than they have been during the day. So 183 for 4 at the end of the 30th over.
Yeah, do forgive us. We don't. The little score bug graphic that you have at the bottom of your screen, we don't have. So sometimes you're looking at that, wondering why we don't always seem to immediately be on that. That's right. Change of bowling from our end, the Peasholm Park end. Running in just his second appearance at this level, his first since playing a red ball game against Sri Lankan 11 4 years ago is Harry Petrie. Meanwhile, charging into each other, his two seagulls are having a right old tussle. That's more of a fight than anything we've seen on the pitch today. My goodness. Crikey. I didn't ever expect to be commentating on pigeon fighting. I commentated on Greco-Roman wrestling at the Olympics. I thought that was niche enough. Well, I've seen plenty of pigeons fighting humans to take food off them at Scarborough. I don't think I've ever seen two pigeons fighting each other like that.
He had him by the neck.
They were having a good old tussle, to say the least.
Not happy. I'm not happy. Turning my back on the game.
Yeah.
Must be Argentinian.
Well, thankfully we haven't got thankfully, it's safe to say that cricket tends to be played most of the time. Dare I use the word spirit, because, of course, particularly Australian viewers will get very interested in that, and I know plenty of people have any opinions, but they're certainly not quite the level of gamesmanship. Let's go with that.
No.
We saw in that World Cup final. Again, another dot ball. Can't say I've ever seen many, if ever, any cricket matches where after the full time. I've seen plenty where fans invade the pitch, but where you have sort of fights breaking out between teams as well.
Disgraceful.
Well, it's one of the good things sport can teach youngsters, which is how to lose gracefully, how to learn how to take those two imposters just the same, triumph and failure.
What's your name, Rudyard?
You know the reference. Oh, could be a chance. I think that was a chance.
Half a chance, I think.
I think from the reaction, it definitely was a chance. Low, it was tough, but for a fielder of Sharma's capabilities, I think he could be a bit disappointed. Might be able to get a replay on it in a quiet moment, but just my first instinct is that was low, it was sharp, but it was an opportunity to get rid of Hill. Just the reaction of Sharma as well. He looks frustrated. There's a hand in the air in apologies.
That's dispatched.
Poor ball from right arm around. It's the belly button height. It's such a comfortable pull shot, and he is good on that shot anyway. Bean gets his first boundary since walking to the wicket. So 188 for 4 off 31. It slightly spoils what had been a good first over of his new spell from Petrie. He's having a tough day. He went for 42 off his first 5.
Yeah, that was a good shot from Finley Bean. That's the sort of shot that he loves to play. So if you put it in that area, then
they're seagulls, of course, not pigeons.
He's dismissed. Of course, they're seagulls. We knew that. We're just checking that people were listening.
Forgive me. There's a lot of. That's a shy that does require a dive from Hill. A lot of very passionate people in the YouTube live chat being very frustrated. Forgive me. Had a moment of mind blanking. Well, it's good to know everybody knew what I meant, even though I said pigeon. Anyway, seagulls having a scrap over some chips. Arthur Frost has said gullible commentator with gull with the first 4 caps.
Very good.
That's very
clever,
good.
smart.
That's the kind of thing that live text user interaction was created for. Well played, Arthur. That's a good bit of work with the puns. Serious note, the cricket. Hampshire will feel like they're just working their way back into this. They're such a good white ball team in all formats. They just don't know when they're beaten. Slightly unconvincing from Bean. Trying to kind of muscle that through the covers. And Bean, of course, is someone who's got to find his rhythm because he didn't play in any of the T20s either. So, again, he's not really played a lot of cricket recently. It's a bit of extra bounce there, Sharma.
Yeah, that one definitely lifted at the last minute, and that's the good ball that you can bowl. If you put it in the right area, that's the sort of thing that you'd expect from a Scarborough pitch.
Bean's last game in this level 2.5 months ago, which is quite a long time in the summer. He's flashing outside off, straight to short backward point. His last game was in May against Warwickshire, where he made 13 and 1 in the away county championship game. Since then, he's been playing just second 11 cricket.
Yeah, it's quite hard when the county championship stops, then the Vitality Blast starts, and then that finishes, and then one day cup starts, and you've got to quickly adjust your game plan to that. As he steals a single there.
And twos cricket is still handy and has its place, but it is a step back up. Did get a pair of 50s against Essex in the second 11 championship. With the 32nd then, just 2 off that over. 190 for 4, and suddenly that required run rate is just starting to rise a bit. Looking back across the last 4 overs the last 3 overs have brought just 10 runs.
Yeah, this is a dangerous time from a Yorkshire viewpoint, because if they let it go away too much, then the pressure will be really on. They've got to just try and keep the run rate ticking over and keep putting those bad balls away for 4.
Almost 7.5 an over needed now. Flashing square drive. That will run for 4 down the hill. That will release the pressure a bit.
Yeah, that will help. That's the sort of momentum that they need to get now. They need to just capitalise on that. And when you look at the seam bowlers for Hampshire, they've not been as economical as the spin bowlers. So they'll be thinking that they've got to take advantage of when the seamers are on.
Goes shorter. It's over adjusted. Those bowlers often do from the previous ball. So was going down leg with that right arm round angle.
Yeah, that was very much an appeal of hope than of any substance behind it. You could see that everybody appealed, but nobody was really looking at the umpire to see what his judgment was, because they knew that it was nowhere near a chance.
One of the shots of the day from Hill, lofted down the ground for 6. Stand and deliver, technique and power. That is pure perfection from George Hill.
And when the batters time it, we saw it very easily in the first innings, definitely with Prest, that you can just see once they middle it, just like George Hill does here, it just flies. There's just no chance of any, even if the fielder's directly in line, it's going way over their head.
Adjustment from young Petrie, who is on a short-term contract for this competition. It was released by Hampshire in 2023, but has fought his way back after impressing in the 2s.
And that 6 obviously brought up the 200 for Yorkshire.
The pigeon takes its seat. I'm joking. It's a seagull.
Nobody could see me look at Michael then as if to say, you've said it again. You've said it again, as they run through for a single there.
Just couldn't resist.
I can see the joke,
see the
but I'm
people
not sure our friends on YouTube may necessarily see the joke behind that one.
Plenty of wildlife in and around, including, I mentioned earlier, going to the cliffs at Bempton. There was some fantastic birds there. This is flicked away for one more. Some puffings as well. With another over, so Beam will keep this strike. It's a big over. It's Yorkshire's first big over in quite a long while. It ends up going for 13. It breaks the shackles that had started to be put on them by Hampshire. For context, they're still a long way away of where Hampshire were at this stage. They're 49 runs better for the loss of 1 wicket more. Hampshire were 156 for 3. But Hampshire, of course, finished the innings very strongly.
Yeah, and you would think that these two would like to just build now and just get the next 60, 70 runs in good time. You know, if they can get that next 60, 70 runs at 6, 7 and over, 10 overs, that'll give them 7 overs to get the last few runs, and anything in ahead of that is a real bonus.
Key game for both of these sides. Hampshire would take a lot of momentum from travelling all the way across the country without 3 key players, rested in Weatherly, Fuller and Albert, and finding a way to win against Yorkshire. The White Rose would take such confidence from beating the side that defeated them in last year's semi-final. Prest is back on, 19 off his first 4. Now, Bean would be going against the turn here, but I wonder if he fancies that shorter boundary. Getting down the hill. Leading edge. They are eventually going to scamper through for 1.
A little bit of hesitancy in the running there, and they need to make sure that they don't give a wicket away by poor decision-making, calling and execution. The seagulls are swooping lower and lower around the ground.
They're always in and around. You just got to make sure as a batter they're not in your field of vision.
And you're not distracted by them as that one comes in and it's turned round to the leg side. They've run 1 quickly, turned for the second, but there's no chance of a second there.
Scarborough Athletics mascot in football apparently used to be named Stephen Seagull.
Ah.
It's going to be 1 for Bean.
I didn't know whether I was going to call you Jonathan Livingston. Moving up, Seagull.
Down the track Hill. He's having a good battle with Prest here. Prest had Hill tied down a bit earlier on.
I don't mind that batting there where you come forward to look to drive it, but find it's not there, as long as you can then adjust your shot.
Hill goes on the reverse. Umpire Milnes is unmoved. 206 for 4 then, off 34, so just 3 off that. What got you chuckling there? Something.
I was just looking at the umpire and he was sort of, yeah, there's times, aren't there, when you look at the umpire and you can almost sense them going, don't be stupid, you know, what sort of appeal was that? You know, and you know that the umpires have got that understanding between them, yep. And, you know, the players know as well. But it's all a part of the game where you just try and push your luck and you just hope that you get one your way at some stage.
Change of ends for Sharma from the Pease-Home Park end now. We've already seen 7 bowling options for Hampshire, so they don't really need to worry almost too much about allocations, really, in some senses. Neil's got 3 left. He will surely bowl out. Petrie and Williams, the youngsters, have got plenty left. Flying chance away to the right of point. Did get a hand on it. Would have been a sensational catch for Middleton. Bit of fortune for Bean.
Yeah, good effort. You could almost sense that that was going to happen at some stage, and a very good dive to their right, I think it was. Was it to the right? Just trying to think now. And they made a very good
there we go.
Stage. And there's the...
We've said all day you've got to be wary. And Imam al-Haq last season had to pull out of a delivery because a seagull flew towards him just as the bowler was about to release the ball, flew in the way.
George Hill runs at him.
Slow ball, good change up. That is something that
this young lad's brave, isn't he? Walking along with a plate, an open plate full of chips or whatever. You can just see every seagull in the place getting their eyes on him.
Fancying a little bit of an early dinner. Another pace off from Sharma. Just a little cutter from the Delhi Capitals man to try and keep Hill quiet. Again, going through all these different variations of slow balls here. That's 3 in a row of one type or the other from Sharma. Now bowling to Bean, who made his first team debut back in 2022 and is steadily broken through ever since. He's built more of a pedigree in red ball though. He's never played a T20 for Yorkshire, Finley Bean. We'll get one here. Despite that ton against Durham last year, he's only got a list day average of 20.
Both he and Hill will need to try and increase their score rate and score totals as they develop into the game as well. Not just this game, but future games.
Another change up from Sharma. Right now, Yorkshire somewhat shackled. The required run rate is just beginning to steadily increase. Not climb, but move in favour of the visitors. 210 then for 4 off 35. So there was that one big over. The 33rd over went for 13. But aside from that, things have been quite quiet for Yorkshire. Hampshire doing a good job in the field. Plenty has developed elsewhere. A lot of other games have moved far closer to results since we last checked in on them. 313 to win for Northants against Hampshire. They're 177 for 3 off 31. So they're probably the favourites in that. As Hill flicks that straight to short mid wicket. Essex need 295 against Essex. Essex need 295 to win against Middlesex. That's pretty even. They're 158 for 4. It does get the single he wanted the previous ball this time. Derbyshire against Durham. Durham 164 for 3 off 36 there. Durham going very well thanks to 67 not out from Ben Stokes. Stokes, of course, who you'd imagine will be in the Durham lineup next week for that game against Yorkshire at York, which you think particularly with Durham being not too far away, there'll be a fair few Durham fans who make the trip. Notts chasing 259 to beat Somerset. A 195 for 3 off 36, so strong favourites there. That's 50 for George Hill. Really nicely constructed knot, holding Yorkshire together after a loss of 3 relatively quick wickets. 50 off 53 balls for Hill with 5 fours and a 6.
Yeah, top knock from George Hill. He'll need to go on now. He's only done part of the job. He needs to keep that going. I think we've seen more opportunities of run-outs on the follow-through of a bowler than we have for a long time in this game.
Yeah.
We've actually had to, which is unusual. That's hit behind point, and that's running away, and that's 4 runs for Finley Bean.
Yeah, it's one of his best shots been his flashing cut.
That one looked like it was getting closer and closer to the fielder, and then at the last minute it just ran away from him. You know, it was like he's going to get that, but it just kept running.
Well, it was the odd spin as well. It was spinning away from Alior. That combined with the rapid outfield gave him no chance. So 7 off the over, including that boundary off the last.
That's where my notes say Alior is wearing shirt number 3, but he's wearing 27.
Yes.
That's why I kept looking at him thinking, who is that?
So Shutosh Sharma to continue. Very even game here. Required run rates hovering around 7.5. Surrey probably the narrow favourites against Lancashire. 1-5 for 2 off 34, chasing 2-8-1 to win. Sharma again going pace off, but this time onto the pads of Hill. Help yourself stuff. Easy tuck away for George Hill. Just not going to miss out on a bit of a freebie like that. Again, Hill looking relatively comfortable here. You sense that he is key to things. If Hill bats through, it's difficult to see Yorkshire necessarily falling short because he's in and that well set.
Played out into the point area for a single for Finley Bean. And these two are just starting to look as if they're working together a little bit more now.
Jordan Boland pointing out that when George Hill went to 50, it said 55 balls at the bottom of your screen, I said 53. We don't actually have that information that you can see available to us in the commentary box, worth just gently reminding you. That's cut, and that's straight at point, but being set off. Direct hit could be gone, and with Sharma's fine work, he is gone. Smart work from Hampshire in the field. Bean had set off a long, long, long way, thinking it was his call, thinking it had gone behind square. It's clever fielding from Middleton. He didn't need a direct hit in the end. Returns it to Sharma. A great example of something you tell every youngster as a bowler. Get behind your stumps. Watch Sharma here. Sharma's alert to the situation. He's alert to the possibility. And he realises from what he can hear that Bean is actually a long way gone. It's really clever cricket from Ashutosh Sharma in a pressure situation. It's really smart cricket from Fletcher Middleton. And as it is, as this camera angle shows, Bean's almost level with Hill. He's got no chance. So 223 for 5. Those ones can be awkward where it's almost directly square on to know whose call it is. It's a mix-up though, regardless. Yorkshire will feel like they've slightly shot themselves in the foot there, but give all the credit to Hampshire as well for the clever work in the field.
Yeah, well fielded, and very sad that it comes from a mix-up in the calling and the running between wickets. That's just what you don't want when you're chasing a total. You need under 100 now, and you give a wicket away. As Duke comes out to join Hill, you'll want them to just have a chat about, right, no panics, let's call clearly, let's not take any silly runs, but let's make sure that we take advantage of any poor ball that comes along. We've got to make sure that we keep this score ticking over now.
Duke is someone with this day ton as a 19-year-old for Yorkshire in this competition 5 years ago against Leicestershire. Yorkshire's youngest player to make a list day ton since Sachin Tendulkar against Lancashire in 1992. But more recently, has been struggling to get in this Yorkshire side. So this isn't an easy assignment for Harry Duke. He's been playing a lot of twos cricket recently. His last game was actually on loan at senior competitive level for Middlesex against Derbyshire at Lords in red ball cricket in mid-May. Now, he's at the non-strikers after the run-out. He's played one red ball game for Yorkshire this season, Duke, and that's it for the White Rose, apart from second team cricket. So a testing task for the lower middle order here. Sharma's of well and being in the middle of it out there. Spot a better second spell, I'd say, from this end of P-Zone Parking than his first end spell from the Trafalgar Square end.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost be a little bit facetious and say he's bowling for run-outs because he's affected 2 run-outs in his bowling spells, which obviously are not accredited to the bowler. But one was a deflection that he made at the bowler's end, and the other one was that one where he just took the ball and ran Finley Bean out.
Yorkshire will be concerned that they're losing the momentum that they built up in this innings. They are still well ahead of where Hampshire were at this point. After 37 overs, Hampshire were 192 for 3. So they are 32 runs ahead, but they've lost a couple more wickets than Hampshire had lost. Hill can't beat short mid-wicket. Ollie Williams back on. Williams so far 1 for 28 from his 5. Got the wicket of Will Luxon earlier on.
Yeah, and this is the learning phase of young players when they come on in these more pressured situations. And how do they respond to that pressure?
Some slightly muted appeals.
Yeah, I think there was an inside edge. It sounded a bit bat rather than pure pad. Umpire doesn't look amused. Turns his back. I'm not sure what he's looking at, actually. He turns back round now.
Again, can't get the single. Turns out from a couple of seemingly relatively knowledgeable people in the comments, there is in fact no such thing as a seagull. There's no such bird as a seagull. These are specifically herring gulls.
Thank you very much.
So in fact, everybody was wrong in one way or another. There weren't seagulls or pigeons.
That's very informative of you. Thank you.
I must say, I didn't know there was no such thing as a seagull, but there you go. There you go.
They're gulls by the sea, and that's why we call them seagulls.
All this time, I think that's come off the pad. It's good take from Brown. Not easy. Sprawling down the onside. All jokes aside, watching live free cricket across the world. And if you want to watch all of Yorkshire's men's and women's home games, make sure to give the channel a like and a subscribe to make sure you don't miss any of the action, as well as plenty behind the scenes content. Short slow ball bouncer. Hill was completely deceived by it, and it will go in the book as a leg bye. There's no such thing as a hit you in the chest bye.
It's a bit like gulls, isn't it? No such thing as a seagull. No such thing as a hit you in the chest.
Flicked away by Duke for 1, so Duke is off the mark. Made 24 from his 2 innings in one first-team game he played for Yorkshire so far this season, Harry Duke. In this competition last season, he made 86 runs at an average of 21, with a high score of 28 not out in a tricky run chase away against Middlesex. Didn't play a game in the Blast. And in the Blast last season, he started the season in the team, but lost his place after the opening 5 games. Andrew Neil's back on. He's been, for my 2 cents, Hampshire's most effective bowler.
He's got 3 overs left.
1 for 20 from 7. He's gone at under threes. He's on replacing Sharma. First ball's cut at point.
It's interesting. It'll be interesting to see the length that Neil bowls, because Duke is shorter than Hill. So we'll be looking to play the ball square of the wicket. If he plays a similar length for Hill, then he'll be looking to go down the wicket. So he's got to make sure that he keeps a good length against these two. Just in those last two shots, Duke went square and Hill went down the wicket.
You either than fancy taking on a short boundary hit. I would imagine, given how well Neil's bowled, they'll be relatively cautious.
It's a nice shot.
Duke content to just see his way into the innings. Wakefield born, England under 19 international once upon a time. Well, it's flicked away and has managed to get it into the gap. It runs very quickly out there, but it's flicked in. That's Superman kind of fielding. But it's in vain. Well, I'm trying to see through the sight screen to have a look at it. 10 out of 10 for effort from Jake Lehman.
I think he signalled for.
And 10 out of 10 for sportsmanship as well. It's in that part of the ground that from where we are, it's not impossible to see. We could see his figure of Lehman flying away to the right. Could be gone. Is gone. Skied up. And Andrew Neil gets the second wicket of the game for him. And he deserves it. He's bowled magnificently. And Hill, who is looked nice for his 61, much like Luxton, gets out in the 60s, having got set. And so two set batters Yorkshire do not have. Yorkshire will have to look to the lower middle order, having just got out there to see them home. 2-3 for 6.
Yeah, that's disappointing, because now was the time that you needed to start cashing in, and just got a top edge onto that one as George Hill trudges off, thinking of what might have been. He's replaced by Captain Don Bess.
We've got a best in this competition. Hill last season of 41 at home against Somerset, so he's gone past that. But there will be a sense, undoubtedly, of what could have been for that.
You can see George Hill there just trying to force it onto the leg side, and it turned away from him. Not that I want to prolong the Seagulls discussion, but it's a bit like hockey. You know, in hockey where people say, "Oh, it's a short corner." There's actually no such thing as a short corner.
Yes.
It's a penalty corner. But we all know that a short corner is a penalty corner. And I would argue that it may be a herringull, but we all know it as a seagull.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
End of.
The sense that language is the fluid way in which language is used to communicate.
You don't hear ever anybody say a penalty corner.
Yes.
They say short corner.
Very controlled pull shot from Duke to move on to 4, and that brings on to strike Don Bess, who has not had a lot of recent opportunities with the bat. He's often come in during the Blast campaign, right at the back end of the innings. 7 off 6 against Derbyshire, a golden duck against Durham, 6 off 5 against Gloucestershire, 9 not out of 15 against Leicestershire, a golden duck against Nottinghamshire, and 3 off 7 in the quarter-final against Somerset. But you have to judge those figures in the context in which they happen. You're often coming in having to pretty much swing the bat from ball 1. So Bess, similarly to Duke, has not had a lot of meaningful time at the middle recently. Now has to come out in a run chase with almost 8 and over needed.
I think it was exactly 8 and over needed at the start of this over. 88 off 11, I think.
Swipe and a miss from Bess, not far off nicking that. So it's funny, on the short corner point, I had the pleasure of commentating for Star Sports India on the 2017 Hockey India League, travelling around.
Did you?
I absolutely love my hockey. But there was a tournament mandate that came from the organisers from the start that on broadcast it must be referred to as penalty corner because this was technically correct.
There you go.
We did this for a couple of games and there was an enormous reaction.
You'll understand what I'm saying there.
Absolutely. So we did this for a couple of games, and we had people texting us from friends and family watching back home who liked their hockey. We had players from both teams coming up to us and asking us, like friends and family of mine are watching some from Australia, some from India, some from Pakistan, some from all over the world. What are you doing? Why are you all calling it a penalty corner?
That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Best he does like his scoops and his flips. Watch out for that, Best. He'll look to use them here, particularly when fine leg and third are up. And in the end, we changed it after a couple of games, and the executive producers changed their sort of golden rules that we must never refer to this because they just realised that absolutely everybody involved in this
Called it a short corner.
was completely bemused as to what we were doing, and at points were actually struggling to understand literally what we were referring to. Slower ball. Best did not pick that at all. That's a lovely change up from Williams, who remember is on his professional debut, having impressed in the twos earlier on this summer. 234 for six then. And Yorkshire continue to stutter in the run chase, which comes to the last 10 with Hampshire somewhat in the ascendancy, no doubt. Look at the last 11 overs have brought 54 runs at just under 5 and over, and crucially the loss of 3 more wickets. So the comparison is starting to close. At this stage, Hampshire were 215 for 4. So Hampshire were 19 runs worse off, but having lost 2 fewer wickets. And Hampshire finished very strongly. They took 105 from their last 10. What will Yorkshire take from their last 10? It starts with Duke getting a single.
And that's what Duke did at the start of the last over, and then that was where they stayed, just the 1 run off the over. So Bess is going to have to start laying bat on ball and rotating the strike, if nothing else.
Andrew Neil's bowled really well today. He's had it on a string. Straight at cover, another dot. It's a young spinner who got a chance in this competition last season and grasped it with both nettles. Grasped the nettle, I should say. Straight at point.
So far, Don Bess has found cover and he's found point. What he needs to do now is find the gap. Knocks it down the ground for 1. That's much better. But they're going to need at least a boundary per over as they go forward.
Paul Whiten says, isn't the discussion about short corner rather than penalty corner the same as how the wicket plays as opposed to how the pitch plays?
The pitch is the pitch. The wicket is the 3 stumps. Dickie Bird insisted to me that that's what we should be saying. But yes, I agree with you. Yes, that is the same discussion. Because growing up, I always used to say the wicket, it's a good wicket, meaning the pitch. But I got told off by Dickie Bird too many times, so I've learned that one. But yes, absolutely the same. But then same as seagulls, you see.
Proving your point. Neil, again, almost running through an over. He's been a real joy to watch today. Andrew Neil, 26-year-old. Getting a bit of bounce, a bit of turn off this pitch. Hampshire do go on to win this. He will have played an enormous part. He got live LBW and he's got Hill. Those are 2 of the most valuable wickets in this Yorkshire side.
Yeah.
2-3-6 for 6 then. And I think there's no doubt now that across the last 10 overs, Hampshire have steadily taken control of this one, and it's on Yorkshire,
Yeah,
and it's
no,
on
absolutely.
Bessinju, who haven't had a lot of batting in meaningful senior competitive cricket recently, to take it on themselves and find something.
Yeah, and part of me is like, you've got to give it a go, boys. You don't get anything for just keeping your wicket and not getting near the score. You've got to go for the score.
It's only Code, Cliff, and then the debutant Beppy from here. So if Yorkshire are to do this, it probably needs these two to do quite a lot of the heavy lifting. Nine overs left, and the required rate is above 9.
Didn't Code get a 50 last year in the One Day Cup?
In the Championship. Wasn't far
Was
off
it
a ton.
Championship?
Yes. Yeah, the 3 left comfortably the most capable, you would say.
Yeah.
Ben Code. He got some runs recently in the 2s in a run chase in the build up to this one against Saka in the partnership with Dan Moriarty. The innings you're referring to is the 89 he got against Essex at York when he had the big partnership with Matthew
It was at York. I remember it at York, yes.
Of course, Yorkshire will be there next week on the 29th and the 31st. This will be runs for Bess, but nice and controlled from Williams. Just trying to get these two right-handers only hitting towards much longer boundary, sort of 70-metre hit out towards the Popular Bank as opposed to as low as 55 going towards the west stand, with it running downhill in that direction too. Slow ball bumper. Duke can only pick out sweeper.
I feel that Duke is rotating the strike on most occasions when he's facing. The problem comes is when Bess then plays out dot balls.
Guess how many boundaries we've seen in the last 8 completed overs?
2.
Spot on. 2 boundaries in 8 overs.
Yeah, that's where they're falling down.
This
But
could be a
that
boundary,
may be
though.
one.
That is
That's
one.
6.
Flicked, picked up round the corner. It's one of Bess's favourite shots. Just using the pace on the ball, and maybe that's the knock. Maybe that's the moment that can get Don Bess's knot going.
Well, that makes a big difference, especially when you can hit 6s around the ground, because you need probably 9 and over at the moment. If so, a 6 makes a massive difference.
Just as we were making the point about Yorkshire's struggles for boundary count. Slower ball, and Bess didn't pick this up at all, and there was a risk of a run out. There was a yes, no wait, but not a sorry at the end of it, luckily for
Thank
Yorkshire.
goodness, yes. I think, there's moments like that where Duke was still on the ball, so to speak. He knew that the ball was there, but Bess had almost switched off. And that's where both players need to keep switched on at all times, because pinching singles when you can't get the ball away is crucial at this stage.
Bess again just using the pace. Keeps it to 1, so Bess will keep the strike. It's a better over for Yorkshire. They need not far off 10 and over, and they've got 10 from that over. 2-4-6 for 6 at this stage. Hampshire were 2-2-4 for 4.
Yeah, I think it's 2-4-5. I think they actually moved it quickly that time.
Yes, you're right. Again, just to stress on that point, because we're aware that at home you have the nice fancy score bar at the bottom. We do not have that on our monitor that's in front of us in the commentary box. We've just got the scoreboard in the distance on the far side of what is increasingly becoming truly Scarborough stuff. The sun is properly burning through, as the forecast suggested it always would here today. As we get towards the climax of this one, can Hampshire See at home to bounce back from losing that blast final on Saturday night, or can Yorkshire get revenge for losing to Hampshire in the semi-final of this competition last season, and also get over their hangover from defeat in the last quarter-final last Wednesday? Toshama with another slow ball that wasn't far off being a catching chance in the covers. Will be just one.
Yeah, Harry Duke was looking for two there, but Dombes just ran the one and was happy with that. They need 9.5 and over, so they've got to keep looking for that boundary shot.
Duke's surely looking towards the short boundary on the leg side. Well, it's two straight off the bat from Duke, but I don't think we've seen a single two pretty much to that short side all day. We have actually seen 1-3, but that came from a boundary stop that was flicked in where the fielder had dived and then had to get back up themselves. Struck, but again, singles at this point are a win for Hampshire, really.
Yeah, you'd be happy if you were the Hampshire side that they're not looking to get after you here. Part of me thinks, the paddle down to fine leg over if the ball is coming quick enough. But the problem is that Sharma's bowling a lot of slow balls, as that one was, but that's been launched
and that's
straight
out.
straight to the fielder.
Well, 7 down. Duke had to go for it, but it's Ashutosh Sharma with his arms out in celebration. Well, Duke felt like now was the time to go, but it's a cutter, fetching it from outside off, trying to get to that short side. And as it is, it was quite a few yards short, easily taken by Andrew Neil, who's had a great game. 2 for 8 for 7. It looks like a long, long way back for Yorkshire now.
Yeah, I think, he tried to almost play that one too straight. If he'd pulled round on it a bit squarer, he may have got it enough elevation and enough lift over the boundary to get that one out over the boundary for 6. But because he went straighter, he didn't have the power to get that ball over the fielder, and it was a very straightforward catch for Andrew Neil.
So, Ben Cody's had a tough day in the field and a tough day with the ball. He's got to try and see if he can be a hero with the bat.
Young boy taking photos down here. He doesn't look much older than about 13, 14, and he's got the biggest lens on his camera just straight down in front of us. You can't see until he lifts up the camera, and it's just like, yeah, what a great hobby to be developing at that age.
A youngster developing a passion. Code facing up for the first time. It's off the mark. He can hit a big ball. We've seen it from Code at various points. This is quite an ask, though. Yorkshire looking for revenge from that semi-final last season, but it's amazing how quickly things change in a year. Oh, leading edge should be another. It is another. Sharma's absolutely flying on his Hampshire debut. 2 run-outs for Ashutosh Sharma, and now he's picked up a 3rd wicket, and Yorkshire are right on the brink. 249 for 8. The end of Bess for 11.
Yeah, and Hampshire firmly in control now. They look like they know exactly what they're doing. They're just bowling. Sharma's bowling a number of slow balls that the batters are just not picking up. And with all due respect, you don't expect numbers 8, 9, 10, 11 necessarily to pick them up, because this is a guy who bowls at the top orders and can deceive them. But it's a shame after being at 76, for no wicket off 5-6 overs to be in this position now, and they will rue the catches that they drop. They'll rue the chances that they've given. You know, everything about it. There's so much promise and so much potential, but at some stage, Yorkshire have to win these types of games.
Not totally the same, but not entirely dissimilar as a shape of match from the semi-final.
Yes.
Hampshire losing early wickets, a good consolidating partnership, a big finish to get up past 300. And then Yorkshire setting a reasonable platform, a more than reasonable platform, but then just not able to convert that. Prest is back on. Code is turning away into the onside to double his score out there with Ben Cliff, who got a best last season of 12 not out of 8 away at Kent in this competition. Of course, rarely gets an opportunity to bat for a long period of time.
He's off the mark with a scurried one to square leg.
Two.
Sorry, two.
Cliff has to get the big dive out, and the big dive does the job.
And the bowler's showing the batters how to run between wickets. That was a well-stolen 2 runs there.
Well, there was just as you said, there was a little bit of hesitation that time, but they do get through despite a direct hit from Jake Lehman. It's a long way from Hampshire to Yorkshire, but I've got a feeling at the moment the various road trips that the Rose and Crown have been on up here in recent times have felt a little bit shorter as a journey on the way home, because they're moments away from winning at Scarborough for a 3rd time in a row in this format. One here in 2022, one here last season. And very well placed to do it again. They're becoming a bit of a bogey team for Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's almost like playing Derbyshire at Chesterfield, isn't it?
Yeah, the 9 losses in a row for Yorkshire at Queen's Park, Chesterfield in the T20s until
the tie,
where they got a tie that felt like a win almost, given that context. Get 1. But this is more of an all-format situation. I mean, if Hampshire win this, they will have won their last. They will have won 9 and drawn 2 of their last 11 competitions against Yorkshire. Yorkshire's last win in any format coming in 2019 in the county championship.
Wow.
Well, Code had no idea where that had gone.
Well, he looked to turn it round the corner, but he got a leading edge and it just popped up to mid-off.
You can hear as well, a crowd has a sort of hum. And when Yorkshire are playing well, particularly at Scarborough, there's a sort of excitable hum about the crowd, and you can just feel the sense of disappointment.
Yeah, you can see a
fans.
number of people making their way out of the ground. Some of that might be to do with, if they're staying up here, then dinner in the hotels and bed and breakfasts is around 6-ish, so they'll need to be there for their dinner. But some of it is because they know that
I was going to say, yeah,
the game is probably...
I speculate if Yorkshire were in the favourable position, they might be more likely to still be around.
Yeah.
And I'm sure plenty of Hampshire fans who made the trip up are rightly delighted, because remember, this is a Hampshire side without James Fuller, Joe Weatherly and Toby Albert, all rested. One of the stars of the day has been Neil, no doubt about it. Hampshire have lost 8 players to the 100 and then the 3 that they've rested. So they are without an entire 11.
Yeah, they played well. They played very well.
It's been a lot to enjoy about this Hampshire side, who will hope that they can finally, after finishing runners up 3 times in the last 7 years, get their hands back on this trophy. They're making a great start. Reference that quarter-final. It's amazing how quickly things can change in a year. Sorry, the semi-final last season, because actually there's quite a lot of players on both sides that have changed from those two playing 11s. I think, well, same format, probably pretty similar, but likes of Imam Al-Haq, James Wharton, and Matt Milnes, of course, not in this Yorkshire 11 that were around then. And for Hampshire, the likes of Liam Dawson, Ben Mays, Scott Curry, Carl Abbott, Eddie Jack, and also Wheel too. This pair are knocking it around very nicely. The problem for Yorkshire is they need them to do a lot more than knock it around.
Yeah, they need a few boundaries. But you're right, they are knocking it around quite well and making it look quite easy to hit the singles, which other players have not looked so comfortable, especially against Andrew Neil. Finishes his 10 overs.
Well, I think you look at where Yorkshire were, they were 71 without loss from 7. They were going at 10 and over. And Hampshire since then have responded magnificently to just drag their way back into the game. That's the end of Neil's work for the day. He's got to be a player of the match contender. I mean, I don't think he's a formal player of the match for these games anyway, but he's had a really solid day. Andrew Neil. Neil finishes with 2 for 32 from his 10 overs. And remember that when he first came on, the ball was flying to all parts. And he got live. And later on, he got hill too. Best will continue. Headed down the hill. Won't quite go for 4. Will get back for 2. Middleton's been sharp in the field all day and is again. Paddle sweep could be a catch. Well, coming forward, didn't quite get there. It was one of those awkward ones you get caught in two minds, try and stop the boundary or go for the catch. Flicked by Cliff. We'll pick up 4 more, and this game is just about still alive. Credit to Code and Cliff, who've played well and sensibly. Opens his shoulders. Cliff tries to go down the ground. Easy take for long on. Well, given the situation, it's an honourable way to go for Ben Cliff. The scoreboard demanded trying to play the big shot, and he goes in doing so. 2-6-4 for 9.
Yeah, good effort in many ways from Ben Cliff. There was nothing else he could do. He had to try and accelerate the score. He just given half a chance round to fine leg, got a 4 for it, and then tried to go down the ground and got caught out. He held up. But, you know, there's no blame on any of this 9, 10, 11 batters. The top and middle order have to do it before they even get there. And it'll be a debut batting knock now for Beppe.
Yeah, Isaac Beppe at least has the confidence of how well he bowled earlier on. He took 3 for 64 on debut. He was Yorkshire's best bowler, picking up the wickets of Middleton, Sharma and Brown.
And, you know, he's got nothing to lose. You know, he's not expected to come out here and play, you know, knock the ball around, score singles, etc. So it's almost like give it a go. He's left-handed as well, so that hopefully helps him in this situation with the shorter boundary on the leg side.
Like the reality, of course, for Yorkshire is he's just trying to minimise the net run rate damage, which could be important when it comes to qualification permutations much later on in the competition.
Yeah, 57 runs behind, 56 runs behind.
Wicket for Hampshire seals it. Preston not too far away there. These sides will meet in the county championship in not too long as well. That's a vital game for both teams. trying to make room. Trying to get first run in professional cricket on debut, having come through the Kent age groups.
Yes, backing off a lot, isn't he, each time?
He's trying to make room and look for that offside because there's only deep point out. Oh, got himself in all sorts of a tangle there, Beppe. End of the over then. 46 gone. 264 for 9. And the fixtures coming thick and fast in this competition. Our next Vertu live stream, where Yorkshire are at home on the 29th, sees Yorkshire face Worcestershire at York, and at the same venue 2 days later they played Durham. Before that, Yorkshire away at Glamorgan in 3 days' time at Neath. And this Sunday the 26th face Sussex at Hove. Hampshire, meanwhile, setting a perfect platform to make sure this is the year where they don't come so close yet so far in this competition. Sharma looking for a fourth wicket on debut to seal it. So last season they finished second in Group A. That's why they ended up facing Yorkshire. Finished above Gloucestershire on net run rate. They had to give up home advantage as well. It was a tough route for them because Southern Brave were using the utility bowl for the 100. So they had to play Middlesex away. They went to Radlett and won by 42 runs, thanks to 108 from Ali Orr and then 4 wickets from Liam Dawson. And in the semi-final came to Scarborough and won before losing in the final to Worcestershire in a close one in the final over. First run in professional cricket for Isaac Beppe on debut.
Yeah, always nice, whatever stage of any game, is to get off the mark. And as he begins his professional career in List Day, then, you know, that's nice that he's actually got a score on the board. And Coach just hits that one round to square leg, and there's a single there. So Beppe is back on strike.
These two may as well try and play out the deliveries available and use it as effectively almost match practice, really. That's a lovely shot. Forced off the back foot, away for 4. So
no, the fielder there.
Not quite, beg your pardon. Sorry, just out of shot. I thought he picked the bat perfectly.
I saw him through the window of the media.
We've got the sight screen in the press
so it's
and
like
the
boom,
press
boom,
box.
boom, yeah, through the press box.
It's a bit of an eye test, forgive us.
I just saw somebody suddenly come into view.
It was fielded by a fielder, though, we can confirm, and not a seagull or a pigeon.
And it wasn't a penalty.
Yes, exactly. Well, Sharma thinks he's got him. It wasn't far off. Bale's whipped off as well in a flash. Brown. A lot to admire about this Hampshire white ball unit in both competitions. Obviously, that personnel-wise, they're very different, but always there or thereabouts. I think off this performance, it's hard to see them not in the knockouts again. Two. Well, I'm not sure there's 2 there, to be honest. There isn't 2 there. That's the end of that. And it's finished with a run out. Beppe's run out for 1. And Yorkshire are 270 all out. It is Hampshire who deservedly win this game by 50 runs. It is their 5th consecutive List Day win against Yorkshire. It's their 3rd consecutive 50-over win here at Scarborough. The two never looked on, and it wasn't even close, really, despite the desperate dive from Beppe. And Hampshire, who were in all sorts of trouble with Yorkshire, 71 without loss from 7, have come back magnificently. And in the end, they've actually won this game quite comfortably and made the perfect start to seeing if this can be the year where finally they get their hands back on the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yeah, a comprehensive victory by Hampshire there, and they just stuck to the game well. Their middle order of Lehman and Prest just took the game away from Yorkshire in the middle. You know, they weren't going particularly quickly to start with, but they certainly accelerated in those middle to late overs to put on a challenging 320 total. And then Yorkshire started like a train, 70 odd off the first 6 overs, but then fizzled out, sadly, by some good Hampshire bowling, particularly from their spinners.
The collapse from Yorkshire at the end, 7 for 90 from 104 balls. They went from 181 for 3 in the 30th over to losing by 50. So Yorkshire will have to regroup quickly. Hampshire will look to continue this winning momentum on. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you've been across the world. Thanks very much to Nathan Robson and our cam ops behind the scenes who do all that hard work out in the sun. Rob Halls and Miles. Thanks to Dr. Jane Powell for joining yours truly. Michael McCann will be back with another Vertu live stream next week on the 29th for the home game against Worcestershire. But for now, from sunny Scarborough, a very good evening to you all. And thanks for joining us wherever you've been across the globe for this one. Your cricket, as always, powered by Vertu, free, live and exclusive to watch all Yorkshire women's and men's home games on Yorkshire Cricket TV. Make sure to give us a like and a subscribe. But for now, we bid you a very good evening. Your deserved winners here at Scarborough in what's becoming a happy hunting ground for them are Hampshire, who've now not lost in their last 11 games against the White Rose across all competitions, winning 9 of them.